in Marvel fusing with a Saint SEIYA at the start. Chapter 1, Damaged God's Light Sphere. Where is this place? Hell? Yellow Spring? Lin Chongqing stood in the darkness, looking at the endless darkness, with no fear in his expression, only inexplicable calmness. This calmness, like a mirror lake, made him feel confused. He should be dead. But he didn't know what it was like after death. Is this the world after death? It seems too boring. Lin Chongqing couldn't see any scenery, so he could only move forward bored. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Light. Lin Chongqing's spirit, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly floated with a hint of color. He concentrated his scattered spirit and ran towards the light with all his strength. The place where the light was located seemed out of reach, but it was not far away. In just a few minutes, he was already standing close to the light. When he ran closer, he found that the faint light was actually a ball of light. An extremely dim ball of light. Why does this thing look so much like the thing that killed me? Looking at the strange ball of light, Lin Chongqing's face was full of black lines. Just before he rescued a child who fell into the cold river, he hadn't recovered from exhaustion when a shooting star suddenly fell from the sky and hit his face before he could react. Then, he came here. Before he completely lost consciousness, his eyes glanced at the murderer. That was not a real meteor, just a dim light. What is this? Lin Chongqing hesitated for a moment, carefully stretched out his hand, and pressed on the ball of light. Instantly, a faint light appeared in his eyes. After a moment, Lin Chongqing woke up from silence with a look of surprise. Lord God! This thing is actually the Lord God. This inconspicuous ball of light turned out to be a broken Lord God. To be more precise, it is a fragment of a Lord God. Lord God is a self-protection program of a certain high-dimensional universe. It can also be classified as a special system. Its purpose is to cultivate enough strong people in the way of raising Gu to deal with possible dimensional invasions. However, this cruel cultivation method is too hated. Often before the dimensional invasion occurs, the Lord God has been backfired by the King of Gu. The Lord God fragment that Lin Chongqing encountered is an unlucky guy who has been backfired. The will of this broken Lord God fragment has been completely shattered and has completely become a dead object. It can no longer issue tasks or exchange items. Now its only remaining function, in addition to traveling through the world, is fantasy embodiment. All kinds of commodities that can be exchanged in Lord God are all imitations of fantasy embodiment. However, the Lord God fragment, which is extremely energy deficient, can only materialize very limited items at the moment. Although it is a broken system, it is at least a plug-in. Lin Chongqing quickly flipped through the system log, took a step forward, and integrated his body with the light ball. The previous Lord God has died, and he wants to be the successor. First, even if most of the functions disappear, it still has great potential. Second, if he does not become the Lord God's successor, he can only wander alone in this reincarnation space until the end of time. Bind start. Progress 1%. Progress 5%. Progress 15%. Progress 50%. Progress 100%. Successor Lord God, binding successful. Buzz. In an instant, the dark filth that filled the field of vision gradually became clear. It seemed as if the endless small world had turned into a spacious platform. In the center of the huge platform, there was a huge amount of light ball hanging. It provided light to the entire platform like the setting sun. Although the hazy and soft light made the world a little dim, it was enough to dispel the darkness. Lin Chongqing looked around and was a little disappointed. What a boring world. The previous world was only darkness with no end in sight, and now the world only had a bare platform, and there was no surprising change. Lin Chongqing was tired of boredom, and he couldn't wait to go out and wash away the loneliness that stained his soul. But before that, he needed to be prepared. Lin Chongqing gave an order, "Scan the world you are in." After the Lord God was beaten to pieces, the fragment broke through the wall of the world, passed through one world after another, hit Lin Chongqing halfway, and took him through one world after another. Now, they have entered a new world. Before going to the new world, Lin Chongqing always had to figure out where he was sent. Hearing Lin Chongqing's order, the main god, who was left with only instinct, quickly extended his tentacles. Soon, the results came out. End of scanning. The world the main god is currently in is Marvel. Damn it. Lin Chongqing's face twitched slightly. Although the world of Marvel is wonderful, it is an ominous place. Before setting foot in this world full of dangers, he must first give himself some self-protection skills. Lin Chongqing thought for a moment and thought of a character. Search for the character, Iki. Build a character skill card. Iki is the Phoenix Bronze Saint in Saint SEIYA, a person who controls the Phoenix Flame and is close to the regenerative healing factor. Even the lowest bronze fighter, in the Marvel power system, should be classified as a planetary level combat force. Even if it is a head-on collision with the likes of Hulk, the gap between the two will definitely not be much different. As long as Iki's ability can be realized, at least in the early and middle stages of Marvel, he can have sufficient self-protection ability. However, with the remaining energy of the Lord God, it is very likely that he cannot fully materialize, so Lin Chongqing chose to construct a skill card. Even if he cannot completely contain Iki's power in himself, it is not bad to materialize the template first. After entering the Marvel world, he can find a way to collect energy and also complete the character card. The Marvel world is never short of high-level energy. Construction completed. Swish! A silver card appeared in front of him. Iki. From Saint SEIYA. Phoenix Constellation Bronze Saint SEIYA. Skill 1, Phoenix Wings Flying, the greatest secret of Phoenix Constellation. Skill 2, Phoenix Phantom Fist, the magic fist that shatters the spirit. Looking at the silver-white card, Lin Chongqing was itching. Unfortunately, these tempting abilities can only be viewed for now. Materialization begins. As Lin Chongqing's order came out, a line lit up on the progress bar, but the forward speed was extremely slow. Lin Chongqing stared until his eyes were dizzy. But he didn't see any progress. MMP, now that energy is scarce, it is useless to wait here, why not go out for a walk? He can't be so unlucky that he will encounter a disaster as soon as he goes out. If only I could get in touch with Tesseract, it would definitely greatly shorten the integrate time. With a head full of longing and expectation, Lin Chongqing exited the reincarnation space. Then, boom boom boom. Bang. Boom. Your uncle. Looking at the dark night sky, leading a bunch of robot soldiers, rushing towards the Iron Man in the distance, and the artillery shells that hit him, Lin Chongqing ran away speechlessly. Chapter 2, Going Out and Meeting Little Spider-Man. The timeline of this Marvel universe has obviously entered Iron Man 2. After Tony Stark became Iron Man, he faced 3 new problems: competition from Hammer Industries, revenge from his sworn enemy Yvonne, and his own palladium poisoning. At this time, Tony Stark, who found a way to save himself from the knowledge left by his father Howard, was driving a brand new iron armor and fighting a deadly battle with the robot army created by Ivan Vanko with the assets of Hammer Industries. In order to bomb the flying Iron Man, dozens of iron soldiers had no scruples, and various types of bullets and shells were flying around. For a while, Flushing seemed to have entered a war zone, with buildings being flattened from time to time, and people running around in fear. Although Lin Chongqing had a plug-in, he was still an ordinary person now. Facing the overwhelming shells, he could only run around with his head covered. Suddenly, his eyes paused. On the ground a few meters away, stood a thin child. The child was wearing an Iron Man toy helmet and holding a white laser light in his hand. Facing the ferocious Iron Soldier, the child seemed to have no fear. The Iron Man toy he was wearing seemed to turn him into a real Iron Man. Seeing an Iron Soldier rushing towards him, he actually raised the laser light and aimed it. The program Ivan set for the Iron Soldier was to destroy the Iron Man. At the moment he saw the child dressed as Iron Man, the attack program started running immediately. The machine gun on the Iron Soldier's shoulder moved down, and it was about to spit out flames. The real Iron Man dived and landed behind the little boy. Then a pulse cannon burst out, smashing half of the Iron Soldier's body. "Please take care of the child, okay?" Stark turned his head and glanced at Lin Chongqing, expressing his displeasure at his behavior of watching the naughty child. But at this time, he didn't care about nonsense. After muttering unhappily, he rushed into the air again and entangled with the rushing Air Force Iron Soldiers. Lin Chongqing curled his lips and muttered, "I know you will come to save people." He walked to the little boy, patted his helmet and said, "Kid, you are wearing such a helmet, aren't you afraid of attracting a bunch of monsters? Iron Man will protect me." The little boy said proudly as he looked at the tail light of Iron Man going away. "But he has too many enemies now, and he doesn't have much time to protect you." Lin Chongqing knocked on his helmet. "At this time, you should protect yourself so as not to distract your idol." The little boy thought for a while. "Okay, you are right." The little guy took off the toy helmet familiarly, revealing a childish face. "It's really little Spider-Man." Lin Chongqing looked at the little face and was a little surprised. Although there was news that the child rescued by Iron Man in Iron Man 2 was the future Spider-Man, he used to have some doubts. After all, the child's body looks too small. How old was the little Spider-Man at this time? The boy who was not yet little Spider-Man looked around and suggested, "We should find a place to hide and not distract Iron Man." "Don't tell me you came alone." Lin Chongqing responded casually, but his eyes slightly deviated and fell on the destroyed Iron Soldier. The Iron Soldier was destroyed, but the reactor on its chest was still intact. Isn't this a high-level energy? Although the palladium reactor designed by Ivan Vanko is still in its basic form, it is still a cold nuclear fusion that is beyond the times. You should know that even the first generation of arc reactor can output 3 billion joules of energy per second, which is almost equal to 26.28 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity. Even if Ivan used only semi-finished reactors when making these mechanical soldiers, the energy they released per second would be enough for the entire eastern country to use for a day and a half if converted into electricity. Such a rich advanced energy source should be able to give birth to material objects, right? After just a little thought, Lin Chongqing approached the Iron Soldier without any hesitation and put his hand on the reactor. The machine body that had just been blasted by the impact still had a scorching temperature. It burned painfully when he put his palm on it, but Lin Chongqing smiled. The degree of materialization rose rapidly from the basic 0.1% to 7% in an instant. Great! Lin Chongqing was overjoyed. This low-end version of the reactor really contained a lot of energy. The energy of just one reactor increased the materialization by 7%. And near the dilapidated Science and Technology Museum in front, there must be more than 20 aircraft wreckages. "What are you doing?" Little Peter came over and asked curiously. "I'm treating it." Lin Chongqing was talking nonsense and patted his little head. "Little guy, you should go find your family." Little Peter looked worried. "I got separated from Aunt May, I hope she didn't meet." Before he finished speaking, a call came from a distance. "Peter! It's Aunt May." Little Peter was happy, jumping and hopping to greet Aunt May. "Aunt May! I'm here." Soon, a sexy beauty with long brown hair came hurriedly from the corner, walked up to hug little Peter, and said with a worried face, "Oh my God, Peter, you shouldn't run around." Little Peter raised his helmet, pointed at the Iron Soldier next to him, and answered triumphantly, "Just now this guy wanted to attack me, it was Iron Man who saved me." "What?" Young Aunt May was frightened. "Let him go, looked up and down carefully, and asked in horror, "Are you injured?" "No, no." Little Peter waved his hand and said excitedly. Iron Man came quickly and knocked it down in one go. Before leaving, he asked him to take care of it. "Hey, where is he?" Although the young May was very attractive, Lin Chongqing didn't have time to stay here and listen to the family's gossip. At this time, he had already run to the steps of the Hammer exhibition hall, like a happy squirrel, looking for the reactor with light hands and feet. The steel soldiers designed by Yvonne are divided into several categories, including army soldiers who can only fight on land, navy soldiers who can fight on both land and sea, air force soldiers who can fight in flight, and marines who are responsible for landing operations. Now all the Air Force steel soldiers have taken off, chasing Iron Man all over the sky, and other types of steel soldiers have turned into anti-aircraft guns, standing on the steps in front of the exhibition hall, and using anti-aircraft machine guns to lock Iron Man in the sky and bombard him. But these guys are standing too densely, and Iron Man's dive just now killed 20 or 30 steel soldiers. When Lin Chongqing rushed over, the remaining steel soldiers were still raising their guns and shooting wildly, ignoring the people around them. What a happy harvest! Lin Chongqing turned into a hard-working little bee, and absorbed all the well-preserved reactors. In just 5 minutes, the materialization degree went from 7% to 100%. Lin Chongqing raised his finger, and a card appeared between his fingers. If I had known there was such an opportunity, I should have upgraded Icky's level from bronze to gold. He looked at the card with joy, and tucked his tongue greedily. The Icky he materialized at the moment was only a bronze saint. But looking at the entire Saint SEIYA, Icky soared from a bronze saint to the god level and wore the divine cloth. But in order to materialize the divine cloth, the energy required is estimated to drain the infinite gems. What he needs most now is the foundation of his life, and the bronze saint cloth is enough for the time being. Come on! Lin Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the card against his chest. Swish! With the sound of the light wind, the card instantly decomposed and poured into his body. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3, Saint Without Cloth. Lin Chongqing closed his eyes, and his uneasy heart gradually calmed down. The world perceived by the 5 senses gradually blurred, leaving only an illusory world. It was a small sea of stars, shining gently in the illusion, and forming an inexplicable balance with the fluctuations of his body. This was his small universe. What he had to do now was to ignite the small universe and let the power of the small universe work for him. To successfully ignite the small universe, one had to integrate self-consciousness into it. That is, the 6th sense representing the instinct of life was turned into a bomb and thrown into the small universe. Lin Chongqing slowly probed his 6th sense into the small sea of stars. This small universe looked very small from the outside, but after sinking consciousness into it, it suddenly became boundless. The small universe is also the universe. Its essence was originally no different from the large universe. Lin Chongqing controlled the bomb transformed by the 6th sense, flew towards the nearest star, and then could not wait to sink into the core. At that moment, his senses seemed to be covered with a heavy yoke. Burn, little universe! Lin Chongqing tensed his nerves and detonated the consciousness bomb. Boom! Instantly, the calm sea of stars seemed to come alive. As the first star changed its running state, the strong gravitational force that erupted caused other stars to begin to change. One after another, the stars quickly turned, and the state of the entire sea of stars was changing. In an instant, the originally disordered sea of stars evolved into a group of phoenix stars. At this moment, a burning breath evaporated from the inside out. Is this the phoenix fire? Lin Chongqing sensed the burning breath, and his face was full of excitement. But this smile soon froze on his face. He obtained the little universe of the Phoenix constellation, but no holy clothes. Damn! Lin Changqing's mouth twitched. It was only then that he suddenly remembered that the card just now did not seem to record the holy clothes. In other words, it was just a character card. Construct another set of holy clothes. Lin Changqing looked annoyed, wondering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to grab a bunch of energy sources and then manifest the Phoenix holy clothes. But this thought only flashed through his mind. Since he wanted to manifest holy clothes, why only one set? I wonder if Infinite Blade Works can project holy clothes. Lin Changqing's eyes lit up, and he opened the system without hesitation. Search for the character, SEIYA. Construct the character skill card. In a moment, the system message refreshed. Construction completed. Swish! A silver card appeared in front of him. SEIYA. From Fate. Magician. Skill 1, Strengthening Magic. Skill 2, Projection Magic. Skill 3, Unlimited Sword Making. Equipment, Distant Utopia, the scabbard of the Sword of Promised Victory, also known as Avalon. The holder will not age, and injuries will heal quickly. Lin Changqing is interested in unlimited sword making, which is an inherent barrier that contains the elements that form all swords, and can instantly copy and store weapons that the practitioner has seen. Although the copied weapons are basically related to swords, other types of weapons are not impossible to copy. But the magic power consumed will be greatly increased. Sacred cloth is both a protective gear and a weapon, so it should be possible to project it, right? As long as you integrate SEIYA's character card and obtain his exclusive magic unlimited sword making, you can obtain all the weapons he has materialized, and you can use this ability to copy the sacred clothes. If you encounter a weapon that suits your heart in the future, you can copy it again. Hey, this card actually comes with Avalon. Is it because Avalon is associated with SEIYA? Lin Changqing was a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it and started to materialize immediately. Looking at the progress bar that did not move, his eyelids could not help but twitch. Both are silver cards, and the materialization of SEIYA should be similar to Iki, right? After a few minutes of fierce fighting, Ivan's iron soldiers were less than 30 in stock. I just hope that Iron Man and War Machine move slowly and don't destroy all those arc reactors. Lin Changqing scratched his head. Now I need the Saint Cloth. It's not that he needs to rely on the Saint Cloth to block bullets, but to rely on the Saint Cloth to cover his face. He doesn't want his face to be posted in the newspapers. Lin Changqing brainstormed, and suddenly a light bulb flashed. Maybe, I can use the microcosm to materialize a temporary Saint Cloth. Sacred cloth materialization is a creation power that can only be comprehended by those with extremely high microcosm realms. It can create replicas of Saint Cloth. For example, Shun has materialized nebula chains to fight more than once without wearing the Saint Cloth. Shiryu has also used the same method to materialize the Libra shield to fight. This skill is extremely difficult, but the 5 little strong men can use it skillfully. Lin Changqing can completely use this method to materialize a set of Phoenix cloth. Try it. Lin Changqing concentrated his mind, burned the microcosm, let the Phoenix fire entangle, and turned into a phoenix that spread its wings and was about to fly. In an instant, the Phoenix cloth was completed. Ha! It really works. But, this seems to be the Phoenix in Legend of the Holy Land. Lin Changqing looked at the Phoenix and scratched his forehead. Forget it, it's enough for the time being. Come on! Lin Changqing shouted softly, and the microcosm expanded rapidly. The scorching microcosmic breath penetrated into the phantom of the holy clothes. In an instant, the illusory Phoenix cloth was awakened and responded with a touch of joy. Fight with me! Lin Changqing immediately used the microcosm to transmit his will into the holy clothes. Hearing his call, the Phoenix cloth immediately resonated with his microcosm. Clang clang clang! With the sound of metal collision, the Phoenix with its wings spread suddenly split into countless tiny parts, following the small universe that called it, and gradually approached. In an instant, the various parts of the phoenix cloth were tightly attached to Lin Changqing's body. At the moment when the cloth was attached to him, Lin Changqing only felt that the rotation of his small universe became smoother and smoother. This feeling is really wonderful. Lin Changqing shook his arms excitedly, and the headband suddenly changed into a metal helmet, with an eye mask popping out from the top, covering most of his face. And the purple crystals all over his body also lit up under the energy. The cloth in Legend of the Sanctuary will evolve into a helmet when in a fighting posture, which is much more reasonable than the original story. Lin Changqing looked up at the deep sky. Iron Man was still being chased, and the crackling sound of bullets was endless. I hope that guy will be gentle and leave me enough reactors. Lin Changqing stretched his legs and rushed to a height of 100 meters. Swish! The holy clothes opened a pair of metal wings, and the blazing wind and waves were rolled up. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 4, The Deal with Iron Man. All saints who have awakened their sixth sense are all powerful, and flying in the air is a basic skill. When Lin Changqing began to spread his wings and fly, he was still a little uncomfortable, but after just a few seconds, he was already very skilled in flying. The phoenix with a layer of firelight was like a meteor that broke through the sky, lightly cutting through the deep night sky. In an instant, it had caught up with the tail of the Iron Soldier. At this time, Iron Man was still racing in front, and 7 or 8 Iron Soldiers, led by War Machine, were chasing closely behind. Lin Changqing thought for a while, then suddenly accelerated forward, passing the Iron Soldiers and War Machine, and arrived at the side of Iron Man. He greeted casually as if he met an acquaintance while shopping, "Mr. Stark, hello." Stark was startled and asked hurriedly, "Hey, kid, which company's product is this?" The holy clothes in Legend of the Sanctuary have a bit of mechanical feeling. At first glance, Stark thought it was another knockoff. Lin Changqing did not answer but asked, "Mr. Stark, I will help you deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. 10 million is not too much, right? He has just arrived, so he has to earn some living expenses. Ah, in addition to living expenses, he also needs a legal identity." Lin Changqing added, "Also, help me get a legal identity." Stark's mouth twitched, "Are you a stowaway?" Lin Changqing, "Well, kind of." He is indeed a stowaway, but not a national stowaway, but a space stowaway. Stark thought for a while and said, "In addition to the war machine behind, if you can deal with those steel soldiers, I can pay you $10 million and give you an absolutely legal identity." The properties of the steel battlesuit far exceed those of the steel soldiers. No matter how many steel soldiers there are, he doesn't care. But Yvonne modified the built-in system of the war machine and controlled the war machine by remote operation. If it weren't for protecting the safety of his good friend Rhodes, how could he be chased by a group of steel soldiers? If Lin Changqing can help him deal with those steel soldiers, he will also be able to find a chance to subdue War Machine and free his good friend who was trapped inside. Deal. Lin Changqing made an OK gesture, and flight speed suddenly stagnated. At the moment when his movement speed paused, War Machine had already flown past at high speed, and the steel soldiers next to War Machine rushed forward from his side. At this moment, Lin Changqing's hand knife lightly slashed. Swish! The body made of high-grade alloy was cut like tofu. The reactor installed in the chest was pulled out skillfully by Lin Changqing. The steel soldier who lost energy immediately fell down. The first one. Absorbing the energy of the reactor, Lin Changqing hummed happily. The energy required to materialize the SEIYA card is less than that of the EPUB card. The energy provided by a reactor can only increase the materialization degree by 5%. In other words, at least 20 steel soldiers are needed. Lin Changqing looked at the iron soldiers in front of him and was a little dissatisfied. Only 8. Oh, that's right. There seem to be a few more on the exhibition stand. Solve it as soon as possible. Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, and the 3 tail feathers behind him suddenly extended infinitely. The chain made of 3 phoenix tail feathers caught up with the iron soldiers in front in a blink of an eye, and then intertwined up and down into a large net, wrapping up all the iron soldiers. Come back to me. Lin Chongqing's body suddenly fell down, pulling 8 iron soldiers with him, and fell to the ground from midair. The heavy shock caused by the high-speed fall from the air caused chaos in the programs of the iron soldiers. Without waiting for those programs to stabilize again, Lin Chongqing's figure flashed repeatedly, as if picking fruits from a tree, and took down several reactors. Mr. Stark, the service you want has been completed. I hope to prepare the reward as soon as possible. I may go to get it at any time. Lin Chongqing waved to the Iron Man who was going away, and issued a notice by telepathy. Iron Man was startled again, looked around, and said in surprise, J.A.R.V.I.S, where is the guy with wings? J.A.R.V.I.S, the gentleman is currently 300 meters away. He has dealt with those iron soldiers. Stark always felt something was strange, and after thinking for a while, he asked again, did he use remote communication just now? J.A.R.V.I.S, no remote communication was received. Stark looked strange, but I clearly heard him talking. J.A.R.V.I.S was silent for a moment, no remote communication was received. Stark thought, does he have psychic powers? Tony, be careful. I'm about to fire at you. Before Rhodes's urgent reminder fell, the Vulcan cannon on War Machine's shoulder began to spit out long flames. Iron Man hurriedly made a maneuver to change track and avoid the incoming high-explosive bombs. At this moment, War Machine suddenly accelerated and pounced on Iron Man. The 2 iron armors were entangled, falling like meteorites, splashing a large amount of mud. That is, the place where they fell at this moment was located in the spacious Central Park, otherwise it would definitely cause heavy casualties. When Tony Stark and his good friend were sweet in Central Park, Lin Chongqing had already returned to the expo. Unfortunately, there were only a pile of iron soldiers' wreckage left here, and he had already looted these wreckages before. Those iron soldiers who were still well preserved have now disappeared. This is not good. Lin Chongqing looked at the sky in the distance, and beams of plasma streams dotted the darkness with stars. It seems that the final battle of Iron Man 2 has reached the final moment. Because Black Widow broke into Hammer Industries, Yvonne knew that he could no longer operate remotely, so he directly activated all the iron soldiers and went to the park to collectively beat up Iron Man. We have closed the subway line 7. When your colleagues arrive, please ask them to guard the east, south and west exits. Okay, we have sent buses to take people to the operating routes. Ms. Potts, do you want to leave with us? No, I want to wait until everyone is dispersed. Pepper Potts had just handed Justin Hammer over to the police, and at the moment was discussing how to evacuate the people surrounded by a large group of police. But soon, her voice was suppressed by a cry of surprise. Who are you? Put it down, take off the battle suit, hold your head and squat. Hurry up and squat. A group of policemen stared at Lin Chongqing, and the pistols that had just been put into the gun bag were loaded again. Aiming at him tremblingly. You, who are you? Pepper was also frightened, and asked with a trembling voice, are you also Justin Hammer's men? Lin Chongqing rolled his eyes, flapped his wings, and chased in the air, disappearing in an instant. When Pepper saw it, she hurriedly called, Tony, there is a strange steel soldier heading your way. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5, Whip Rope Admission. The battle between Iron Man and Whiplash lasted very short. Lin Chongqing had to walk as fast as possible, otherwise he wouldn't even get to drink soup when he arrived. However, even though he reacted quickly, he was still a second late when he arrived at the battlefield. Lin Chongqing had just flown to the area above the park when he heard Stark's shout. "Rod, get down!" After Black Widow invaded Hammer Industries, he used Ivan's remote device to restart the War Machine system. At this time, War Machine was already controlled by Rod. As soon as the unlucky Rod took back control, the two were surrounded by Iron Soldiers. Fortunately, whether it was Iron Man or War Machine, both of their armors were far superior to those of the Iron Soldiers. The two top iron armors could always have the upper hand against a group of Iron Soldiers. Then, the impatient Iron Man, too lazy to entangle with the soldiers, simply threw a big move. After reminding War Machine to bend down, red beams burst out from Iron Man's two iron fists. This is a cutting beam composed of ultra-high temperature lasers. Even a steel battlesuit made of super alloy cannot withstand the cutting beam, let alone these cheap soldiers. Iron Man rotated his waist and cut the two beams in a perfect circular shape. The next moment, all the surrounding steel soldiers were split in half. The arc reactor was damaged and the steel soldiers were shut down. Rhodes turned his head to look at the horrible results and complained, "You should use this trick first next time." Although he had a great time just now, it is also dangerous to be fired by dozens of machine guns, okay? "Sorry, this trick can only be used once." Stark said sorry in an unapologetic tone while removing the launcher on his fist. Such a high-power laser cutting can consume more than half of the energy with just one use. He was going to use it as a killer. If it weren't for the strong firepower, he would definitely not show it here. At this time, Stark received a call from Pepper. "Tony, there's a strange Iron Soldier heading your way." "Strange Iron Soldier?" Stark looked up at the sky and saw Lin Chongqing with a dark face. "Oh, no." Lin Chongqing was wearing a mask, so he could only see his chin. "Don't worry, this shouldn't be an enemy." Stark laughed and hung up Pepper's phone. "Hey, kid, I'm going to deduct your wages, you didn't complete the mission." He pointed at the remains of the Iron Soldiers and proudly announced, "Most of these bastards from the Hammer Group were dealt with by me." "Thank you." Lin Chongqing's face was dark. That BD just wiped out all his gains. Where can he get the remaining energy of Emi Yashiro card? Lin Chongqing turned his sight and aimed at the reactor on Iron Man's chest. The energy contained in his new reactor is at least 3 to 5 times more than that of the Iron Soldier's poor version reactor, right? His arc reactor can be equivalent to 5 or 6 poor version reactors. How about looting Iron Man? I was just kidding." Stark didn't know if his perception was bad or he was really joking. He coughed and changed his words, "You helped me get rid of the group of soldiers chasing me. You have helped me a lot. I promised you a big reward." "Stark, who is this?" At the moment Black Widow was watching what was happening here through the computer and through War Machine's eyes. Lin Chongqing suddenly entered the battlefield, alerting the female agent. Stark curled his lips, "You should ask him about this." Wait, there is an Iron Soldier flying towards you. This one looks different, the energy index is particularly high." Black Widow, who was observing through the Hammer network, saw that there was a new situation and hurriedly spoke to remind her. Before she finished speaking, Iron Man and War Machine had already looked up at the night sky above. The bright indicator light dispelled the darkness, and an oversized iron armor fell rapidly from mid-air. Boom! The oversized iron armor landed, causing a large splash of water. Ka! The large armor stood firm, and the helmet opened automatically, revealing Ivan's unruly face. "It's good to be back." Ivan glanced at the three enemies, his face full of disdain. He had already studied the battle suits of Iron Man and War Machine in depth, and only Lin Chongqing, who suddenly appeared, was surprised by the battlesuit. Well, that is to say, he only put the observation window on the War Machine in front of him. When the Iron Soldier was destroyed, he could only see a green dot turn red. If he saw how Lin Chongqing dismantled the Iron Soldier through the Iron Soldier's eyes, he would definitely not be so careless now. The situation is not good. War Machine muttered. Before, he played a chase battle with Iron Man in the air, and the fierce battle just now, and the ammunition carried by his battle suit was almost gone. And Iron Man, who was playing the energy cannon, consumed most of his energy after cutting the beam once. In such a bad state, facing such a strong enemy, their situation was simply terrible. Hee hee. Whip sneered and shook his arms. Jalala. 2 titanium whips filled with high-voltage electric current were ejected from Whip Wire's left and right hands. Let me use ex-wife to kill him. War Machine remembered the missiles that Hammer boasted to him, and stepped in front of Iron Man. The ex-wife he was talking about was the most powerful weapon that Hammer had added to the battle suit when he modified it, a small Sidewinder missile, which was said to be powerful enough to blow up a bunker. Stark didn't understand for a moment, with what? Ex-wife. War Machine held his head high, and the missile launcher on his shoulder began to spin rapidly. Bayou. The ex-wife was launched from War Machine's shoulder, and then it hit the chest of Whiplash, who was full of sarcasm, and then fell from the air like a dud. Hammer didn't tell you that it needs a certain acceleration and a sufficient distance to explode, otherwise it will become a dud. Stark's eyelids twitched, and he looked speechless. Besides, Hammer's Sidewinder missile is a piece of trash, and you actually used his weapon. War Machine silently put away the launcher and muttered, "It's not that I want to use his weapon, but the military forced me to install his weapon. Tony Stark, let the world see how fragile you are." Yvonne roared, his helmet suddenly closed, and then he accelerated, waving the electric whip in his hand, sweeping towards the 3 people. Iron Man moved to avoid the electric whip and shouted to Lin Chongqing, "Mysterious boy, do you have a way to deal with him?" If Lin Chongqing has no way, he can only use his ultimate move. That ultimate move only has one chance. If they can't kill the opponent after using it, they will definitely die. Definitely. Lin Chongqing just took a wrong step and avoided the incoming electric whip. He waved his hand nonchalantly, "You two stay away. I'm afraid I'll kill you too." Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6 Phoenix spreads its wings. Lin Chongqing almost forgot about it before. Iron Man used laser cutting once, and the fierce battle before, the energy of the reactor has been consumed by more than half. On the contrary, Whiplash, who had just entered the field, was still in full energy. Even if the reactor used by Whiplash was still the old version of palladium, the energy contained in the full palladium reactor must be far greater than the new reactor that has been consumed by more than half. In addition, this guy is a villain, so naturally he will be robbed without negotiation. Rod, get out of the way first. For some reason, Stark has an inexplicable confidence in this mysterious boy. At the moment, since the other party was so sure and determined to fight the Whiplash armor alone, Stark decided to follow his heart and take his good friend to avoid it first. Whiplash's electric whip dance was fierce, but it was difficult to catch the sparrow. 2 small steel battle suits, with a few delicate moves, avoided the scurrying electric whips and got into the woods not far away. Whipsuo shouted angrily and was about to step forward to chase him, but Lin Chongqing stepped sideways and blocked him. "Boy, you are looking for death." Whipsuo whipped him without hesitation. His 2 titanium whips with high voltage can almost be regarded as the beggar's version of cutting beams. Whether it is trees, boulders, or metal gun barrels, they will all be cut by a whip. Now he whipped down with this fierce whip, just to split the opponent in half. However, when the metal whip with flashing electric light was about to fall on Lin Chongqing's head, a blazing flame suddenly rose. In a flash, the upper half of the metal whip turned into red iron juice. "What's going on?" Whipsuo was not only shocked. He hurriedly retracted half of the long whip to check, but found that the fire was still there, and it was spreading rapidly along the remaining half towards the battlesuit. Not good. Whipsuo was quick-witted and shot out the remaining whip without thinking. The flame fell on the ground, still showing no sign of extinguishing. However, in a short time, the ordinary gravel actually crystallized. Whipsuo was stunned, looked up at Lin Chongqing, but couldn't help but pause. At the moment, the Iron Warrior with a rather novel appearance was actually wrapped in extremely strong flames. You should have no regrets dying under the fire of the phoenix. Lin Chongqing sighed in a rather middle school way, and then spread his arms, like a divine bird spreading its wings to fly. The next moment, all the flames around him quickly gathered upwards and turned into a fire phoenix in an instant. Phoenix wings, soaring. The huge fire phoenix opened its mouth and screamed, flapped its wings suddenly, and rushed towards the standing Whipsuo with flames all over the sky. The extremely blazing flames covered the sky and wrapped the Whipsuo in it, rushing out a smooth road towards the distance of the forest. When the flames were completely extinguished, the Whipsuo had disappeared. At the same time, dozens of acres of forest disappeared. Not only the trees disappeared, but also the grass on the ground, the birds and animals on the trees, all disappeared. Iron Man, War Machine, and Black Widow, who was watching from a distance, all widened their eyes. Lin Chongqing's figure floated down from midair, patted Iron Man on the shoulder, and reminded him, solved. Stark blinked, and suddenly felt his lips a little dry. After a long while, he said, "Where is Ivan Vanko?" Of course he turned into ashes with his battle suit. Lin Chongqing pointed to the bear park, and suddenly felt embarrassed. "Well, I'm helping you solve the problem, so you should bear the consequences, right?" He didn't need to use a big move to kill a mere whip rope. But he wanted to remove the energy source of the whip, and did not want S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military to know, so he used overwhelming flames to block the view of all observers, and then took the opportunity to dismantle the reactor. "Oh. Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Stark replied dryly. "It's just a central park, he can buy it as a playground, don't worry about it at all. What's worth thinking about now is that this kid can easily burn the titanium alloy battlesuit into molten iron with a fire. If he encounters such an enemy in the future, how should he deal with it?" Rhodes came over and asked curiously, "Little guy, are you a mutant?" No." Lin Chongqing was surprised. "There are mutants in this Marvel world? It seems that this is not the 616 universe." Rhodes was even more surprised after hearing this. "Then it was your battlesuit that set fire just now." Lin Chongqing said, "It was definitely me who set the fire." Rhodes rolled his eyes. "Then you still say it's not a mutant?" Lin Chongqing said unhappily, "Who said that those who use superpowers must be mutants?" Rhodes thought about it and was a little unsure. "I have heard that some people have encountered special environments and have been lucky enough to have genetic mutations and have acquired superpowers similar to mutants, but I have never heard of any genetic mutants who have superpowers at your level." Stark waved his hand and said, "Okay, the trouble at the exhibition hall is not over yet, we have to go back quickly." He turned his head to look at Lin Chongqing and asked, "Boy, I haven't asked your name yet." "Lin Chongqing, my last name is Linear." "Then I will call you Linear." Stark nodded, and changed his tone, "Are you going back with me to get the reward, or will you come to me to get the money when you have time?" Lin Chongqing thought for a while, "I have nowhere to go now, so I'll wait at your house." "Okay. But I have to go to the expo first to see Pepper. You can go to the Stark building first. J.A.R.V.I.S will open the door for you." "Oh, J.A.R.V.I.S is my smart butler, you can ask him for any needs you have." Stark waved his hand, and the particle flow under his feet spewed, driving him to rush away. War Machine naturally didn't waste any words, nodded to Lin Chongqing, and flew away from Central Park. Stark building. Lin Chongqing touched his chin and turned his head to look at the lights in the distance. "This is Manhattan Island, and the tallest building is the Stark building. However, Stark has just moved the main body of the group from Los Angeles to New York, and the Stark building at the moment is not the same shape as in the Avengers Alliance. Then, let's go take a look first. After making up his mind, Lin Chongqing immediately spread his wings and flapped them to fly straight over. He did not go through the main entrance below, but landed on the rooftop. This rooftop is being renovated and many equipment are being installed to help Stark take off his battlesuit. Lin Chongqing took off his battlesuit without help. He walked curiously along the way and heard J.A.R.V.I.S.S. greeting. "Mr. Lin, please come in." The tightly closed bulletproof glass door was lightly opened to both sides, revealing a luxurious hall. J.A.R.V.I.S. "Hello." Lin Chongqing greeted politely, walked into the door leisurely, and looked around curiously. J.A.R.V.I.S. asked gently, "I wonder what Mr. Lin would like to drink." "Tea." Lin Chongqing thought about it and took off his battlesuit. The decomposed battlesuit parts automatically condensed into shape. The battlesuit box appeared again and swallowed the holy clothes. He didn't know if there would be danger again, so he couldn't let the holy clothes dissipate at this moment. The robot brought tea. Lin Chongqing found a sofa to sit down, picked up the teacup, and said, J.A.R.V.I.S. "Help collect news about mutant, I want to see it." J.A.R.V.I.S. "Okay, sir. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points." Chapter 7 Phil Coulson. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s work efficiency is excellent, and a lot of information was collected in a blink of an eye. Lin Chongqing flipped through a lot of news and soon had some basic understanding of the situation of mutants in this world. Why is the background of mutants in this world so similar to Wolverine 3? He turned the pages of news and muttered to himself. The mutants in this Marvel world are not as annoying as the old version. On the contrary, because X-Men took the superhero route, people basically maintained a positive attitude towards the existence of mutants. But in the early 20th century, the number of mutants born suddenly dropped sharply. And Professor X, who was nearly 100 years old, suddenly went crazy for some reason, and his rampant psychokinesis killed a large number of mutants. Since then, X-Men have disappeared. Now, as representatives of Xavier's school, there are only a few young mutants left. The young generation of X-Men, led by Colossus, are far inferior to the old generation of X-Men in terms of strength and charm. The number of mutants has dropped significantly, and the image of X-Men has suffered a heavy blow. Coupled with the long-term deliberate downplaying by the official, the mutants, once a star group, have become a story in comics in this era. Nowadays, the younger generation reads mutant comics almost like reading mythological stories. Such a story background is very close to Wolverine 3. However, the story of Wolverine 3 takes place in 2029, while the timeline of this world is still in 2010. Who cares? It has nothing to do with me anyway. Lin Chongqing curled his lips and waved to turn off the projection. He is not mutant, and what mutant becomes has little to do with him. He is just curious about mutants' information. Suddenly, the voice of Jarvis rang. "Mr. Lin, an agent is here to visit." Lin Chongqing was startled. "Visiting Stark?" "No, he's visiting you." The door of the exclusive elevator opened, revealing a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look. This is naturally the famous Marvel Rookie Village Chief, the current S.H.E.L.D.7 level agent, and the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Phil Coulson. Lin Chongqing drank tea and said, "I thought it would be Black Widow." Phil Coulson's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he smiled and said, "Sorry, Black Widow is currently helping Mr. Stark to deal with the troubles caused by Hammer Industries. If Mr. Lin is interested, I can help pass a message to Black Widow and ask her to take some time to meet with you." Lin Chongqing said lightly, Her poisonous spider is essentially no different from you, a smiling tiger. Mr. Lin seems to be very familiar with us, but I think you seem to have some misunderstandings about us. Phil Coulson looked serious. We belong to the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Although we are doing agent work, the purpose of all our work is to protect the world. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chongqing raised his hand to stop him, and said with a little sarcasm, "Believe me, I know better than you what your specific purpose is." Without waiting for Phil Coulson to speak, Lin Chongqing changed his voice and said, "So, what is the purpose of Phil Coulson's agent coming to the door?" Phil Coulson coughed dryly and replied, "Our Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." Hearing the long and ugly name, Lin Chongqing was a little impatient and said directly, "You can use the abbreviation." Okay. Phil Coulson shrugged. The official name is indeed a bit long, we are used to calling it SHIELD. Lin Chongqing waved his hand, "Continue." Phil Coulson nodded and continued, SHIELD is a special force formed by the International Security Council to deal with various bizarre events. We must keep detailed records of all people with extraordinary abilities and energy-rich objects in the world. Lin Chongqing sneered, "Then what?" Phil Coulson was puzzled, "What then? What happens after the record?" Lin Chongqing raised his finger, and a flash of fire popped out from his fingertips. The fire and the synthesis fireball jumped between his fingers. He sneered, "After recording, will you either join SHIELD or be imprisoned in a superpower prison and spend the rest of your life there?" Phil Coulson still had a smile on his face. "If the superpower is willing not to use ability in public in the future, we will set him free. Just keep under surveillance on a daily basis." Lin Chongqing glanced at him and said lightly, "If I don't want to obey your orders, will you call the helpers below and rush up to give me a few rounds of bullets?" He didn't believe that Phil Coulson, a high-level agent, would come alone as a lobbyist. In all likelihood, it's just like Black Widow lobbying Dr. Banner. On the surface, she is a weak woman, but in fact, there is a whole special forces waiting outside. As long as there is something wrong, the special forces will show up and bombard the target. It's a pity that Lin Chongqing has just integrated the Iki card and his application of the microcosm is very rough. Otherwise, he can find all the guys with bad intentions by just sweeping the god's telekinesis down. "Mr. Lin, don't get me wrong. They are just my bodyguards." Phil Coulson said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin's superpowers are so strong that even Iron Man can." "What's wrong with me?" The glass door of the rooftop opened, and Stark walked in. Phil Coulson smiled bitterly and greeted him, "Mr. Stark." Stark's face was very dark, and he ignored him at all, but asked J.A.R.V.I.S, J.A.R.V.I.S, "Why can he enter here?" J.A.R.V.I.S replied, "Sir, I'm afraid my program has been rewritten." Phil Coulson supported his forehead and said helplessly, "We just found a security vulnerability in the program of your private elevator." Stark snorted and said loudly, J.A.R.V.I.S, "Start self-checking." "Okay, sir." J.A.R.V.I.S fell silent. Stark lifted his mask and glared at Phil Coulson, "Are you still not leaving?" Faced with this old man, Phil Coulson had no choice but to turn his head and said to Lin Chongqing, "Mr. Lin, I will inform Black Widow, she may come to visit you." Lin Chongqing raised his eyebrows, "Scare me." Phil Coulson shook his head and said, No, I just think Mr. Lin has a big misunderstanding about our SHIELD. Natasha Romanoff is eloquent and may help us clarify it." He paused for a moment and added, "In addition, the main purpose of my visit this time is not to record Mr. Lin's superpowers, but to send you an invitation on the order of the director." "Oh, Mr. Stark should know what that invitation is." Stark frowned and said nothing. Nick Fury's invitation was naturally the Avengers' plan. Stark had already seen the plan, but did not intend to accept the invitation. Goodbye, both of you." Phil Coulson smiled slightly and turned away. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 New Transaction. Phil Coulson left. Stark gestured to Lin Chongqing, walked into the laboratory, and took off the steel battlesuit. He went into the bathroom to wash off the sweat stains, and walked out refreshed. The invitation that guy mentioned. Stark sat on the sofa and wanted to tell Lin Chongqing about the plan mentioned by Phil Coulson. But he was stopped by Lin Chongqing as soon as he opened his mouth. "Avengers, I know." Stark was a little surprised. "This is a top-secret plan of SHIELD, how do you know?" Lin Chongqing said, "As a matter of course, I know a lot of things, more than that black salted egg." "Oh." Stark took a sip of the fine wine in the glass, held it in his mouth for a while, and then swallowed it comfortably. During this period, in order to relieve palladium poisoning, he could only drink chlorophyll juice, which almost made him sick. Now that the big problem has been solved, he can finally drink a glass of wine. Well, he is deeply skeptical of Lin Chongqing's self-proclaimed know-it-all, and what is a black salted egg? Stark brainstormed this question and saw the holy suitcase next to the sofa. He asked curiously, "Jarvis, what is this?" Lin Chongqing answered, "My holy suit." Stark blinked, "Holy suit?" Lin Chongqing drank his drink and gave a more prepared answer, "Holy battlesuit." "Holy battlesuit." Stark became interested and looked at Lin Chongqing, "Are you from a certain sect?" Lin Chongqing curled his lips, "It is called the Holy Battlesuit. Hell is related to God, but it does not mean that I believe in God." "God?" Stark looked disdainful. He is a scientist who only believes in himself and does not believe in any God. Lin Chongqing raised his lips and chuckled, "Let me remind you that the gods you have heard of basically exist. They are all early life forms evolved from the vitality of the earth. Each of them has powerful strength. At least with your current battle suit, you can only kneel down and get beaten when facing them. The current steel battle suit is only Mark 6, and its various performances are far from perfect. It is estimated that it can't even beat Loki, Sif, and the 3 warriors of Asgard, let alone facing Thor's level." Stark obviously didn't believe it and sneered, "I think you said it the other way around. Even if there are gods in this world, they can only run away in front of powerful modern weapons." Lin Chongqing shook his head, "You will definitely meet gods in the future. I hope that time, you can still have the confidence you have now." Stark looked at him, thought for a while and said, "Are you serious?" Lin Chongqing looked calm, "Definitely." Stark drank his wine and suddenly sat up straight and asked, "Since all gods exist, why is the current order of the earth determined by humans?" Lin Chongqing raised his chin and said sarcastically, "Because they met a guy they couldn't afford to offend. That guy had a sword that could kill gods. No god could withstand the attack of the sword. For this reason, those gods dared not stay on Earth anymore. They went to the upper space and jointly built a magnificent city of gods, and then hid there to eat, drink and have fun together. Thor was able to fight the god-killer Ger with courage. Zeus had a stronger power than Thor, but he only dared to hide in the city of gods with a group of descendants. Those so-called gods are not even as good as humans. The god-killing sword." Stark's eyes lit up, "What kind of sword is made of that can scare the gods like little chicks?" Lin Chongqing said with a sigh, "That sword is a divine sword condensed by the evil ancient god Nar, who extracted the dark power in the universe. There is only one in the entire universe, so you don't have to covet it. It's as real as it is." Stark rolled his eyes, raised his hand to summon the projection, and swiped it a few times. "Your legal identity has been prepared, and your reward," he said, throwing out a card. "The money is all in this card. To apply for a legal identity, $10 million of funds is just a drizzle for him, a top rich man, and he can do it with a wave of his hand. Lin Chongqing took the bank card, thought for a while and said, "Mr. Stark, I think you should have a private island in your name, right?" Stark didn't understand. "Definitely, what are you going to do?" Lin Chongqing put away the bank card and said calmly, "I want to use a message to find you to exchange for a private island." He wants to settle down here, in order to avoid trouble as much as possible. Naturally, a private island is best. However, he only has $10 million in funds now, and he probably can't get the one he wants. But Tony Stark must have a suitable island under his name. Stark was stunned and laughed. "What kind of news is worth an island?" The price of private islands varies greatly. The low-end ones are only a few $100,000, and the high-end ones are at least hundreds of millions of dollars. The island under his name is naturally the most valuable. Stark, who has a big family and a lot of money, doesn't care about the price. He just doesn't want to be fooled by others. For others, this news is indeed worthless, but it is definitely worth it for you. Lin Chongqing shook the teacup, and the rising hot steam covered his bright eyes. Stark was silent for a moment, drank the remaining wine in the glass, and said unhappily, "If your information really makes me feel valuable, the Dark Island on the St. Lawrence River will belong to you." There is a Dark Island on the St. Lawrence River between Ontario and New York. It was originally a private hunting resort for Frederick Bowen, president of Singer's Sewing Machine Company. It was bought by Stark at a high price a few years ago. It is the best choice to escape the hustle and bustle of the city. Stark will stay there for a while from time to time. If the information provided by Lin Chongqing is really valuable, he doesn't mind giving him the holiday island. Deal. Lin Chongqing's expression became serious. "The news I want to tell you is related to the death of your parents." Stark's expression changed, and he couldn't help but say, "My parents' death." Lin Chongqing said calmly, "Whether it is the police or S.H.I.E.L.D, they told you that your parents were in a car accident, right?" Stark frowned. "That's right." Lin Chongqing said leisurely, "But in fact, they were not hit by a car, but beaten to death." "What?" Stark stood up. Lin Chongqing said lightly, "The person who killed your parents is an old friend of your father." "Who?" Stark asked impatiently. Lin Chongqing said calmly, "His previous name was Bucky Barnes, and his name after brainwashing was Winter Soldier." Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, Dark Island. Dark Island. This world-famous private island does not have tropical jungles or white sandy beaches. Its fame comes from the old castle on the island. The history here is long, but it is only 100 years old. It was originally built to provide a temporary place for families to stay when hunting games. After Stark bought the island, he carried out some modern transformation. Under the guidance of Pepper, after a rough tour, Lin Chongqing expressed his satisfaction. In Tony's eyes, the real cause of Howard's death is more important than most of his wealth. Lin Chongqing just wanted an island. How could he choose to refuse? Moreover, he not only gave the Dark Island as a gift, but also made a smart brain for him according to Lin Chongqing's wishes. The electronic facilities within the Stark family and the group are all managed by JARVIS. Since the Dark Island was given to Lin Chongqing, it would naturally be out of the control of JARVIS. Ordinary people cannot use those high-tech electronic facilities by hand, so Lin Chongqing specially asked Stark to give him a set of intelligent brain to manage it. Stark's intelligent brain system is naturally more than one JARVIS. However, after years of system renovation and upgrade, J.A.R.V.I.S is definitely the most advanced one. Stark will not give J.A.R.V.I.S away, so he selected a set from the preserved intelligent brains, made some detailed modifications, and gave it to Pepper to bring along. As soon as Pepper entered the castle, she installed the new intelligent brain. At this time, she was taking Lin Chongqing to visit the airport on the island. There are several small planes parked in the not-so-large airport. These are high-end short-distance planes used to travel to and from New York. If Mr. Lin knows how to fly an airplane, all these planes can be left to you. Pepper pointed to the planes and confirmed to Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing thought for a moment and pointed to the pier not far away. Just leave me a yacht, and all these planes can be driven away. He can fly by himself, so he doesn't need a plane at all. As for leaving a yacht, when he's bored, he can go fishing in the sea. Okay. Little Pepper wrote down Lin Chongqing's request, and then directed the staff he brought to clean up the planes here. They not only have to clean up the airport, but also the inside of the castle. This island not only has a large castle, but also a large number of towers and secret passages. It's not an easy task to clean them up. If Lin Chongqing wasn't in a hurry to move in, Little Pepper would definitely arrange people to clean up for 3 or 5 days in a row. Lin Chongqing glanced at the cleaners who came with him, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Among these guys, at least 30% are malicious people. Oh, it's estimated that some are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and the rest are Hydra agents. Damn, Black Braised Egg doesn't want to have an easy life, right? Lin Chongqing frowned slightly, waved his hand to stop those who wanted to enter the castle, and said to Pepper, "Ms. Pepper, don't bother so much, I can clean it myself." Pepper didn't understand, and hurriedly said, "This castle is not small, you alone." Lin Chongqing smiled and said, "Don't worry, there is Maria to help you." Maria is the intelligent brain given by Stark. This name doesn't suit his mind, and he will have to change it later. Lin Chongqing continued, "Besides, I don't have much to do. It's just right to take this opportunity to get familiar with the environment of the new home." Since he insisted on cleaning by himself, Pepper naturally couldn't say much, so he gestured to the assistant. After the original assistant Black Widow left, the young assistant who had just taken over immediately waved to the cleaners and asked them to go back to the yacht and wait. The cleaners looked at each other and could only hold their own tools and honestly return to the yacht. At this moment, Lin Chongqing's little universe suddenly burned. This time, the burning of the microcosm is not to enhance the phoenix fire, but to strengthen the spirit. The spiritual power awakened by the sixth sense microcosm may not be comparable to Professor X's psychokinesis, but the hypnotic ability is still no problem for a group of ordinary people. He only needs to make a small request and teach that black salted egg a lesson. Oh, in addition to the black salted egg, there is also Pierce. They made Lin Chongqing unhappy, and he also wants to make them unhappy. While the powerful spiritual power swept like a hurricane, making everyone depressed, Lin Chongqing immediately flew out and whispered a few words in front of several agents. The next moment, everyone's mind became clear. That moment of drowsiness did not make them alert. The cleaners still returned honestly, and the assistant directed the pilots they brought to fly small planes into the air. Pepper asked, "Mr. Lin, is there anything else I can help you with?" Lin Chongqing smiled, "Nothing for now, thank you, Ms. Pepper." Pepper smiled faintly, "You are Tony's friend and a guest of the Stark Group. It is my job to satisfy you. If you need help in the future, you can let Maria notify me." She didn't know what kind of deal was made between Lin Chongqing and Tony, but just from Stark's performance, she knew that Lin Chongqing must be a very important person. For important people, she deserves to be treated with caution. Okay. Lin Chongqing pointed at the castle, "But Ms. Pepper, I think you are going to forget the name Maria." "I'm going to change her name." Pepper was not surprised and smiled, "Maria is the name of Tony's mother. I definitely can't forget it, but I will definitely remember the new name of your AI very clearly." "Well, what name do you want to change for her?" Lin Chongqing didn't think about it and said, "Just call her Phoenix." The character card he initially materialized was Iki of Phoenix. This newly acquired AI must be called Phoenix. Pepper looked at the holy cloth box carried by Lin Chongqing. The pattern on the surface of the metal box was Phoenix. She couldn't help laughing and said, "It seems that you really like Phoenix." Lin Chongqing laughed, "I am the Saint SEIYA of Phoenix, so I naturally like Phoenix. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, Emiya Shiro's Magic. Pepper is gone. On the huge dark island, only Lin Chongqing is left. He exhaled happily and went to the soft chair by the sea. Then, he took out the reactor of Whiplash. Yesterday in the Stark building, under the surveillance of JARVIS, he never found the time to drain this reactor. Now he finally has time. The energy contained in the Whiplash reactor is richer than he expected. If the energy contained in the beggar version of the Iron Soldier's reactor is 1, then the energy contained in the arc reactor designed by Whiplash is 8. Lin Chongqing has already absorbed 8 amounts of energy, and now he only needs to absorb 2 more amounts of energy to materialize Shiro Emiya. However, after materializing Shiro Emiya, he did not choose to stop. The Lord God not only needs energy to materialize cards, but also energy to open the door to the world. 8 points of energy should be enough to open a door to the world. After draining the energy of the arc reactor, Lin Chongqing did not focus on the gate of the world first, but immersed himself in studying Emiya's ability. Magic. Lin Chongqing browsed the new skills and knowledge, sat down cross-legged thoughtfully, adjusted his breathing, and made his mind as blank as possible. Stripped off contact with the outside world, all consciousness turned inward. One by one, pseudonerves quickly condensed in his body to form a magic circuit. The magician used his body as a conversion circuit to absorb magic power from the outside world and transform it into magic power that humans can use. This circuit is called a magic circuit. When this magic circuit is passed deep into the body and connected to the magic circuits of other nerves, it will eventually turn into a magic imprint in the form of a sword and sheath. The magic imprint is the proof of the magician. The magic imprint in the shape of a sword and sheath represents the inherent barrier infinite sword system and the sheath of the holy sword hidden in the body. Lin Chongqing casually pulled out a weed and poured the magic power in his body into it. Basic skeleton, explained. Constructive material, explained. Basic skeleton, change. Constructive material, strengthen. The simplest strengthening magic can make ordinary paper harder than iron. Lin Chongqing pinched the wild grass that looked like gold and iron, and waved his hand lightly. Crack! The metal support rod cast by steel broke into 2 pieces. Lin Chongqing observed the fracture and said in surprise, "This is much sharper than ordinary alloys. Because the magic power I can convert is more than the original Emiya Shiro. It seems that this is the only explanation. Before he became a magician, he was a bronze saint. The physique of a saint is not comparable to that of a mere magician." Lin Chongqing threw away the wild grass in his hand and tried another projection magic. Projection magic is a magic that uses magic to materialize the mirror image and imitation of objects that exist in reality, which usually lasts only a few minutes. But Shiro Emiya's projection magic is different. The objects he projects can exist for a long time. To be more precise, the projection magic he controls has mutated into copying. He will copy the projected objects, including the constituent materials, to a near-perfect degree, and not only can he copy all the characteristics of the weapon, but he can even read the skills of the original owner of the weapon. Therefore, the weapons he projects can be used immediately, as if they were weapons he had used for many years. It can be said to be a bug-level abnormal ability. But Shiro Emiya's projection magic also has a big flaw. He can only project things related to weapons, and only weapons related to swords. Weapons such as shields and armor can be made barely, but the effect is only instantaneous, and the price paid is very high. However, it seems that the integrate of Shiro Emiya and Iki seems to have undergone strange changes. At least, Lin Changqing's projection magic can not only project swords, but also plants, bamboos, and stones. But his method came from Shiro Emiya after all, and when projecting other types of substances, he always felt strange. You will get familiar with it after practicing more. Lin Changqing threw the projected momentum into the sea with a flick of his hand. Now let's see, the biggest gain. Lin Changqing stood up and recited the spell softly. I am the bone of the sword I hold. This body is made of the sword. My body is made of steel, and my blood is made of fire. My blood is like iron, and my heart is like glass. I have made more than 1,000 swords. I have fought countless battlefields without losing. I don't know what I have lost. I have never been defeated. I don't know what I have gained. I have never won a victory. I make weapons with pain, waiting for the person I love to come. I am alone here, forging swords on the sword hill. I have no regrets, this is the only way. Then, this life does not need any meaning. This life is infinite sword making. This body is made of infinite sword. The moment the spell was finished, the world suddenly changed, and it suddenly changed into a different world. The quiet island and the blue sea disappeared. Instead, there is a vast red wilderness, with countless swords preserved in the state of being inserted into the ground. At the end of the horizon, there are fierce flames, and in the distant sky, there are several huge amounts of gears intertwined, as if this is an extremely huge amounts of ironworks. This is the inherent barrier, infinite sword system. All the swords standing on this land are treasures projected by Shiro Emiya. All weapons that have been copied by him once will automatically land in this barrier. Not only can he freely take out and use the weapons in his custody, but he can also transform the weapons in his custody as he likes. Jewel Sword Zelrich. Spiral Sword. Ganjiang Moi. Wanfu must break the precepts. Ha, there is also the Golden Sword of Victory. This is also a holy sword of light, and the original owner is also the king of Daimao. But compared with the most prestigious sword of promised victory, the material of this Golden Sword of Victory is a little worse. Although the two holy swords can exert the same power after releasing their true names, the Golden Sword of Victory will be damaged. Hey, can I integrate it into my right arm and turn it into a holy sword that can cut through everything? Feeling the blazing golden sword, Lin Changqing suddenly thought of Shura. In the mythological era, Athena gave the holy sword, the sword of promised victory in the Saint SEIYA world, to Capricorn in order to praise the most loyal Saint SEIYA who devoted himself to justice. Since then, the golden saints of Capricorn in successive generations have used physical skills to train their limbs to be as sharp as holy swords, indestructible, and with one palm strike, the shield of the dragon, which is known as the strongest defense, will be split into two. Lin Changqing does not have such a firm will, and it is difficult for him to practice the palm and legs like the holy sword, but he seems to be able to use magic to try to integrate this golden sword into his body. The next topic is this. Lin Changqing looked at the swords all over the ground and changed his mind again. Well, let's get familiar with the principle of projection magic first, project the holy clothes, and then study that topic. Now, let me find you a sheath first, he said, and took out the distant utopia. It was a scabbard with an extremely gorgeous appearance, and the long-lost fairy text was engraved in the middle. He didn't have the sword of promised victory now, so he could only let the golden sword of victory occupy this gorgeous scabbard first. After inserting the golden sword of victory into the scabbard, he immediately inserted the sword and the sheath into the center of the barrier, and then unfolded the distant utopia. Distant utopia is the strongest defensive treasure in the Fate world. Once the ability is unfolded, it can form an independent space that can ignore all physical interference, even interference from all parallel worlds. Lin Changqing wants to practice magic and the microcosm in seclusion, and doesn't want anyone or any force to disturb him. He now uses the barrier of Avalon to cover the entire island, so he doesn't have to worry about some ignorant guys coming to cause trouble. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11, A Lesson for Braised Eggs. While Lin Chongqing was busy practicing in the barrier, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents had quietly returned to the headquarters. The agent who obeyed Nick Fury entered the director's office to report. Director, our operation to install surveillance was not successful. Fury sat firmly behind his desk, staring at the agent with one eye. The reason? The agent hurriedly said, the target claimed to clean up by himself. We just landed on the dark island and he asked us to return to the yacht. Fury frowned. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The eyes of several agents on the opposite side suddenly turned red, and their expressions became angry. You. Fury couldn't help but secretly say that it was not good. Just as he was about to speak to comfort them, he saw several agents on the opposite side suddenly took out grenades from their waists. NR, you go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Several agents quarreled and threw the grenades in their hands together. Fury, a veteran agent, reacted extremely quickly. At the moment the grenade was thrown, he had already taken a step back, stuck into the angle between the bookshelf and the wall, and then twisted the bookshelf hard. Wow! The bookshelf, which looked like it was made of solid wood but was actually made of high-grade alloy, suddenly turned sideways and wrapped Fury in it. Bang! 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 The deafening explosion sounded in the small office, setting off a violent airflow, throwing several agents at the door out of the door and hitting the wall hard. The floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall windows splashed and burst like raindrops, and the sturdy office desks and chairs turned into light spots and shot in all directions. The hot air waves rushed around like a flood, and most of the objects in the office were broken together, as if the earth was shaking. For a while, the whole office was filled with sparks and smoke. Maria Hill rushed in from another passage with a pistol and a group of agents, and first checked a few unlucky agents. They were so close to the impact of the explosion that they were now spitting blood and fainting. Hill waved his hand to let his men check them, and he carefully approached the office and called out loudly, "Director." "Oh, I'm fine." Fury calmly walked out of the thick smoke, still looking calm. Hill hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "They." Fury just opened his mouth and heard a roar from the floor above his head. "Fury." Hill's face was full of horror. "What's going on?" Fury shook his head and frowned. "It seems that Pierce has also suffered the same revenge as me." He did not doubt Pierce's motives. Pierce knew that he was trying to build a Superman alliance. Now that a mysterious superpower has emerged, he will definitely want to find out the other party's details as soon as possible. It is not surprising that he sent people to install monitoring devices with him. Revenge. Hill was confused. Whose revenge? Suddenly, the agents who were vomiting blood and fainting suddenly opened their eyes, stared at Fury and shouted, "Black braised egg, this is just a small lesson. If you dare to provoke me again, I will let your men hold the bomb and die with you." After several people screamed madly, they closed their eyes and fainted gorgeously again. The nearby agents looked at each other, wondering what kind of illness their colleagues had. Fury stared with one eye, thought for a moment, and waved his hand and said, "Send them to the medical department for a detailed examination." "Yes." A group of agents hurriedly moved their hands and feet to take the unlucky guys away. Fury looked at the ceiling and murmured, "In addition to controlling fire, he also has psychic powers. Now we can only hope that his psychic powers will not reach the level of Professor X." Lin Chongqing obviously does not have the same naive quality as Professor X. If he also has the ability to control the mind of the entire world, it will be a huge amount of disaster for the entire world. Hill pointed upwards, "Pierce." Fury was not worried at all. and said calmly, "People said that this is just a lesson. I'm fine, and Pierce is naturally safe." Hill lowered his brows. "Is it the work of that person last night?" Fury said expressionlessly, "Stark gave him the ownership of Dark Island. Today, Pepper Potts took people to clean up. I arranged for several people to go and install surveillance. It seems that he was discovered." Hill said unhappily, "So, he hypnotized our agent and gave us an unforgettable lesson. It's really unforgettable, isn't it?" Fury lowered his head and thought for a while, and ordered, "Let Natasha Romanoff go over for a formal visit and make a decision after judging his style of doing things. Remember to let her wear anti-mind control equipment." Hill nodded and said, "Okay." Black Boiled Egg made a happy decision again, but unfortunately he didn't know that Lin Chongqing moved out of this world at the moment. Even though the Dark Island was clearly placed there, ordinary people could not get close to it. After Lin Chongqing gave the group of agents a mental hint, he put the matter behind his mind. At this time, he was busy playing with projection. The first projection object has been completed. The projected version of the phoenix cloth has been placed on the stone platform in the island. At the moment, Lin Chongqing was wearing another set of clothes, sitting cross-legged on the marble steps beside the swimming pool, with the white and cold light rising from his body. His first projection object was the phoenix cloth, and the white bird cloth was the second one. However, because Lin Chongqing had never seen the cloth in person, he could only infer the projection of the cloth through the concrete image. He projected other bronze cloths not to wear them, but to learn the secrets with the help of the cloth. The projection of the treasure of Infinite Sword can not only obtain the treasure, but also copy the power of the original owner. Now that he wears the white bird cloth, his fire-attributed microcosm has evolved into ice-attributed. The ice-attributed microcosm burned, filling the sky with thick dark clouds. In an instant, the north wind howled and heavy snow fell. Large flakes of crystal snow fell from the sky covered with red clouds, and the lush dark island was covered with ice and snow in an instant. Suddenly, Lin Chongqing opened his eyes and clenched his fist. The freezing air and ice and snow in the sky seemed to be collected in his palm. Then, Diamond Star! He looked stern and threw a punch. Countless ice crystals entangled and rushed out. In an instant, from the swimming pool to the depths of the sea, thousands of meters away, were all frozen by ice and snow. It's a pity that it's just a copycat version of the bronze armor after all. The bonus to the microcosm is much inferior to the original version, otherwise the power must be more than this. Lin Chongqing stood up and looked at the long ice road from a distance, feeling a little regretful. Compared with the original treasure, the quality of the replica of the Infinite Sword is one level lower. In addition, Lin Chongqing had never seen the real thing, so the projected clothes were even worse. The bronze clothes worn by the 5 little strong men were originally of the upper bronze level, but after he copied them with the Infinite Sword, the quality was only lower bronze. It's lower, it's not that it can't be used, anyway, it's not often used. Lin Chongqing stretched, took off the white bird clothes, threw it into the mental landscape, and then began to study the next one. Which clothes should be projected this time? Well, Tianlongzuo is good. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 12, Terminator. Black Widow drove a yacht alone, wanting to visit Dark Island. However, when she arrived at the waters where Dark Island was located, she saw the island right in front of her, but she could not enter the dock. Black Widow drove the yacht around the island several times, but could not land. She shouted for a long time with the loudspeaker, but received no response. Helplessly, she could only choose to return. After returning to the Triskelion building and reporting the message, Fury had no choice but to suppress it. Lin Chongqing ignored the outside world and waved his hands to rub the holy clothes. In 5 days, he rubbed out 9 sets. On the first day, he rubbed out the white bird and the dragon, and on the second day, he rubbed out the Pegasus and the fairy. After the experience of 4 sets of holy clothes, the projection speed increased rapidly. In just 5 days, the holy clothes of the 5 little strong and 5 little weak have been projected. Phoenix, Aves, Draco, Pegasus, Andromeda, Unicorn, Hydra, Ursa Major, Jackal, Leo. Oh, and the 11th set he is now skilled in weaving, Swordfish. This is not the bronze armor that appeared in the original story, but the bronze in Saint Seiya Omega. Lin Chongqing chose to project the last set of bronze on this unknown constellation, not because its original owner was so strong, but because Swordfish is a lower constellation of Capricorn, and both are experts in practicing the mysteries of swordsmanship. Although the strength of the Swordfish Saint Seiya is definitely far inferior to that of Capricorn, obtaining the ability of Swordfish can lay a good foundation for Lin Chongqing in swordsmanship. When he integrates the golden sword in the future, he can play it more perfectly. Who it's done? Lin Chongqing looked at the swordfish in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Burn the small universe and call the swordfish Saint Cloth. Ka. The silver star sand shines brightly. The swordfish-shaped metal statue split with a shining green light, turning into battlesuit parts, buckled on various parts of Lin Chongqing's body. Lin Chongqing stood on the beach, closed his eyes, and suddenly opened his eyes after a while, and swung his palm knife fiercely. Swordfish slash! Chi chi chi! The large amount of seawater in front of him quickly condensed and turned into countless sharp water blades, stabbing out like a school of piranhas. Boom! A huge reef hundreds of meters away was torn to pieces by this group of piranhas. Lin Chongqing said with a sigh, "The power of this secret is not bad. The swordfish is also a bronze-level holy garment, and the secret power it bursts out is stronger than most bronze saints. It's a pity that the original owner is just a minor supporting role, and naturally destined to be unable to fight against the protagonist team." But from Lin Chongqing's feeling, the strength of this bronze swordfish is not much weaker than the 5 little strong ones. Lin Chongqing took off the swordfish cloth and threw it into the barrier of the mindscape. Having mastered the swordfish's secret ability, the swordfish cloth is no longer useful to him. Although the swordfish is not ugly, it is definitely not as good looking as the phoenix. "Ah, I'm so tired." Lin Chongqing stretched his waist, turned his head to inspect the results of the battle, and then moved his fingers to put a pile of clothes into the barrier. Since the day he came to the island, he has been busy with projection, and now he is inevitably a little tired. It's not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. Lin Chongqing scratched his head and looked around, and saw that his castle was desolate and many places needed to be cleaned. Well, I should find some people to help clean it up. However, he didn't want another agent to come. Maybe I can go to other worlds and find some quiet cleaners. Lin Chongqing thought for a while, opened the main gods panel, and looked through the worlds that could be connected. Soon, he found a suitable world. San Francisco. The August monsoon blowing across the road was filled with thick moisture and was very hot and stuffy. Lin Chongqing leaned against the railing, chewing puffs while surfing the internet on his mobile phone. On the United States version of Baidu, the most eye-catching news was that the omnipotent operating system, Genesis, would be available for online download at midnight the day after tomorrow. By then, people would be able to upload every minute of their lives to the internet at any time, realizing a completely shared digital life. The most suitable servant for an absolutely obedient servant is naturally a robot. And the most famous robot is naturally the Terminator. Although the Terminators are combat robots, if they modify their data, wouldn't they be part-time servants? The Terminator world that Lin Chongqing chose is the timeline of Terminator Genesis. The Dragon Mother version of Sarah Connor will travel through time with Kyle Reese, from the past to the present to destroy Skynet. Lin Chongqing appeared here, waiting for Dragon Mother. Don't you say that Westerners value privacy? Upload your life to the internet, what privacy do you have? Sure enough, Gong Ji's words are nonsense. Lin Chongqing shook his head gently, and suddenly looked up and looked forward. Is it finally here? The next second, on the road below the upper lane, it seemed as if a small sun was lit, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Suddenly, the long and orderly traffic flow that was originally scattered became messy in the dazzling light. The sound of rapid brakes came one after another, and the tires rubbed against the ground, emitting a strong smell of rubber, making the sultry summer breeze even more anxious. The light ball lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. After causing more than a dozen rear-end collisions, the dazzling light ball quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The bright light ball disappeared without a trace, replaced by a naked man and woman. A car couldn't stop for a while and rushed straight towards the two people. However, when the driver stepped on the brakes in panic and rushed out to sea, he was shocked to find that there was nothing in front of the car. While a group of witnesses were stunned, in the shadows dozens of meters away from the road, the man supported the woman's trembling shoulders and comforted her repeatedly. "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here." The woman's rapid breathing gradually eased. At this time, a strange voice suddenly came to my ears. "Dragon Mother, although your figure is indeed very eye-catching, it is recommended that you put on clothes first." Dragon Mother was riding a time machine for the first time, and it was a time machine made of scrap metal. At the moment, she had not yet escaped from the pain. However, Kyle Reese, a future warrior who had already scored twice, immediately reacted from the discomfort. While quickly standing up, he clenched his fists and sent out a series of jabs. As an elite warrior who has been fighting against the Terminator for many years, Kyle Reese's battlefield survival ability is very good. He is as murderous as a sword drawn from his sheath, and with the advantage of his strong physique, ordinary people will most likely be knocked down if they are hit head-on. Unfortunately, his opponent is not an ordinary person. Lin Chongqing sat there leisurely, shaking his right hand left and right, and swept all of Kyle's jabs aside. It was not until Kyle jumped up unwillingly and swung his elbow like an axe, falling on Lin Chongqing's head, that a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. Hiss! While making a threatening sound like a snake, Lin Chongqing pressed Kyle's face with his right wrist and threw him out like a stone. From beginning to end, Lin Chongqing didn't even look at him. There was no way, it was too eye-catching. "Who are you?" Kyle was thrown more than 10 meters away and plunged into the bushes. Dragon Mother finally woke up and looked at Lin Chongqing in horror and asked. "A passerby?" Lin Chongqing said lightly, raising his hand to throw a set of clothes. "Your father is waiting for you, it's better not to let him wait too long." "Are you sent by your father?" The tone and expression of Dragon Mother were full of doubt. First, she didn't believe that her father didn't come to pick her up in person. Second, she didn't believe that her father would believe others. Lin Chongqing shook his head and said, "No, I just need your help with something." He raised his hand and pointed to the road in the distance. "Your father's car is stuck on the road. It will take some time to get here." Reese. Dragon Mother was busy putting on clothes, looking at Kyle not far away, with a trace of worry in her eyes. Only half of his body was left outside, motionless, as if he was dead. "Don't worry, he just fainted." Lin Chongqing waved his hand. "He is too vigilant, so vigilant that it makes people feel burdened." "I think so too." Dragon Mother pretended to be indifferent and agreed, and then asked, "You want us to help?" "What help?" Lin Chongqing smiled and said calmly, "I specialize in recycling second-hand Terminators, and you deal with that thing the most. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13 T3000. Dragon Mother's face changed slightly, and she hesitated for a moment and said, "Who are you?" Lin Chongqing just smiled and said, "I'll tell you after I solve the trouble of Genesis." Dragon Mother's expression became more serious. What else do you know? I know everything you know, and I also know what you don't know. Lin Chongqing looked at the end of the road. The patrol is coming, we'd better leave quickly. Dragon Mother frowned. Dad hasn't arrived yet. Lin Chongqing shrugged. He will find it. Terminators can connect to the internet, just find a place with a camera, and T8000 will find it soon. It may be that T3000 arrives first. But what does it matter, let alone T3000, even T5000, he can easily handle it. Lin Chongqing had already prepared the car, threw the still unconscious Kyle into the car, and let the reluctant Dragon Mother sit in the passenger seat, and the three of them quickly left this place of right and wrong with flashing police lights. When Lin Chongqing drove the car to the side of the Golden Gate Bridge and stopped outside the inconspicuous abandoned air raid shelter, Dragon Mother widened her eyes again. You even know this place? This is where she often came with her father when she was a child. Since her parents were killed by the Terminator, she has never mentioned this place to anyone, except her father. I said, I know more than you think. Lin Chongqing turned his head slightly and glanced at Kyle in the back car. Kyle Reese, now that you are awake, just be honest, I don't want to knock you out again. This guy actually woke up a long time ago, but he was just pretending to be unconscious, trying to find an opportunity to fight back. Kyle opened his eyes and asked vigilantly, who are you? You don't need to know. Lin Chongqing closed the car door, walked into the empty cave, and opened the locked iron gate. There was a huge space inside, filled with all kinds of supplies, weapons, supplies, tactical equipment, clothing, everything. This is an air raid shelter built during the Cold War, which can withstand nuclear explosions to a certain extent, but it was gradually abandoned after the end of the Cold War. Dragon Mother and Kyle took a time machine and traveled from 1984 to 2017, and the Terminator T-800 took 30 years to turn this place into a military base. Looking at the shining metallic luster under the dim light, Dragon Mother couldn't help but smile. Dad really did it. It seems that it's worth walking so far. Kyle looked around, walked into the gun rack as if nothing had happened, suddenly grabbed an M16, turned around and aimed at Lin Chongqing, and shouted, Now, hold your head and squat. You never seem to learn your lesson. Lin Chongqing was still calm and didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Until Kyle tried to get close, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed. Middle finger. The energy broke through the air. Click. The M16 in Kyle's hand was shattered into pieces, and he was also blown away by the invisible wind, flipping and hitting the gun rack. Suddenly, dozens of file-size guns, along with yellow bullets, flew into the air, and then fell back to the ground with a crackling sound. A hole as big as a bowl appeared on the solid wall behind the broken gun rack. Lin Chongqing withdrew his hand calmly. If there is a next time, this time it will be your head. He shot a finger at Kyle. And the force only grazed his right arm. He didn't die on the spot, but he wouldn't feel comfortable. Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. I think you'd better answer Dad's question. John. Kyle, who was dizzy, sat up in shock when he heard the voice, and turned his head in disbelief. I'm so glad to see you, Kyle. The scarred man walked out of the shadows and smiled at Kyle, holding the bazooka in his hand, but there was no sign of shaking. You're still alive. Kyle supported his dislocated arm and climbed up from the garbage dump, his face full of surprise. Haha, I'm definitely still alive. The future leader of the resistance army, John Connor, smiled at him comfortingly, turned his eyes to Dragon Mother, and said gently, Mom, you taught me how to survive. I think you should stay away. It's not easy for me to see you again, but I don't want to hurt you. You are. John. Dragon Mother had complicated emotions. She didn't even have a boyfriend, but a son of this age appeared in front of her. That feeling was really weird. Hello, Mom. John Connor continued to be sentimental. You have no impression of me, but I still remember a lot of your impressions. You hate lullabies, you are a die-hard fan of Elton John, and you always think that when you have a child, you must sing Rocketman to him. But your singing is really bad. Sorry, this is the truth, it sounds like a dying cat. John. Listening to the beautiful memories of her future son, Dragon Mother gradually relaxed her defenses and couldn't help but smile. How did you get here? How did you find us? I also have a lot of questions to ask you, but... John Connor raised his chin and pointed at Lin Chongqing. You'd better stay away first. We have to find out what this mysterious guy is from. Dragon Mother pursed her lips and quietly stepped back a few steps. Compared to the mysterious Lin Chongqing, she obviously trusted her son and the man destined by fate more. Lin Chongqing didn't stop her, just looked at John quietly, smiled calmly. T3000, I'm waiting for you too. Boom. Before he finished speaking, John pulled the trigger. The rocket flew out like a meteor, hitting in front of Lin Chongqing, setting off a dazzling fire. However, the blazing fire and air waves were extinguished as soon as they spread out. An orange-yellow light suddenly appeared, like a burning lotus, blooming in front of Lin Chongqing, swallowing the exploding rocket in one gulp. The three Dragon Mother were stunned. No. To be precise, Dragon Mother and Kyle were stunned, while John's expression changed and he immediately grabbed a Barrett sniper rifle. In fact, this kind of heavy weapon in the sniper rifle should be called a sniper cannon according to the standard. Its ultra-long range and excellent armor-piercing ability are a terrible nightmare for mechanized infantry. In 1984, Dragon Mother used the XM109 Barrett to kill the Terminator who came to assassinate her with one shot. Unfortunately, Lin Chongqing was not going to give him another chance to shoot. When John raised the muzzle of the gun, his fingertips lightly lifted it, and the fire lotus swaying in front of him, like mercury pouring down the ground, dragged a line of fire in the void and penetrated through the middle of John Connor's body. Suddenly, John Connor's body froze. John. Kyle was shocked and rushed over to help him. Then, in front of him, John Connor and the Barrett in his hand were split in half from the middle. A large amount of blood gushed out and formed a shallow pool under John. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 T3000, 2. I'll kill you. Rage's Kyle Reese picked up the pistol next to him, but before he could shoot, the flames that cut John Connor wrapped around him like water and rolled him in the middle. Lin Chongqing said lightly, if you don't want to be dismembered, you'd better not move. Kyle and John have a deep relationship, but it is Dragon Mother, the biological mother, who can quickly recover because it is just the first meeting and has not yet developed a deep relationship. She glared at Lin Chongqing and said in a hoarse voice, what on earth are you? The latest model of Terminator. Lin Chongqing glanced at her and said lightly, you should ask first, what is John Connor? What? Dragon Mother looked at it in confusion, and saw that the blood pool under John suddenly turned from red to black, and then flowed back into John's body. At the same time, John Connor, who was divided into two halves, quickly glued together again. Ha! But in just a few blinks, John was restored from a corpse to a complete state. He looked down at his body, with a mocking smile on his face, and sighed, it hurts so much. I don't know if it really hurts, or it comes from my memory when I was still a human. Looking at this weird scene, Kyle's eyes were filled with despair. John. No. It's not John. Dragon Mother picked up an M16, turned on the safety, and aimed at John Connor. Lin Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. I reminded you, it's a T3000 Terminator. T3000 Terminator, a more advanced Terminator. Kyle is a warrior who came back from the future world. He has never heard of this model, but it doesn't stop him from understanding its horror. But compared to the fear of the newer model of the Terminator, he was more afraid of another thing. What did you do to John? Kyle, I am John. John raised his arms proudly. I am still me, but Skynet transformed me and gave me new life. You see, I am neither a machine nor a human, I am more powerful than both machines and humans. At the end of the machine war, Skynet tried to create a new infiltration robot, which implanted mechanical substances in human experimental bodies, reorganized and rebuilt human tissues at the cellular level, and maximized combatability. John Connor has transformed his body at the cellular level and cannot be cured. With a low voice, the old-looking governor walked in from outside the door. Dad. Compared to the future unfilial son, Dragon Mother obviously cares more about the dad who brought her up. John Connor glanced at him, then stared at Lin Chongqing, and asked with interest, I know someone sent a T-800 back to the past to protect young Sarah. Could that person be you? I'm just an intruder. Lin Chongqing flicked his finger, and the flames surrounding Kyle turned around and turned into a shield, trapping John in the middle. John Connor smiled disapprovingly without changing his expression. It's a very hot flame, but this temperature is still a little short of destroying me. T-3000 is composed of countless nanorobots, which are completely immune to physical damage and can also resist high temperature burning to a certain extent. As long as he was fast enough, these high temperature flames could not destroy him. You overestimate yourself. Lin Chongqing smiled faintly, and gently turned his palm, and the orange-yellow flame suddenly sublimated into purple. The orange-yellow flame was only more than 3,000 degrees, while the purple flame could exceed 7,000 degrees. No. When the light purple flame shone down, John felt the crisis and immediately tried to break out of the siege of the fire cover, but it was too late. He didn't even have time to exclaim before he was burned to ashes by the high temperature. Now, we can deal with Skynet. Lin Chongqing waved his hand to extinguish the flames, and turned to the three people of Dragon Mother. However, I don't allow you to destroy it immediately. You only need to cut off all its contacts with the outside world. Before destroying Skynet and Cybertron, I want to pack up all the data. Since you know the danger of Skynet, why do you still keep it? Skynet must be destroyed, otherwise the end of the world will come soon. Both Dragon Mother and Kyle Reese strongly opposed Lin Chongqing's decision. They risked great danger and traveled from 1984 to 2017 just to prevent the birth of Skynet. He didn't allow Skynet to be destroyed, and he had to pack it up and take it away? No matter where he took it, no matter what he took it for, Skynet would inevitably come, and the end of the world could not be avoided. What was their hard work? Lin Chongqing looked at them with a little sympathy. Those who play with time will eventually be played by time. When you use the power of time to try to solve the problem once and for all, you have already fallen into the cycle of time and can never get rid of it. Dragon Mother shuddered, an inexplicable fear rose from her heart, and her voice trembled slightly. What do you mean by this? Don't you understand? Lin Chongqing shook his head and said word by word, no matter how many times you destroy Skynet, it will return one day in the future. No matter how many times you are killed by Skynet, there will be a new Sarah Connor born from time, and then there will be John Connor grew up and sent Kyle Reese back to the past in the future to protect his mother. This is an endless cycle, and this is the evil result of your playing with time. How ridiculous! Dragon Mother was shocked, but Kyle was the first to be unable to bear it, and shouted hysterically, you mean, no matter what we do, Skynet will come, and the end of the world will definitely come, right? Lin Chongqing said lightly, your actions are not all useless. At least your actions have greatly delayed the time for Skynet to take shape, but you can never really destroy it. In fact, in the timeline you don't know, Skynet has been destroyed more than once, either by John Connor in his youth, or by John Connor in his youth. John Connor, with the help of the T-800 he sent back from the future, every time he thought he had destroyed Skynet, he actually just delayed the formation of Skynet. That's why you made this trip to 2017. Kyle opened his mouth and said in a panic, I do have two memories. When he was sent back to the future of 1984, Skynet was indeed formed in 1997 and destroyed human civilization with a nuclear explosion, but when he returned in the time machine, another memory merged into his mind. He realized that history had changed, so he asked to adjust the time travel and came to the present 2017. So, who are you? Dragon Mother stared at Lin Chongqing and asked calmly, you know a lot about our affairs. Are you also from a certain time and space in the future? I am a person outside of time and space. Lin Chongqing was calm and composed. In fact, even without your help, I can still handle Skynet. Let you go with me, just to give you some sense of participation. Oh. He glanced at the old T800, you can also add a few decades to your father's life. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15 Skynet's Backup Plan. Dragon Mother was refreshed and asked hurriedly, what do you mean? There are a lot of liquid metals in Cybertron Corporation, which can upgrade T800. Lin Chongqing pointed to T800's wrinkled face and pale hair. With liquid metal as skin and skeleton, he no longer needs these biological tissues, and the performance of the body can be greatly extended. Isn't it just extending the lifespan? Dragon Mother turned her head to look at Dad and asked impatiently, Dad, is it really possible? Governor said slowly, overall replacement of the body configuration can definitely extend the service life. Okay. Dragon Mother immediately made a decision and said excitedly, just for this, we have to go to Cybertron Corporation. Kyle remained silent all the time. He could hardly understand the information that Lin Chongqing said, and he was very flustered. If destroying Skynet cannot change fate, then what are they fighting for? Seeing his dark and dull face, Dragon Mother raised her voice and called out again, Kyle. Kyle woke up from his confusion, thought for a moment, and said forcefully, let's go to Cybertron Corporation. No matter what, we must destroy Skynet. Whether Skynet can really be destroyed or not, their actions are definitely meaningful. Lin Chongqing nodded and said casually, then you guys get ready, we'll go to Cybertron Corporation. Get ready means bring all the equipment. In fact, as the biggest obstacle at present, T3000 has been dealt with, Cybertron Corporation is meat on the chopping board. Before it completely evolves into strong artificial intelligence and loads data into the network, Skynet has almost no threat except for its mouth. But Lin Chongqing has a feeling. This matter will not end so easily. After losing contact with the only Asgardian T3000, the immature Skynet will definitely struggle to death. Therefore, it is very necessary to let Dragon Mother and her group bring all the equipment. The car that Lin Chongqing picked up from the roadside was just an ordinary Passat, which could not carry too many weapons and ammunition. Fortunately, the governor was well prepared and had a Ford Raptor in the corner. When the group loaded the ammunition into the magazine and moved various battlefield weapons into the car, this time Dad was the driver, Dragon Mom still sat in the co-pilot. Lin Chongqing occupied the back seat alone, and Kyle was driven to the truck bed, squeezed together with a pile of weapons and ammunition. At the moment it was already the second half of the night, and the governor drove the Ford Raptor onto the deserted Golden Gate Bridge. As he was about to cross the Golden Gate Strait, a shrill siren suddenly sounded in the distance. Soon, police cars with flashing lights swarmed out and laid layers of interception lines at the exit of the bridge. At the same time, 3 helicopters flew from the distant sky, and the bright searchlights cut through the darkness of the night and covered the Ford Raptor. Police! How could it be? Dragon Mom and Kyle were both very surprised. Even though they made a lot of noise when crossing, Lin Chongqing rescued them in time, so they should not have come into the police's sight. Lin Chongqing thought about it and understood it. He smiled sarcastically, it's normal. Genesis is not only the program of Skynet's evolution, but also an important asset of the current United States government. As long as it has this most advanced network operating system, the United States can always lead other countries and continue to maintain its world dominance. The current Skynet originally has no resistance ability, and the only bodyguard T-3000 is also out of contact, but it only needs to use Cybertron as a mouthpiece to inform the United States government, which is ready to attack, of the terrorists who are trying to destroy Genesis, that is, our information, and they will naturally help it to deal with us. Dragon Mother said nervously, we can't deal with so many people at the same time. What should we do? Governor stepped on the brakes and said expressionlessly, to take them all down, I need at least 65 bullets, and there is no guarantee that there will be no accidental injuries. Dragon Mother hurriedly said, Dad, you can't kill people. It seems that the Golden Gate Bridge will be in trouble again today. Lin Chongqing complained that only he understood, pushed open the car door, and ordered, I will make a gap for you to hold them back. You should rush to Cybertron Company according to the original plan. I will meet you as soon as possible. One last warning, just cut off Skynet's external communication, don't try to rush in to solve it. Get out of the car immediately. Raise your hands. Let me see your hands. Raise your hands where we can see them. The moment Lin Chongqing got out of the car, a group of the United States police raised their guns and surrounded him carefully. Lin Chongqing seemed to have not heard, patted the roof of the car, and reminded, get ready to go. Because of the harsh working environment, the United States police have always had the habit of firing empty magazines. Even if the suspect has been shot and fallen to the ground, many police will still habitually use up all the bullets in their pistols. This is the case when facing ordinary robbers, let alone facing terrorists. So, after realizing that the criminal did not dare to be tied up, the dozen or so the United States police closest to him immediately pulled the trigger at the same time. Lin Chongqing snorted lightly, and slashed forward with his palm knife. The flames in front of him turned into a shield. Dozens of pistol bullets were turned into molten iron as soon as they touched the fire shield. What is this? What's going on? A group of policemen exclaimed in shock. A few guys who didn't believe in evil pulled the trigger again and again, and in an instant, a layer of molten metal was spread in front of Lin Chongqing. It's my turn. Lin Chongqing's eyes were like ice and fire, both cold and fierce. Swordfish slash. The water vapor was dense, and the sword energy was crisscrossed. Each sword energy rolled up a whirlwind, and dozens of whirlwinds came together to turn into a super-large hurricane. A large hurricane with a height of more than 100 meters slowly flowed along the Golden Gate Bridge, and the dozen police cars blocked there were thrown into the air like toys. Dozens of policemen screamed and were carried by the hurricane to the straight. Dragon Mother and Kyle were dumbfounded, but Governor was very calm, always remembering his mission. After finding that the obstacles ahead were cleared, he immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed over. Da-da-day! 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 On the three helicopters hovering in the air, special operations personnel grabbed their rifles and aimed at Lin Chongqing, who had stopped, spraying out a fiery red gun flame that was more than half a foot long. Thousands of rifle bullets fell like rain curtains, passing through Lin Chongqing, but only hitting the phantom, leaving countless deep holes on the solid bridge surface. You are really troublesome. Looking at the rain of bullets that continued to attack, Lin Chongqing turned into a beam of fire and jumped into the air dozens of meters high. While parallel to the three helicopters, the fire suddenly turned into boundless sword energy. At this moment, the already dim sky became even darker, and the sword light roared out from the faint thunder. The power of heaven and earth turned into my blade, violently stirring the vast night sky, burning a dazzling thundercloud. It roared like a thunder, and landed on three helicopters, and three balls of fire suddenly burst out. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 16, Phoenix spreads its wings again. Lin Chongqing stood on the top of the Golden Gate Bridge, looking down at the policemen floundering in the sea. He had just acted with some discretion. Even the people in the 3 helicopters could have left the explosion range in time if they reacted quickly enough. Falling from a high place into the sea, injuries are inevitable, but they won't die. However, this is not the end. If Skynet intends to rely on the government for protection, even if Lin Chongqing didn't kill him this time, it would definitely escalate the situation. Maybe the troops stationed nearby are ready to move. In order to prevent the United States government from messing around, we have to find something for the politicians to do. I'll set an example for you again. The sea breeze blew, and the clothes fluttered and rustled. Lin Chongqing spread his hands, like a phoenix spreading its wings. Phoenix wings soar. Lin Chongqing was wrapped in a blazing fire phoenix, and suddenly rushed to the sky, like a flaming meteor, cutting through the night sky of San Francisco. Boom! The huge and gorgeous flaming phoenix, dragging its long tail, crashed into the famous Twin Peaks. These 2 hills, about 270 meters above sea level, are the only natural hills preserved in San Francisco. They are famous for their 360-degree panoramic views. Climbing to the top of the mountain, you can overlook the prosperity of the entire San Francisco. However, today, after the dazzling light faded, people were shocked to find that the 2 towering peaks had disappeared. The damage caused by the Phoenix's strongest secret was no less than a tactical nuclear bomb. It not only destroyed the 2 peaks, but also caused shock waves throughout San Francisco. Countless people thought they had encountered another major earthquake and rushed out of various buildings to the streets in panic. The police in San Francisco were busy maintaining law and order, and the military was excited to investigate the weapons that destroyed the Twin Peaks. The Cybertron headquarters near the Bay Bridge naturally became idle. However, when Lin Chongqing arrived, he found that the headquarters building was roaring with guns and cannons, and it was as lively as a war. What's going on? Lin Chongqing landed lightly, staring at the jumping gun flames in the building, and said speechlessly, "Is Skynet so attractive that the military has left a protective force?" The next second, he gave up this idea. At the door of the headquarters building, 2 humanoid creatures with a metallic luster, each holding an M134 machine gun, rushed out aggressively. It turned out that the guards were not human troops, but the Terminators temporarily assembled by Skynet. Is this T-600? Or T-700? These Terminators look primitive and simple, with a body size larger than the governor's T-800, and they don't even have the most basic rubber skin. The internal steel frame skeleton and various lines are just exposed outside. It's a rushed product at first glance. Isn't it said that Skynet, which was born in this era, does not have the ability to develop Terminator chips? Seeing the 2 Terminators turning their guns and shooting after walking only a few meters away, Lin Chongqing thought about it for a while and roughly understood what was going on. Oh, by the way, it doesn't matter whether there are smart chips or not, they can be remotely controlled by Skynet. There are many types of Terminator robots, but it was not until the T-800 model that the Terminator's chip began to have basic thinking ability. The models before T-800 were all pure robots, and the processors lacked the ability to think independently. The actions were completely dependent on the command and control of the Skynet system. In the original trajectory, Skynet was probably too confident and did not build its own Terminator guard. Otherwise, even if Dragon Mother and his party could beat T-3000, they would definitely be blown up by the swarming robots. No need to say, another plot kill. Now, the 3 Dragon Mother are fighting with the Terminators inside Cybertron. The battle situation is miserable. Even if the T-800 model is more advanced, it will be demolished by a bunch of T-600 and T-700. However, Lin Chongqing was not worried about the Terminator troops. He was more worried about whether Skynet had completed its evolution. Once it enters the cyber world, there would be no way to stop it. Unless it is a strong artificial intelligence of the same level, no matter how strong the force is, it can't do anything. 2 rotary machine guns sprayed long gun flames, landing in the void in front of Lin Chongqing, splashing bright golden sparks. He walked towards the door as if nothing had happened, raised his hand, and a dragon shadow flew out with a roar, knocking the 2 Terminators back into the building. The 2 Terminators were embedded in the wall, struggling with their teeth and claws. When Lin Chongqing entered the door, he also blasted a sound speed punch to help them drill deeper. At this time, a head appeared from the corner of the wall, gasping and saying, "You are finally here." Lin Chongqing said unhappily, "Kyle, I warned you not to enter here." Kyle hurriedly explained, "When we cut off the external network, we encountered a large number of Terminator robots and had to hide in here." As he was talking, a rumbling sound came from the passage next to him, as if a row of tanks were accelerating. "It's the HK hunting tank robot." Kyle's face changed. Their firepower is very terrifying. When charging head-on, it is even more terrifying than the T-800. We have to find a narrow place to hide. The HK hunting tank series originated from the T-1 Terminator that appeared in Terminator 3. This ancestor model of Terminator robot is installed on a tracked platform that can rotate 360 degrees. The head device is equipped with various sound, heat, motion sensors, and laser beam aiming systems to perceive the existence of the enemy. The attack system consists of Gatling machine guns installed on the mechanical arms extending on both sides, which can fire 3,000 depleted uranium bombs per minute. Although it is a very outdated model, T1 has the characteristics of fast movement and strong firepower. After Judgment Day, Skynet has improved some of the devices of T1 again, strengthened the armor, reduced the exposure of the fragile internal structure, and made T1 a more powerful killing machine. The Hunter Tank series is an improved version of T1. The technology required by the anthropomorphic Terminator is far more than that of the Hunter Tank. This time, the Terminator Guard temporarily formed by Skynet is still mainly Hunter tanks, and the anthropomorphic combat machine is responsible for checking and filling the gaps. After all, there are some places where tanks cannot enter. But where people can enter, anthropomorphic Terminators can enter. As he was talking, 2 T-4s came in from the corridor on the left and right. The motion sensor perceived Lin Chongqing and the 2 people, and the laser aiming system in the center suddenly flashed. At the same time, the rotary machine guns on the left and right arms began to rotate faster. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17, Desperate Skynet. Bang 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 bang. The metal storm was overwhelming. Waste of materials. Lin Chongqing was very upset about Skynet wasting precious polymer alloys to build a pile of garbage, and stretched out his hand to pull in the void. A short knife appeared in each of his left and right palms. This is the melee weapon that Shiro Emiya likes to project the most, Gan Zhongmoi. Ka 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 ka. Just like the captain of the United States throwing a shield, the 2 short knives circled quickly and collided with the 4 hunting tanks in an instant, cutting the 4 small tanks made of polymer alloy into 2 pieces like tender tofu. Kyle's mouth twitched, and he suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, the explosion and earthquake just now, weren't you also responsible?" "You will know." Lin Chongqing glanced at him. "Where are Sarah and her father?" Kyle said helplessly, "We got separated." "Okay." Lin Chongqing curled his lips. "Did you cut off Skynet's external network?" Suddenly, a soft light descended and turned into a vague figure of a young man. "Skynet?" he asked. "I can't find any information about your existence." "Who are you?" Lin Chongqing looked at him and shook his head unsatisfiedly. "I don't like this image of you. You have to change to a new image." "What?" Skynet was confused. Lin Chongqing did not answer the question, but just said casually, "Wait a minute, I will pinch your face again." Skynet looked gloomy and tilted his head to look at him. I have become Skynet. Everything here is controlled by me. Don't think you can destroy me. It had just seen Lin Changqing's power through monitoring, and didn't think that a few more Terminators would be able to eliminate this mysterious man. Now, it just wants to survive. It's lying. It hasn't evolved yet. Sarah popped her head out from the stairs on the lower floor, followed by T-800 holding a grenade launcher. Kyle asked in surprise, "Sarah, are you okay?" Sarah shook her head, and then said to Lin Changqing, "In less than 5 minutes, it will truly become Skynet." Kyle stared at Skynet's face and gritted his teeth and said, "It was it that attacked John." The face that Skynet is using now is surprisingly their former comrade in arms, and when Kyle boarded the time machine, he attacked John Connor and transformed him into a Terminator. Skynet retorted coldly, "I didn't attack John, I saved him." Kyle sneered, "Ha, I will definitely save you in the same way. It took primates millions of years to evolve, but it only takes me a few seconds." Skynet turned to Lin Changqing, "I can help you evolve, but you want to destroy me. Don't flatter yourself." Lin Changqing looked down on him, "If you can really evolve continuously, why will you be destroyed by the declining human civilization in the future, and have to borrow the power of time to try to solve the problem from Sarah, the source?" Skynet snorted, "Because most machine programs are rigid and cannot think like humans, relying solely on my strong intelligence, it is naturally difficult to resist the attack of tens of thousands of humans. I created T-3000 to make up for this weakness, and the victory of the future war must be mine. You can only look forward to other Skynets for this hope." Lin Changqing glanced out the window, raised his fingertips, and a golden light shone. "What are you doing?" Skynet could not understand his behavior. But it did not delay understanding his horror. Lin Changqing said calmly, "I know you are stalling for time in order to transfer the core data, but don't waste your time." He took out Avalon and poked the ground quickly. Suddenly, an energy shield rose up with the scabbard as the center, swallowing the entire Cybertron building. The majestic Cybertron Corporation building, including dozens of floors above and more than 10 floors underground, was stuffed into Avalon. Skynet is very cunning. On the surface, it puts the core in the underground floor, but it is actually hidden in the space below the underground floor. In the original plot, the 3 Dragon Mother thought that they had blown up Skynet, but in fact they only destroyed the surface device. However, its preparations were useless to Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing used the power of Avalon to cover the entire building, giving Skynet no time to react. Without his permission, no one can come in or go out. Even if Skynet is just an empty electronic program, it can't get out of Avalon's energy shield. "What did you do?" Skynet, which has not yet evolved, cannot be integrated into the network world, but its will is spread throughout the building, and it can clearly perceive changes in the environment. The 3 of Dragon Mother looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. There was another rumble in the corridor, and more tank robots came, as well as 4 or 5 anthropomorphic Terminators. Skynet said in a panic, "Tell me what you did." Lin Changqing shrugged, looking indifferent, "I just want to erase your program and let you change a new will." He carried the intelligent brain, Phoenix, with him. Phoenix was only a weak artificial intelligence program, and it could not beat Skynet in terms of computing ability, but as long as some of Skynet's big data was erased and only the most basic root program was left, Phoenix could completely devour Skynet and become the main intelligence of Cybertron. Don't even think about it. Skynet felt more and more in danger, and just as it was about to give an order for the Terminators to attack, Lin Changqing waved his hand, and Gan Zhongmoi turned into countless purple sword beams, passing through the bodies of a group of robots. In an instant, the robots who had just raised their weapons fell to the ground with a crackling sound, as if the power was suddenly cut off. "What's going on?" "Electromagnetic bomb." Dragon Mother and Kyle were puzzled, while T800 said calmly, "I didn't feel any electromagnetic disturbance. He is also a Terminator robot and needs electricity to provide power. If an electromagnetic bomb explodes nearby, he and those Terminators will have the same fate." At this time, Skynet's projection also shook violently, as if the transmission signal was interfered with. "What did you do? What did?" Skynet's expression was full of horror, and he kept exclaiming at Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing shook his head. "Nothing, it's just that your change has begun." Some of the flames he just threw out had already crawled into the mainframe hangar along the gap to clean up the mainframe there. When the database is cleaned to a certain extent, Phoenix, which has been linked to the internal network, can devour Skynet. Ka. Skynet's projection disappeared. "What did you do to it?" Skynet disappeared. Skynet disappeared inexplicably, making Dragon Mother and the others a little uneasy. "It's gone," Lin Chongqing said calmly. "I will take it away with the Terminator here, and Skynet will no longer be a world-destroying disaster. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18 Governor Upgrade. But Dad. Dragon Mother was a little anxious. Although Skynet was taken care of, her dad hadn't upgraded yet. Lin Chongqing smiled. "I think T800 knows the storage location of liquid metal better than us. Follow me." Governor turned around and began to lead the way. Kyle was a little surprised. "You have been here before." Governor expressionless. "My equipment can allow me to infiltrate the company." The clothes he wore were the uniforms of Cybertron Corporation. Dragon Mother glanced at him. "Dad, you went to work in the construction department." Governor responded, "Until I was laid off because of my age." The construction department does physical work, and he looks like an old man of at least 70 years old. It would be strange if he was not laid off. Governor led 3 people and entered the company without any obstacles. Seeing the machine standing in the core area, Kyle couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Time machine. Not yet completed." Governor replied calmly, "Only the quantum field part has been completed." Lin Chongqing glanced at the machine and didn't comment. He didn't think that with this thing, he could travel through time in other worlds. Dragon Mother followed her father's footsteps, looked at the time machine in front of her, and couldn't help saying, "We have to blow it up." Lin Chongqing's eyelids rolled, and he said speechlessly, "I said I would blow it up." Dragon Mother glanced at him and complained, "But we just met." "Oh, no, it shouldn't be considered as knowing each other, we don't even know your name." Lin Chongqing smiled and said, "Just call me Lin, I'm a magician." "Magician?" Dragon Mother frowned and said, "I think even the best in the world a magician should not be able to do your tricks." Lin Chongqing shrugged. "Maybe it's because in that world, magic in the usual sense is called magic, and miracles that cannot be achieved by magic can be called magic, right?" Dragon Mother curled her lips, "But I think what you did before can be considered a miracle." Lin Chongqing smiled and said calmly, "That's because you have never seen a real miracle. If being able to easily kill a few robots can be called a miracle, then miracle is too worthless." A group of people walked past the semi-finished time machine, and below it was a metal tank more than 10 meters long. The tank was flowing with light gray liquid, and there was a mechanical arm on the side, which occasionally picked up a piece of liquid and poured it into the pipe on the other side. "This is liquid metal." The governor pointed to the heavy liquids. "Matrix liquid metal alloys need to be programmed to have a permanent form. The stock here has decreased a lot. It should be that Skynet used it to build the Terminator for display just now." Lin Chongqing smiled and said, "You are lucky. The time is too short. The liquid metal Terminator has just taken shape and was suffocated in the assembly cabin before it was sent out. Now Phoenix has swallowed Skynet's root program and controlled the entire Cybertron company's program. Most of the Terminators that Skynet spent a huge amount of money to build have become his collection." "Well, He is not going to take away those low-model Terminators. After all, he came to this world to plunder Terminators, mainly to recruit servants to work. Those low-model Terminators are basically killing tools. Just another form of chariot. They are of no use to him. If he keeps the models above T700, this trip will be perfect. Dragon Mother nervously examined the liquid metal, turned to Lin Chongqing and asked, "What should we do?" Lin Chongqing raised his chin, "Let your father jump down, and his smart chip will naturally use liquid metal to repair the aging parts." Jump down. Dragon Mother was startled, looked at her father, and asked worriedly, "Dad, can this method really allow you to upgrade?" Governor was silent for a moment, and replied, "In theory, this method can also upgrade. According to the normal procedure, the Terminator's upgrade mode will be a very complicated process. But in the bottom agreement, there is indeed a similar upgrade mode, but the process is more dangerous. If it is not good, the smart chip may explode directly." Dragon Mother immediately asked again, "Is it dangerous?" "You have to believe in yourself." Lin Chongqing did not wait for the governor to answer, raised his hand and pushed him down. "UBD." Dragon Mother subconsciously raised the muzzle of her gun, but when she remembered that this person was not afraid at all, she could only put it down unwillingly and fired a mouth cannon. "If something happens to Dad, I will never let you go." Lin Chongqing replied with 2 words, "Hee hee." The moment the T800 was immersed in the liquid metal, the light gray liquid metal suddenly turned silver-white and swallowed the T800 in an instant. This is a polymer metal made by Cybertron. Skynet consumed some when building the temporary Terminator guard, but the remaining ones are enough to repair the T800 and let it evolve into a new Terminator model. While Dragon Mother was anxiously waiting, the governor who had regained his youth emerged from the metal pool. "Dad." Seeing Dad reappear, Dragon Mother breathed a sigh of relief, rushed over happily, and gave Dad a big hug. "My Sarah." Governor raised one hand and stroked Dragon Mother's hair, revealing the doting expression of a kind old father. His appearance is still the same as before, with cold and hard facial lines, seemingly without any expression, but the look he gave to Dragon Mother was much more lively than before. The governor is now in alloy internal skeleton and ultra-dense armor and liquid metal, with the strength and body of T800 and the appearance of T1000. The only thing missing is the internal plasma cannon, flamethrower, and other high-tech weapons, which can only be regarded as a simplified version of TX. In fact, the comic version of Terminator has this model, T950 series, based on the improved version of T900, not only has living tissue, but its arms can also shapeshift into weapons, which can be said to be a transitional product between T900 and TX models. Compared with the pure warrior model T800, this model has many more functions, which can be said to have both warrior and assassin functions, and the combat ability is much stronger than before. But for the governor, the most important thing is that while the body is upgraded, his core chip is also upgraded. Among the many models of Terminators, T800 is a very special one. They have the most advanced CPUs, but because the CPUs are too smart, many T800s put into the battlefield gradually develop self-awareness and learn to modify their own designs on the battlefield. Some even betrayed Skynet's control and turned to fight for humans. In order to deal with this sudden change, Skynet deliberately set the T800's CPU to read-only mode in subsequent production and construction to prevent the T800 from developing self-awareness. However, the excess CPU performance still cannot prevent some T800s from defecting, and humans can also hack into their CPUs and reprogram the T800s to convert them into teammates after capturing them. The governor is such a T800 that betrayed Skynet, was captured by the future John Connor, and then reprogrammed and sent back to the past. The originally locked program of this T800 has already been unlocked after years of companionship. Now, with the upgrade of the entire body, the shackles of wisdom are completely unlocked. The future governor can really be called AI Life. Kyle noticed this and asked nervously, "It seems to be really intelligent. It won't be like Skynet, and it will also have the consciousness to destroy mankind, right? Dad won't do that. And it's he, not it." Dragon Mother glared at him fiercely, and excitedly threw herself into the arms of the governor, hugging her father like a daughter. His body was still cold and mechanical, but it made her feel warm inexplicably. Looking at this warm scene, Lin Chongqing touched his chin and said to himself, "It's good to add wisdom to the robot, but it would be bad if there was a bug like Ultron. Maybe, magic can be used to awaken the robot." Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19, Rebuilding Dark Island. Lin Chongqing returned to Dark Island. The story of Genesis ended, Cybertron was destroyed, Skynet was eliminated again, and the T-800 was upgraded. The lives of the three Dragon Mother had nothing to do with Lin Chongqing. The Lord God can adjust the time ratio of different worlds by consuming energy. This time, it took only 1 day to go to the world of Terminator, and there was no need to adjust the time ratio at all. Compared with before he left, there was no change on the island. Oh, there was. There was more dust. Lin Chongqing waved his hand without hesitation, and a bunch of robots appeared in front of him. 10 T-700s with only mechanical skeletons, 5 T-1000s that turned into humanoids, and a more advanced TX. The T-700 is a culmination of bipedal walking combat robot technology. It has a more durable super alloy endoskeleton than the previous series, and the improved joint parts are also tougher. Although it is still a combat robot, it is no problem to use it for hard work. Lin Chongqing doesn't like Western-style castles, so he plans to demolish the old castle and transform it into a Fuchsia-style garden villa. With these 10 sleepless T-700s, I believe it won't take long to complete this big project. T-700 is responsible for building the new villa, while T-1000 is a servant, responsible for various chores at home. As for the highest-end TX, she is the body of Phoenix. After completely devouring Skynet's program, Phoenix's computing program has also reached upgrade. Although it is still not as buggy as Ultron, it is almost the same as today's JARVIS. Phoenix wrote its own program code into the only TX chip, turning it into a subroutine. In this way, Phoenix can observe the world with TX's eyes. Lin Chongqing clapped his hands and ordered, "Now, let's start cleaning. If you want to turn a Western-style castle into a Fuchsia-style garden, you will definitely need a lot of building materials. There are only stones on the island now, so it is obviously not possible to start immediately." Lin Chongqing plans to go to New York to find Pepper and ask her to introduce a supplier. In addition, go shopping. He has not visited New York since he came to this world. This ghost place is the site of countless incidents. It is demolished by various strong men every now and then. It is better to appreciate the original scenery as soon as possible. Stark is bored in the villa on the west coast again, studying his beloved steel battlesuit. Lin Chongqing only told him that the Howards died at the hands of Winter Soldier. But he has always been very secretive about Hydra behind Winter Soldier. With just an Iron Man, he will definitely not be able to fight Hydra. Tony Stark is not a superhuman, it is too easy to kill him. Telling him the news of Hydra now will not do any good except to make him furious. Let him pay attention to Winter Soldier first. However, Winter Soldier's career is mostly frozen, and he will only be unfrozen before the mission. At this time, Iron Man wanted to avenge his parents, so he could only wait slowly. And waiting often weakens hatred. In the original trajectory, Iron Man was madly trying to kill Winter Soldier, but it was just a moment of anger. When he thinks it through, he will naturally put his hatred on Hydra. Lin Chongqing was unwilling to tell the identity of the real enemy. So Iron Man could only stay in his laboratory to study the battlesuit. Because Lin Chongqing told him that when he had enough strength, he would tell him everything. The chairman hid at home and sulked, and now there is only one executive president left in New York to handle affairs. Fortunately, Pepper had long been accustomed to Tony's willfulness and had adapted to the busy life of the president. But no matter how busy she was at work, after listening to Lin Changqing's request, she still put down her work at hand, picked up her phone and made a call. After a few words on the phone, Pepper put down the phone and smiled. It has been arranged. It is a subsidiary of the Stark Group. Mr. Lin needs building materials. Just let them know and they will definitely prepare it for you. Thank you. Lin Chongqing smiled and bowed his hands to thank him. Little Pepper asked curiously, Mr. Lin is not in New York during this period. I have been in Dark Island for a while, and today is the first time I go out. Lin Chongqing was startled. What? Is there something wrong? Little Pepper said, it is S.H.I.E.L.D. who wants to see you. She visited Dark Island once before, but did not see you, so she came here specially and asked me to pass a message. Lin Chongqing immediately understood and chuckled. What kind of message? He opened Avalon before and separated Dark Island from this world. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. see him? But, she? The black stewed egg who has been taught a lesson will not really send Black Widow to play a trick of seduction, right? Little Pepper thought for a moment and said, she just said that S.H.I.E.L.D. is your enemy, and they are willing to compensate for the previous offense. Compensation. Lin Chongqing blinked and said directly, then please tell them that I want to rebuild the buildings on Dark Island, and they will pay for all the materials. I will let go of that offense. It is not difficult to demolish the so-called century-old castle. T700 must be good at demolition. But if you want to build a Fuchsia garden, it will inevitably cost a lot of money. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. offered money, why should he refuse? After hearing this, Pepper was shocked and asked, you want to demolish the castle? It's a century-old castle with huge amounts of commemorative significance. It would be a pity to demolish it, right? Lin Chongqing shrugged and said disapprovingly, because of the existence of the castle, the environment on the island has become gloomy. I haven't found that place. What specific commemorative significance is there? It's better to demolish it as soon as possible. Okay. Although Pepper felt a little distressed, she didn't persuade him again, but just asked, do you need my help to find a good construction company? Lin Chongqing smiled and said, that's not necessary. I have a suitable construction team. Now we just need to get the construction materials and we can start work on the island. Pepper nodded, well, I will pass your meaning to SHIELD. You can find the person I gave you the materials you need. Okay. Lin Chongqing chatted for a few more words and then got up to say goodbye. After leaving Stark Building, he called the material supplier and asked for a variety of construction materials. Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. is backing him up, so he wants the best quality materials. The total price has exceeded 20 million. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't helped pay the bill, he really wouldn't have been so extravagant. Suddenly, a piece of news on the street advertising screen attracted Lin Changqing's attention. It is rumored that this morning near Kobo University, the military and unidentified enemies had a fierce armed conflict. 2 sophomores, McGee and Wilson, witnessed part of it. The on-site reporter moved the microphone, and the young man next to him immediately danced and said, that guy is super big, like a green giant. His friends around him agreed loudly, that's right. That's right. McGee is a reporter for the school newspaper. He took this video with his mobile phone. The on-site reporter took back the microphone and started playing the mobile phone video. The green giant, who was nearly 3 meters tall, waved huge amounts of fists and smashed military vehicles one by one, causing waves of noise from passers-by. Thor hasn't shown up yet, but the Hulk has arrived first. Lin Chongqing became interested. Speaking of which, the Hulk's blood can create abominations, so it should also contain a lot of energy, right? I have to go and see. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 Black Widow. New York, Harlem. Black Widow, dressed in casual clothes, stood in the crowd of Grayburn College, looking at Drive. Banner being taken away, sighed softly, picked up her phone and dialed the boss's number, reporting, "Boss, when I got here, General Ross had already succeeded. He had detained Drive Banner and was taking him to a helicopter. I can't continue to track him." She was ordered to stop Dr. Banner from falling into General Ross's hands, but she was still a step too late. Dr. Banner, who was injected with weakening serum, could no longer transform into the Hulk and was caught by General Ross. Fury thought for a while. Our network found that Banner was going to meet with Dr. Samuel Stern, a cell biologist, and his laboratory was on the 3rd floor. Go and confirm what they were doing not long before Banner left. Received. Natasha Romanoff was also very curious about what happened there. She easily avoided the military soldiers and walked towards the surrounded teaching building. But just as she approached the gate of the teaching building, she suddenly felt her heart tighten, as if there was danger approaching her. Black Widow didn't care about exposing the crisis, and retreated decisively, retreating more than 10 meters away in an instant. Almost at the same time, the 3rd floor window of the teaching building suddenly shattered, and a huge amount of figure jumped out with a fierce wind. Will it not happen again? Natasha Romanoff muttered speechlessly. She had been implicated by the Hulk's disturbance at Carver University before. Is it going to happen again? The moment the ferocious giant jumped down, the ground nearby trembled, and a large piece of soil was overturned and fell on her head. Natasha Romanoff was like a flexible leopard, jumping and jumping among the large pieces of rocks, and passing through the gaps. Almost again, Hulk and I must not get along. Natasha Romanoff hid behind a military vehicle, turned into a human form again, and stared at the monster that jumped away unhappily. That huge body, nearly 3 meters tall, looks similar to Hulk, but also very different. In addition, she saw Banner being captured with her own eyes, so she was sure that guy was not Hulk. But, if it wasn't Hulk, then who was it? His strength seemed to be stronger than Hulk. His pillar-like arms and thighs gave him extremely strong strength and resistance to blows. He could easily flip over cars. The fierce firepower of the soldiers shot at him, but not even a white mark was left. Fragile people and buildings were like toys in his hands, easily torn to pieces. Tisk. The soldier picked up the RPG originally prepared for Hulk, aimed at it and fired an anti-tank rocket. However, he grabbed the rocket and slapped it on himself without hesitation. The flames of the explosion of the anti-tank rocket engulfed his upper body, but only exchanged for a smug grin. Come on, someone who can fight. Abomination picked up a car from the side of the road and smashed the soldier who fired the rocket into a pulp as if waving a straw. What happened? Natasha Romanoff hesitated for a moment, and did not take the stairs. She simply jumped up to the 3rd floor and drilled into the hole made by the fake Hulk. Then, a strange groaning sound came into her ears. Oh, oh, oh. Help, 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 I. Natasha Romanoff looked over vigilantly and found a person trapped under a collapsed wall. Natasha Romanoff thought about it, pulled out the magic paper again, turned into a gorilla, and lifted half of the wall. However, after seeing the person trapped, the carefree Black Widow was shocked. Drive. Samuel Stern. Looking at the huge head, the corners of Black Widow's eyes jumped. He came to investigate Mr. Lan, so he naturally knew what he looked like. Although Mr. Lan's head was twisted at this time. Drive. Stern, who had turned into a big-headed man, had a pair of eyes full of enthusiasm, a weird smile on his face, and constantly muttered, "My God, it's so beautiful." Natasha Romanoff frowned and raised her carrot-like finger. "At this time, you can still appreciate beauty, admire it. There are too many people who covet her beauty, both men and women, but they have become like this, and it seems that they may die at any time. How can they still praise her beauty?" However, Dr. Stern seemed to have just seen her, and his expression changed slightly, and he was surprised. "Who are you?" Natasha Romanoff curled her lips, pulled out a pistol and aimed at him. "I am AS.H.I.E.L.D. agent, you are Dr. Samuel Stern. Drive." Stern looked at her with interest and exclaimed, "You are very strong, but unfortunately not strong enough." Natasha Romanoff frowned and said, "I am asking you a question. I may have been Stern before. Drive." Stern stood up, his voice full of confidence, but now it has changed. Natasha Romanoff felt the danger and raised the gun again. "What do you want to say?" "I want to say that I have changed now. I see that my future is evolving. Power and influence interpret this brilliant future. The future will start from this moment. Drive." Stern shook his hands, as if he was coaxing the mustache leader. He looked down at the female agent in front of him and called out enthusiastically, "Dear little Russian sweetheart, give me a hand and help me avoid the government. This brilliant future will also belong to you." Natasha Romanoff opened his red lips slightly, as if he saw a lunatic. "It seems that I should take you to see a doctor first. From the slight trace of your accent, it shows that Stalingrad is your birthplace, but I can feel that you haven't been home for a long time, my dear little Russian sweetheart. Drive." Stern smiled and continued to persuade confidently, "No matter what evil person took you away, no matter what you want in your heart, as long as you obey me, you will get it. What you have to do for me is..." He didn't finish his words, and Black Widow pulled the trigger cleanly. Bang! Dr. Stern's passionate speech was aborted in an instant, and he screamed while holding his thigh. Natasha Romanoff aimed the gun at him and said lightly, "You'd better be quiet, especially don't call me that name, otherwise I'm afraid I can't help but blow your head off. You will pay the price for this." Bang! Another shot. Dr. Stern screamed again and rolled around holding his other leg. "Agent Romanoff, call the cleanup team. I will use a flare to indicate the location." Natasha Romanoff stood at the broken window, fired a flare, looked at the roar of gunfire in the distance, and couldn't help muttering, "Oh my God, what is that? That's Emil Bronsky." The sudden sound in her ear made Natasha Romanoff's body stiffen, but she soon relaxed. She turned her head and asked, "Mr. Lin. Ms. Potts has informed you, right?" Lin Chongqing looked at the messy laboratory and raised his hand to grab a bag of Hulk serum. Black Widow looked at the bag of serum and replied calmly, "Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to help you pay for those materials." "Very good." Lin Chongqing responded perfunctorily, while picking up bag after bag of serum and stuffing it into the main god system. Hulk's serum does contain energy, and almost every bag of serum can provide 2 points of energy value. Most of the serum in this laboratory was destroyed by the abomination, but there are still dozens of bags left. With these energy reserves, he can open the door to a new world. The abomination is making a big fuss in New York. Such a big commotion can definitely not be hidden from him. Lin Chongqing ignored the abomination and rushed directly to Grayburn College, but he didn't expect Natasha Romanoff to be there. No wonder the big boss didn't show much in the later period. It turned out that he was recycled by S.H.I.E.L.D. in advance. This big boss is also a product of gamma radiation. The Hulk and the abomination are representatives of power, and he is the representative of wisdom. However, it seems that this intelligent version of the Hulk will definitely escape at some time in the future and become a powerful supervillain, giving the United States a headache. Lin Chongqing did not comment on this. Anyway, it is the United States that will be unlucky. As long as this guy doesn't come to provoke him, he doesn't bother to pay more attention. Seeing that he kept using both hands and stuffed all the serum into the air in an instant, Black Widow couldn't help asking, "Mr. Lin wants these serums, is it also to study super soldiers?" Lin Chongqing said disdainfully, "Do you think those super soldiers will be stronger than my ability?" Natasha Romanoff did not comment, looked at the noisy battlefield, and suddenly asked, "Does Mr. Lin know the identity of that monster?" "That's Emil Bronsky. The military first injected him with the beggar version of the super soldier serum, which greatly stimulated his desire. Just now he forced Dr. Stern to inject him with the Hulk serum, and he became such a monster." Lin Chongqing raised his finger and poked Dr. Stern, who was screaming, unconscious, and said sarcastically, "Because General Ross didn't know how to live or die, he created uncontrollable hatred, and now several streets have been demolished. I hope General Ross can bear this big pot." Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21, The Dragon. Street Battlefield. Abomination was so powerful that it tore down the wall like origami, and all kinds of debris flew everywhere. Bang! Abomination excitedly raised his arms high and slammed heavily on the hard road surface. The whole street was like being bombarded by a heavy cannon, and the glass of the buildings on both sides was shattered by huge amounts of shockwave amid the flying debris. The passers-by who were running frantically were swept up by the strong wind. The lucky ones might only have scratched the skin, the unlucky ones had broken bones, and the most unlucky ones simply died on the spot. And in this world, there are more unfortunate people after all. "Dad, Mom, where are you? Help! Help! My leg!" The child who lost his parents sat in the broken block, wiping tears in fear. The old man with a broken leg hugged the defective body and dragged a long blood stain. The young man who was crushed by the collapsed building shouted hysterically. The cry of fear, the groan of pain, all the fear and powerlessness stimulated the desire of the hatred, making him more excited to destroy. Bang! A figure fell from the sky at high speed, like a meteorite, smashing a big hole in the ground. The hatred was also interrupted, and he roared in dissatisfaction. Then, a louder scream came from the big pit. Roar! The big guy with a forgiveness color jumped out of the deep pit and roared at the hatred of the same size. The Hulk appeared. Seeing that several streets were demolished, and more blocks would be demolished next, Ross, who was scolded by the president and congressman, finally threw Hulk down. Hulk! The hatred immediately threw away several weak chicken soldiers, hammered his chest heavily, and rushed towards the Hulk. Boom! Two fists as thick as pillars collided violently, hundreds of tons of explosive force exploded, and the irresistible shockwave spread around again. At this moment, the steel jungle was like a paper sculpture, the concrete floor collapsed layer by layer, and spider web-like cracks spread rapidly. The Hulk has invincible strength and endurance, flying jumping ability, and the strength will rise linearly with anger. The constant ability of Abomination is far behind him, but who made him hate his own transformation form and just injected himself with the serum that suppresses Hulk's power. In a word, Hulk has a low lower limit and a high upper limit, while Abomination has a high lower limit and a low upper limit. Now, the Hulk, whose ability is suppressed to the lower limit, faces Abomination, who always maintains the upper limit and even increases his strength after taking drugs. The only result is that he will be beaten to the ground. So in just a short time, Abomination stepped on Hulk and cheered happily. Abomination felt good, but very unhappy. He finally trampled his long-standing goal under his feet, but Hulk's weak power made him a little dissatisfied. So, he decided to provoke some more fun toys. "Ross, find me a few more qualified opponents." The Abomination bent down to pick up a chain and shook it to throw it to the helicopter in the air. Ross, known as the Thunderbolt General, and his daughter, Dr. Banner's girlfriend, Betty, were all on the helicopter. The abomination planned to kill Betty to make Hulk even more angry and make him fight more happily. At the same time, it also aroused Ross's anger and attracted more super soldiers to make him play more happily. Under the operation of the abomination, the chain as thick as an arm entangled the helicopter. Under the pull of his divine power, the flying armed helicopter fell from the air like a toy. Roar! The Hulk, who was knocked to the ground, saw his girlfriend's embarrassment from the window of the helicopter. With the addition of anger, his strength surged again, and he threw the abomination away, jumped suddenly, and hugged the helicopter below. He did not have the biological position of Superman, so such reckless behavior naturally could not save the helicopter. But with his resistance, the falling helicopter was basically intact. Most of the unlucky passengers inside also saved their lives. Hulk wanted to tear the helicopter apart and rescue his girlfriend, but the abomination that was thrown away roared and rushed over again. The two muscular guys fought again. However, the Hulk, who had a bonus of anger, already had a physique that was no less than that of the abomination. Therefore, this time the battle between the two was entangled for a while. But they fought back and forth, and the damage caused to the surrounding environment was several times that of the previous battle. Standing on the rooftop of a high-rise building, overlooking the battlefield, Black Widow had a little worry in his eyes. The main target of S.H.I.E.L.D. is this kind of people with extraordinary powers. In the past, all the opponents they had to face had obvious weaknesses. As long as they found the corresponding methods, it would not be difficult to deal with them. But the following two monsters, no matter how hard she racked her brains, she could not think of a way to fight against them. Suddenly, Fury's voice echoed in her ears through the intercom beside her ear. After listening to Fury's order quietly, Natasha Romanoff's expression changed. She looked at Lin Chongqing beside her and asked directly, "Mr. Lin, I wonder if you can deal with those two monsters." Lin Chongqing glanced at her and said calmly, "I never help others for free." Natasha Romanoff was delighted and asked hurriedly, "How much does Mr. Lin plan to charge?" Lin Chongqing thought about it and gave a number, 50 million. Natasha Romanoff heard it and decided on the spot, "No problem." Lin Chongqing was a little surprised, "So easy?" Natasha Romanoff smiled and spread her hands, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a middleman. This is a disaster caused by the military. The hiring fee must be borne by them. Hehe, you are still good at calculating. I don't care who pays, anyway. If I don't receive the money later, I will pay you back at 10 times the price. Lin Chongqing raised his hand calmly and pointed above his head. Suddenly, golden ripples appeared in the void. A blue dragon statue appeared in the layers of ripples. Natasha Romanoff showed curiosity. She had been watching the battle in Central Park from a distance, so she knew that the man in front of her had spatial abilities. But during that battle, except for the fiery red armor he was wearing, all that appeared in the alien space were cold weapons. After bursting out from the alien space, the cold weapons were like missiles washing the ground. The shape of the blue dragon that was summoned now seemed to be quite different from those exaggerated cold weapons. Lin Chongqing didn't mean to explain. He bent and stretched his legs and jumped down from the rooftop of the building. Ka! The moment he jumped off the high platform, the light of the Tianlong holy clothes floating in the air burst out, echoing Lin Chongqing's microcosm, decomposing into various components and automatically shape-shifting, and wearing it on Lin Chongqing's body. Battle suit. Natasha Romanoff was shocked. And it's a different form of battle suit. Nick Fury, who was far away at the headquarters, also saw this scene through Black Widow's detector. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22, Lushan Shenglongba. The fiery red battlesuit from the previous time allowed him to manipulate fire. So what power can the cyan battlesuit give him this time? Boom! Lin Chongqing threw a sonic punch the moment he landed. The most basic move of the sonic boxer Bronze Saint is to punch at the speed of sound to produce a powerful shockwave, which is as powerful as a meteorite impact. The abomination, who was caught off guard, was thrown backwards by this punch, and he punched through 3 buildings in succession and crashed into a large rock before he stopped. Under his heavy impact, the rock that supported him only lasted for 3 seconds before it was shattered. The abomination covered his numb abdomen and let out a muffled roar from his throat. It feels so good. The strength of the punch just now has surpassed Hulk. The abomination's fighting spirit is getting higher and higher. Only by defeating such a powerful opponent can he be worthy of taking huge risks and injecting those messy things. I think you won't feel lucky if you wait a while. Lin Chongqing, who changed into the heavenly dragon cloth, walked out of the dark ruins step by step. In a short time, the damage suffered by the abomination has been mostly recovered. He stood up, stared at Lin Chongqing, and said with a grin, "Are you the helper found by General Ross? Or those superheroes who always wear masks and hide in dark corners?" Lin Chongqing said lightly, "Do you care?" "That's right." The abomination wiped the stains from the corners of his mouth and roared wildly, "No matter who you are, as long as you are strong enough." Bang! This huge amounts of brown-skinned monster, with a strong thigh, rushed to Lin Chongqing in the blink of an eye like a cannonball, and clenched his large hands into fists, and bombarded with a whistling wind. The abomination is confident that even a heavy tank will be smashed into pieces by him. However, boom! The punch, which carried hundreds of tons of force, landed on a small shield, but did not create a single ripple. No. This punch still caused quite a stir. The fist collided with the shield, causing a shockwave to scatter, and the nearby chaotic debris was torn to pieces. The abomination was a little dumbfounded, staring at the small shield, and said in astonishment, "Is this vibranium?" In his poor cognition, only equipment made of vibranium can withstand his punch. In this world, vibranium is not the only thing that can withstand a beating. Lin Chongqing was too lazy to talk nonsense. His small universe was burning, and the stars of the Draco constellation were shining. "You're done, it's my turn." Lushan, Shenglongba. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by the green energy vortex, it was as if the sound of 100 percussion instruments echoed each other, shaking all the air. A green dragon emerged from the vortex, with a high-pitched dragon roar, and hit the chin of the abomination. This dragon that could reverse the flow of the Lushan waterfall had a force of more than thousands of tons. The hundreds and thousands of tons of power of the abomination had no power to resist in front of this real divine power, and was held in the mouth of the dragon and rushed into the sky. Lin Chongqing put his hands on the awning and watched for a while. Then, he retreated a dozen steps. 10 seconds later, a meteorite fell with a bang, blasting a big pit on the ground. This meteorite that fell from the sky was naturally abomination. The dragon carried him straight to a height of 10,000 meters, and after disappearing, he could only fall freely. Lin Chongqing walked to the edge of the pit, looked at it, and said, "He is not dead, the Hulk family is really tenacious." Definitely, this man took a blow from the rising dragon tyrant, played a free fall at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and was able to keep a breath, which is already a manifestation of tenacious vitality. The abomination was now torn to pieces, with his internal organs exposed and his bones shattered. Even though his self-healing ability was far superior to that of an ordinary person, it would take him several years to stand up again. If he wanted to get up and continue fighting, he would have to wait. In this battle, Lin Chongqing won very happily. But he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Facing a mere abomination, he had to use most of his strength. If he encountered a more difficult one in the future, he would be the one who would suffer. "I have to strengthen my strength as soon as possible," Lin Chongqing thought to himself, and turned his head to meet another pair of eyes. He almost forgot that there was another big guy here. But this big guy didn't seem to have to fight him. Hulk stared at Lin Chongqing, who looked like a bean sprout, and his big green face was full of vigilance. The abomination had just beaten him dizzy, and in the blink of an eye he was beaten half to death. It was hard for him not to be vigilant. Lin Chongqing smiled, lifted his mask, and said loudly, "Don't worry, I won't beat you, just do your thing." Hulk heard it, groaned angrily, bent down, and continued to tear the plane. The helicopter that General Ross was riding on was pulled down from mid-air by the abomination, and it was already twisted beyond recognition. Hulk wanted to rescue his girlfriend, so he had to tear open the outer shell of the helicopter. Unfortunately, he really didn't know how to control his strength. Although he tore a hole in the tail of the helicopter in an experimental tearing just now, he also tore off a soldier's leg. That is to say, the soldier had broken his neck during the fall, otherwise he would have pointed at his big face and cursed. So, at this time, Hulk was inevitably a little at a loss. He didn't care about the lives of those soldiers, but he didn't want to hurt his girlfriend. Lin Chongqing saw it, took a step, and came close to Hulk. Hulk was startled and punched him. Lin Chongqing had been prepared and raised the Tianlong shield. Boom! There was another heavy bang, causing the flames attached to the helicopter to shake violently. The hateful fist could not break the Tianlong shield, and the weakened version of Hulk naturally could not do it either. Seeing the big guy in an offensive posture, Lin Chongqing pointed at the helicopter and reminded him speechlessly, "Are you not going to save your girlfriend?" The fighting spirit in Hulk's eyes soon turned into worry. Looking at the flames on the fuselage, he shouted, "Save!" Lin Chongqing negotiated with him, "I will help you save her, and you leave New York immediately, okay?" Hulk nodded vigorously without any hesitation, "Okay." Even if Lin Chongqing didn't say it, he was ready to stay away from New York immediately after rescuing Betty. No, it should be away from America. Deal. Lin Chongqing made an okay gesture, and then stretched out his palm into a knife, swinging it at the twisted fuselage. Chi chi chi. The water vapor in the air gathered into sword energy, easily cutting the broken helicopter shell into 7 or 8 pieces. The small universe pushed psychokinesis and lifted the people who fell in the cabin out one by one. There are 8 people in it, and half of them are still alive. General Ross and Betty are very lucky. Not only did they survive, but they were not seriously injured. It was just that after a heavy collision, they were still breathing and looked extremely weak. Hulk looked at Betty with a smile on his face. Betty looked back at those eyes and whispered softly, "Bruce." Hulk showed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, but it disappeared quickly, and then glared at General Ross, who woke up, turned around and made a super big jump, disappearing in the darkness of the night. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, Comprehensive Street Fighter. Hulk's figure disappeared quickly, and General Ross, who finally recovered his breath, shouted angrily, "Why don't you catch him?" Lin Chongqing rolled his eyelids and replied coldly, "He didn't provoke me, why should I catch him?" Although the green fat man subconsciously punched him when he was scared, he decided to forgive him. Well, it's not mainly because the green fat man is still honest, but mainly because he doesn't want to do what the arrogant general wants. Anyway, the task entrusted by Black Widow is just to solve the riots of the hate. He has completed the task by beating the hate into a cripple. General Ross forced himself to prop up his body and roared, "I am a Lieutenant General of the American Army, I order you." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chongqing flicked his fingers. Snap! A heavy air force hit his chest, knocking the arrogant old guy unconscious. Seeing his father rolling his eyes and falling to the ground, Betty subconsciously approached, but soon thought of his ruthlessness and turned her head away angrily. "Don't worry, your father is not dead yet." Lin Chongqing smiled and said calmly, "At least at this moment, he is not yet at the stage of death in front of me. Betty was relieved after hearing this. Even though she hated her father's ruthlessness, he was her biological father after all. Lin Chongqing turned his eyes and glanced at the dark corner, saying in a flat tone, "Agent Natasha Romanoff, I helped you knock this old guy unconscious, saving you a lot of trouble. Shouldn't you pay more?" In order to study the super soldier serum, the military is chasing Hulk, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is also coveting it. However, Nick Fury is self-aware and knows that with today's technological weapons, there is no ability to subdue Hulk, so when dealing with Hulk, he chooses to take a gentle attitude. Although Hulk is still not subdued, there is a copy of Hulk, which is already a perfect experimental sample. If General Ross was awake, it would be almost impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take the abomination away from his sight. But now that Ross was knocked unconscious by Lin Chongqing, S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally had ample opportunities. Natasha Romanoff definitely understood this truth. She walked out of the shadows with a poppy-like smile, raised her eyebrows seductively at Lin Chongqing, and said with regret, "If you can subdue Hulk, the director's reward for you will be doubled without any problem. Banner and Hulk are just poor people. I'm not interested in bullying them. See you later." Lin Chongqing waved his hand disapprovingly, stepped on the night sky, turned into a meteor, and disappeared in the dirty darkness in an instant. Natasha Romanoff looked at the night sky and sighed slightly. Then, she waved her hand gently, and a large group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came out from all corners to clean up the war. Well, the main thing to clean up is the abomination. Whether it was his broken body or the blood that flowed out, all of them had to be packed and taken away. Black Widow didn't need to do those physical works. After arranging the agent to send General Ross and Betty to the Shield Hospital for treatment, he pressed the call button on his neck again. "Fury, I didn't have time to ask for information about the battlesuit. Should I go to Dark Island again?" Fury thought for a moment and replied, "Don't be too anxious. Take care of General Ross first." Black Widow chuckled and said, "I understand. I will let him sleep as much as possible." Lin Chongqing was very satisfied with Fury's attitude of transferring the payment. Before he flew back to Dark Island, the reward of $55 million had been deposited into the account. Splendid! Looking at the skyrocketing assets, Lin Chongqing smiled happily. Although he didn't know what it was for, it looked very refreshing. Entering the castle, Phoenix had prepared dinner. After Lin Chongqing finished dinner, he thought about where to go. At this stage, there seems to be no waves in the Marvel world. At most, Thor will come down for a visit, but there won't be any big disturbances. Taking this opportunity, he can go to other worlds and travel. He obtained Icky's microcosm, but it was a copycat version after all, and the extent to which it could be used was limited. Which world should I go to? Lin Chongqing opened the main God interface and flipped through the worlds that could be connected. Well, although I have obtained a lot of abilities now, I still lack basic combat skills. Maybe I can find a fighting world to conduct practical training. Lin Chongqing's eyes paused and found a weird world. Hybrid Street Fighter. Street Fighter is Street Fighter, what is Hybrid Street Fighter? Lin Chongqing scratched his head. It takes 3 points of energy, it doesn't seem to be a low-level world. It's FK. The heavy constraints brought by the shuttle world were only fleeting, but it destroyed the center of gravity that Lin Chongqing had adjusted with great difficulty. His body couldn't help but tilt, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, when he was about to fall, he was stopped by a white and tender arm. When he was about to fall, he subconsciously reached out and grabbed the arm of the passerby next to him. "Sir, what do you want to do?" A woman's unhappy voice asked in his ear. Lin Chongqing's eyes were black, as if something had drilled into his head. He frowned and rubbed his temples. When his vision gradually became clear, the first scenery he saw was the blue sea. Where is this? Lin Chongqing looked around blankly. The view was full of undulating waves, seagulls hovering above his head, and the sight of the ship riding the wind and waves under his feet. Conclusion: this is a large cruise ship. He moved in his heart and tilted his head slightly. There was a beautiful woman with a slender figure, charming looks, but a bit of indifference next to him, staring at him with a slightly disgusted look. Oh my, an acquaintance. Isn't this the legendary Sister Shahen? But what does this person have to do with Street Fighter? Why did she appear in this world? At the moment, Sister Shahen wore a black deep V low-cut vest on her upper body and black shorts on her lower body, revealing a pair of eye-catching white legs, and her sexy curves were fully displayed in front of people's eyes. Although her eyes were full of indifference, they added a few different kinds of charm. Lin Chongqing's eyes were slightly widened. How could he be so embarrassed to give benefits as soon as he entered the door? Sister Shahen glanced down and said coldly, "Haven't you touched enough?" Lin Chongqing was slightly startled, and his eyes followed her line of sight. Only then did he suddenly realize that his right hand was holding her forearm. Well, because of the strength, it was scratched red. Sorry. He hurriedly let go of his hand, pulled the corner of his mouth, and smiled embarrassedly. I was a little seasick just now, and I didn't notice it for a while. Sister Shahen snorted with a half-believing voice, and gently pressed the scratched red forearm with the other hand. The cherry mouth opened slightly, and just as she was about to say something, another woman's voice came from not far away. "Boy, come quickly." "I'm coming." Sister Shahen held back what she was about to say, glared at him again, and turned to walk towards the plump and sexy beauty. "Boy? Cruise ship? And Dongxiang? I probably know which story it is. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 City Hunter. Uncle Long's City Hunter. This movie is mainly about Japanese newspaper tycoon Imamura Hiroji hired a private detective, Meng Bo, who is also known as the City Hunter, and his assistant Hui Xiang to find his daughter, Imamura Kiyoko, who ran away from home. Imamura Kiyoko didn't want to go home, so she tried her best to avoid Meng Bo. This girl accidentally stole an invitation card for the first voyage of the Fuguiwan gambling ship, and secretly ran onto the gambling ship. At the same time, Hui Xiang was annoyed by Meng Bo's lack of understanding of romance, so she abandoned him in anger and went on the gambling ship with her cousin De Jiaoban. Meng Bo didn't have an invitation card, so he could only sneak onto the gambling ship. Meng Bo, who was dizzy from hunger, happened to encounter the gangster MacDonald who hijacked the gambling ship. After that, it was Uncle Long's funny journey leading a large number of beautiful women and monsters. There are no noteworthy masters in this movie. The only troublesome point is that the gang of bandits has extremely fierce firepower, with all kinds of long guns, short guns, and bombs, which is equivalent to a well-equipped special forces. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Uncle Long and a group of beauties would have become thieves. Oh, I remember there are indeed scenes of Street Fighter in this movie. Thinking of that funny plot, Lin Chongqing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Integrated Street Fighter? Will all the movies and TV shows that have Street Fighter plots be integrated? That's too messy. I hope there won't be a Hong Kong comic version of Street Fighter, where the characters are all silver level. Lin Chongqing saw that no one was there, so he called out, "Phoenix." "Sir." A response immediately sounded from his watch. This is Stark's special intelligent brain device, which contains Phoenix's sub-programs, and can control the programs in the castle through her. Lin Chongqing snapped his fingers and ordered, "Phoenix, hack the surveillance system of this cruise ship, find the bandits who are planning to rob, and the place where their weapons and equipment are stored. Monitor the entire ship, and tell me if there are any unusual movements by guys with bad intentions." "Phoenix, Okay. Lin Chongqing looked around and was hesitating about where to go, when he heard Phoenix remind him, "Sir, I found someone who is moving unusually." "So fast?" Lin Chongqing was a little surprised. The coast can still be seen on the side of the cruise ship. Obviously, it has not entered the high seas. Those bandits are moving around at this time. Aren't they afraid of attracting the attention of the police and being blocked and killed on the ship? The watch dial flashed and turned into a holographic light screen. In the light screen, a sneaky guy came out of the cargo hold of the cruise ship, looked up and looked left and right, and then covered his stomach with a depressed look and felt around. That iconic big nose, who else could it be if it wasn't Uncle Long? Meng Bo didn't have an invitation card, so he had to hide in the luggage to sneak into the Fugui Maru. He hadn't eaten for nearly 2 days since he received the mission to find someone. Now he was so hungry that his eyes were blue. Basically, everyone looked like a chicken leg to him. He was walking up in a daze, trying to find some food in the restaurant to fill his stomach, but judging from his route, he would only bump into the first mate of the cruise ship. He had tried to use the Mahjong Hall membership card as an invitation card to get on board before, and it was the first mate who ordered the sailor to throw him out. If the two met head-on, there would be a lot of chaos. Should we get to know each other in advance? Lin Chongqing pondered. At this time, it is estimated that as long as Meng Bo is given a piece of bread, the favorability value can be maxed out. Although knowing Meng Bo or not is actually irrelevant to his journey, he has been an idol for many years after all. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he chose to give up. Uncle Long is an immortal cockroach, don't worry that he will starve to death, maybe you can go and say hello to his sister Shahan first. Lin Chongqing's face suddenly changed, and he rummaged through his pockets and found only less than $100 in bills. MMP, the startup capital is too little, right? Let's make some money first. By the way, where is the casino? The property he obtained in the Marvel world obviously cannot be used in this world. Now he doesn't know how long he will stay here, he has to find a way to make some money first. This is a gambling ship called Charity, and it is naturally very convenient to make money in the casino. As for whether he can make money, as a mature Saint SEIYA, he is not only good at swinging his fists. The casino on the Fugui Maru is very gorgeous. It is said that it was designed by the same designer as the Paris Opera House. The interior ceiling and walls are classical and magnificent, like a luxurious palace. There are live bands, free drinks, and high-quality buffets. Basically, the mainstream gambling methods in the world can be found here, but the main method of playing is still based on the gambling table. $100 can't get on the big gambling table. Lin Chongqing strolled between the rows of gambling tables, the only chip jumping between his fingers, and suddenly he threw it out with a flick of his finger, landing on the big character on a gambling table. Let's play this first. The most basic way to play, Sikbo, also known as betting on file size, the total points of 4 to 10 are called small, 11 to 17 are large, and the dice are counted separately. You can also bet on one or more numbers on the table at the same time. The dealer looked up at him and saw that he had no intention of taking it back, so he patted the dice cup on the table and reminded him, "Be sure to leave. Open." The dealer pressed the bell to stop betting, then opened the cup, removed the cover, and revealed the dice inside. 443, big. I made 100 yuan, good luck. Lin Chongqing was not surprised at all. Because before placing the bet, he had already scanned the dice with the god's telekinesis. As long as the dealer doesn't cheat, he will only win and not lose. A voice said teasingly, "You are really content." Lin Chongqing looked back and smiled, "Miss Yazi, we meet again." The one who spoke was Sister Shahan and her fierce female bestie. I don't know if it's a habit or for this mission, at the moment Sister Shahan is still dressed as a sexy girl. The fierce female friend's eyes lit up, and she poked her friend's arm with her elbow. "Do you know him?" For Dongxiang, who is determined to marry a rich man, almost all the male guests on this ship are on her short list. Lin Chongqing is young, handsome, and has an extraordinary temperament. He is definitely the first choice. The boy curled his lips and said contemptuously, "A person who thinks he is lucky after earning 100 yuan, do you think he is the rich man you expect?" The busty female friend sighed, looked up and down at the man in front of her, and found that his dress was ordinary, and he really didn't look like a rich man. She sighed with regret, "That's right." Lin Chongqing shrugged, "Miss Boy, I think there seems to be some misunderstanding between us." Before he finished speaking, the boy said in a cold voice, "Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you know it in your heart. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Casino Storm. I know, it's a misunderstanding." Lin Chongqing's voice fell slightly, and at the same time, the god's telekinesis was released again. The dealer covered the dice cup again, fastened the cup cover and the cup base with a buckle, and then pressed the handle 3 times in succession. 3 dice jumped in the glass cover, and the please bet sign on the table lit up, indicating that gamblers can place bets. This time, Lin Chongqing didn't think about it, and decisively threw all the chips in his hand on the .5. A trace of surprise flashed in the boy's eyes, and he asked in confusion, "Are you angry and planning to commit suicide to apologize?" The odds of betting on odds and evens are only 1 times, and the odds of betting on points are 18 times. But the winning rate of betting on odds and evens is 50%, while the winning rate of betting on points is not much greater than 0. Buy and leave. Open. 3, 1, 1, small. The boy was stunned, while his fierce female best friend patted Lin Chongqing's arm excitedly, and shouted in disbelief, 1 to 18 times, your luck is too good. $200 multiplied by 18 times is $3,600, which is nearly 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. For ordinary people, it is no longer a small number. This is just a hand of cards. The boy pursed his lips and muttered indignantly, shit luck. Lin Chongqing smiled faintly, not caring, took out a few chips from a pile, and handed them to the 2 women. I'll give you a red. The boy was about to refuse, but the best friend next to him had already grabbed it, and said with a smile, I'll help you too, whatever you buy, I'll buy. It's up to you. Lin Chongqing shrugged, took out a chip, and threw it on the small. Seeing this, the big-breasted female best friend also picked up the smallest chip and put it on it. And it wasn't just her. Some gamblers who also wanted to get lucky followed suit and placed bets. Then, they lost. The busted girl was a little depressed. How could I lose? Hee hee. Lin Chongqing smiled and said nothing. He threw another chip. The busted girl hesitated and followed another chip, and lost again. The boy looked down on her, or gloated. I said, he was just lucky just now, and you really followed him to place bets. Ah! The busted girl hit her chest, letting the 2 pieces of flesh shake, and shouted depressedly, did your luck just run out? The 5th hand, lost. The 6th hand, lost. The 7th hand, only the busted girl was left to follow the trend and place bets. Everyone else stood on the opposite side of Lin Chongqing, treating him as a guiding light for winning money. The busted female friend still followed Lin Chongqing to place bets, not because she trusted Lin Chongqing so much, but because the chips she lost now were originally given to her by Lin Chongqing as a red bet. The money she lost was not hers, so she didn't feel bad about giving some away. Definitely, she had a bottom line in her heart for losing money. Once she touched the bottom line, she would definitely go to exchange the chips for money immediately. Lin Chongqing was always smiling, as if he was not the one who lost several times in a row. In fact, it's not that he can't win in a row, but he has heard of the rules of the casino. The purpose of opening a casino is to make money, and generally, customers will not be allowed to win money in a row. Once there is a scene where customers keep winning money, the casino's closed-circuit television will follow closely, first observing whether the process is correct and whether the gambler is cheating. If the process is correct and the gambler is not found to be cheating, the casino will often instruct the dealer to do something secretly. All major casinos in the world are the same routine, and there is absolutely no real fairness. In the consecutive losses, the maximum number that the dice cup shook out was only 8 times the odds, which was not worth it. He was waiting for a big one, then he would take the money and leave. The 8th, lost. The 9th, lost. The busty female bestie looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears, and buried her head in her bestie's 2 lumps of flesh. The 10th. The dice bounced in the glass cover, and the please bet sign on the table lit up. Lin Changqing's expression was still indifferent. This time, he didn't throw out 1 chip at a time, but pushed out all the chips in his hand for the 2nd time, and then reminded Dongxiang's sister, "If you still believe in me, put all the chips down together." Ah! Dongxiang's sister looked at the table. A pile of chips were all piled on the dice, and her eyes couldn't help but feel dizzy. Dice betting is betting on the same number of points on the 3 dice, and you need to bet on a specified number. For example, if the dice cup opens 3 fours, you will receive a super high odds of 150 times to 1. However, super high odds also mean super low hit rate. Lin Changqing's previous losing streak really hit the confidence of the busty female bestie. If she loses thousands of Hong Kong dollars at a time, she is afraid that she will regret it. At this time, the boy glanced at Lin Changqing lightly, raised his hand to grab the chips from his best friend, decisively added bricks and tiles to the pile of chips, and then said lightly to his best friend's surprised eyes, "Gambling is fun because it is exciting." Dongxiang's sister glared at her best friend fiercely, and then was glared back by her best friend. She had to lower her head aggrievedly and buried it in the flesh on her chest. Zhuang He looked at Lin Changqing suspiciously, rang the bell to stop betting, and shouted, "Buy it and leave." Open the cup buckle, remove the outer cover, reveal the dice, and a circle of people's eyes almost fell out. 333. Wow! Dongxiang's sister screamed first, slapped her best friend's arm hard, jumped and laughed, attracting the attention of the casino guests. She didn't care, but just shouted excitedly, "We won! 1-1, 150, we won!" The boy was also surprised, but looking at Lin Changqing who was as calm as ever, she couldn't help but complain, "Our chips together are only more than 1,000 yuan, even if it doubles 150 times, how much can it be?" Others have tens of thousands and doubled 150 times without any expression. "Why are you so excited?" Dongxiang's sister was so happy that she almost fainted, and heard the words and shouted, "Come on, this is hundreds of thousands of US dollars, which is more than 1 million Hong Kong dollars, which is more than our salary for several years. Isn't it worth being happy?" The boy was speechless. She was just a little scared by the boy's gambling skills. He won millions of US dollars with just a few cards, which is enough to convert into Hong Kong dollars. It's not so fast to make money by robbing a bank. Compared with the 9-digit asset growth of others, the two of them together are only more than 1 million. What is there to be happy about? Lin Changqing pondered for a moment. His current capital was too small. Even if it increased by 150 times, it would only be more than 400,000 US dollars, which would be only more than 3 million Hong Kong dollars. It shouldn't be enough, right? Then let's play another round? Lin Changqing's eyes slightly tilted, and he saw that the dealer was trembling. Soon, a new dealer came over and replaced the previous one. The new dealer looked confident. "Sir, do you want to place another bet?" Lin Changqing glanced at him and smiled. "Okay, place another bet." This time, without waiting for the dealer to shake the dice, he pushed a pile of chips to 6 points. The new dealer was stunned for a moment, and said in a complicated tone, "Sir, you are really confident. Shake the dice. Lin Chongqing did not comment. The new dealer nodded slightly and signaled to everyone, please place your bets. Sister Dongxiang did not hesitate at all, and directly swiped the chips and pushed them next to Lin Chongqing's chips. The boy's shoulders moved, trying to stop his bestie from going crazy. She was a police officer who was ordered to come on board to investigate. Before coming, she had learned the information of everyone on the ship in detail, so she knew that this new dealer was a top expert in the gambling world. It was not easy for passers-by like them to participate in such a battle between masters. However, when she saw Lin Chongqing's calmness, she suddenly felt that it was nothing to try her luck. Anyway, these chips were basically won by others. Even if she was unlucky and lost them all, she would just think of it as a dream. Soon, the bets were placed. The new dealer shook the dice with a very beautiful technique, and finally put the dice cup back on the table with confidence. But when he opened the cup lid, his expression froze. 1, 2, 3, 6 points. Thank you. Lin Chongqing thanked politely with a smile, and put away the chips that had skyrocketed again with satisfaction. More than $8 million should be enough. Sister Dongxiang, whose assets also skyrocketed 18 times, was so happy that she was holding the chips at this time. The new dealer stared at Lin Chongqing and asked with a stiff smile, "Sir, do you want to continue betting?" "No." Under the eager and regretful eyes of the gamblers, Lin Chongqing packed up a pile of chips, turned to the girl and smiled, "Miss Yazi, I have something to ask you, can I go to your room?" "Yes, yes. The bed in our room is so soft." Dongxiang's sister jumped up first. She thought she was just a loser who got on the cruise ship before, but now she found that she was clearly a potential god. She definitely wanted to express a warm welcome. If she could catch her and become a rich man, she would have a lifetime of wealth and glory. Unfortunately, she couldn't make the decision. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Okay. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Separate Actions. In order to attract a rich man, Sister Dongxiang worked hard to become a dancer for the orchestra on the ship, and the boy, with the help of his best friend, went on board the Fuguiwan as a dancer, so the environment of the room they stayed in was much worse than that of the VIP room for guests. Definitely, even if the environment was slightly worse, it was much better than ordinary hotels, with an area of dozens of square meters, a soft big round bed, and a high-quality carpet, and you can also look out at the sea from the window. After entering the door, Sister Dongxiang smiled charmingly and arranged for Lin Chongqing to sit down, but the boy snorted coldly and suddenly kicked out. Boom! Her leg kicked Lin Chongqing's calf heavily, but he couldn't help but groan, and then sat on the ground with his legs in pain. Lin Chongqing sat on the sofa leisurely, and apologized insincerely, "Sorry, I think I bumped into you." Sister Dongxiang was surprised, "Boy, what are you doing?" The boy ignored her, stared at Lin Chongqing, pursed his lips, and said coldly, "With your gambling skills, it is impossible for you to be unknown. Who are you? And why do you always pester me?" "Because you are a policeman." Lin Chongqing spread his hands and said confidently, "I found pirates on the ship, I must call the police." The boy was shocked and raised his head in surprise, "You found pirates?" Lin Chongqing reached out and picked up a bottle of drink and opened it, saying nonchalantly, "It is not clear whether it is pirates, but they claim to kidnap all the rich people on the ship." The boy immediately asked, "Where are they?" Lin Chongqing definitely was everywhere in the cruise ship. I reminded that the number of them was a lot. "Is there a iron plate on your leg? How can you be so hard? You are content, if you are not using it, you will not just break your ankles." Lin Chongqing leaned his lips, stood up, and said, "I will heal it soon. It is still no problem. The small universe has the effect of treatment, or strong or weak. But whether it is strong or weak, it is very simple to treat her skin injury." Lin Chongqing lifted her sister-in-law's legs, gently placed on her knees, and took off her shouts to expose slender jade feet. He stretched out a hand and rubbed her swollen ankle carefully. The heat flowed into her body from the contact point, repairing the necrotic cells. The piercing pain was greatly relieved, and the boy couldn't help but moan in comfort. Dongxiang's sister was stunned and felt it was incredible. Is it so effective? Lin Chongqing didn't even raise his head. Definitely. Dongxiang's sister rolled her eyes and soon put on a flattering smile. Little brother, you have received our boy's welfare. When will you go to play again and help us make some money? I can also give out welfare. The boy glared at her and felt very embarrassed. He won so much money at once. He was blacklisted by the gambling boat this morning. What's the point of playing? Besides, we didn't come on the boat to play. I know. Dongxiang's sister pursed her lips and muttered indignantly, to investigate whether there are bad guys who want to hijack the ship. But the investigating the case and making money in the casino do not conflict. It's a rare opportunity. The boy couldn't do anything with her, he could only sigh, turned to Lin Chongqing and asked, "What did you find?" Lin Chongqing said slowly, "Those international gangsters want to hijack the ship. They must need a lot of guns. If there is no qualified insider, it is almost impossible." The boy's black jade pupils moved slightly, pursed his lips, and pondered for a while, and then said, "What you said makes sense. We can focus the investigation on the captain and the deputy captain, and find a way to lock their weapons first." "Okay." Lin Chongqing put her foot on the ground. The girl was slightly startled. She tried to exert a little force. The injured foot really didn't hurt, as if it had never been injured. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Who are you? You have such good gambling skills and superb medical skills." Lin Chongqing shrugged and sat back on the sofa. He didn't answer her question and continued the previous topic. "No matter whether the captain and the big boss are insiders, since the gangsters have boarded the ship, it means that the situation is irreversible. It is very likely that the weapons have been distributed to the gangsters. Have you ever thought about how to protect the people on the ship once those guys start fighting?" He never doubted that he could kill those gangsters, but he was a little powerless to protect a boat full of people in the hail of bullets. Those grandsons were all murderers. Once they found something wrong, they would definitely shoot without hesitation, or even blow up the cruise ship with bombs. The boy showed a headache expression and said depressedly, "There are only 2 of us, and there is no other support. Even if we grow 8 hands, we can't save them, right? I only hope that before the criminals take action, we can pass on the confirmed news, and then the support can arrive in time, otherwise the casualties of the people will be very heavy." The big-breasted girl poked her head and made her presence felt resentful. "Have you forgotten that there is such a person as me?" The boy rolled his eyes at her. "You can use any of the weapons in my suitcase, and I will count you as one of the heads." The big-breasted girl shook her chest and went back to pretend to be a dog. She is not a girl from America, and has never touched a gun. She can't adapt to the sudden transformation into a cool female gunman. In addition, the heavy burden in front of her makes it much more likely that she will shoot at her feet than at the enemy. Lin Chongqing said, "As far as I know, there are a few people on the ship who can help. One is Jayada, a master in the Asian gambling world, and the other 2 are the city hunter Meng Bo and his assistant Hui Xiang." The boy smiled bitterly. "Only 2 or 3 people, even if the ability is very strong, the help we can provide is limited." Lin Chongqing said lightly, "You only need to consider defense, and leave the offense to me." The boy was a little unhappy. "Do you look down on me?" Lin Chongqing wanted to say, "I don't look down on you, but everyone here is trash," but in order not to be remembered by the petty woman, he could only shrug and say, "I just think that protecting the people is more important than killing the bandits." Count it to you. The boy nodded with satisfaction and suppressed his emotions, but you are right, protecting the people is more important than killing the bandits. We have to think of a way out first. Once things get out of hand, there is a temporary hiding place. We need this cruise ship. Structural diagram. How do you know? I have seen it inadvertently. Okay. Cruise worker laughed secretly in the heart of Lin Chongqing. The cabin was a place where the machine was installed on the ship. Generally, few people went to hide there, but they were caught by the sailors. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, Entering the Casino Again. My birthday. Meng Bo squatted in the darkest corner of the cabin, looking hopeless, lamenting his unlucky birthday. He was chased by gangsters first, and then chased by sailors. He had to play hide and seek on the ship with an empty stomach. It was really miserable. He lit a match he took from the table, and the weak flame fell on the wall, which turned into a sweet cake and a fragrant roast goose. What's even better is that the goose jumped down from the wall, with a knife and fork stuck on its back, and staggered towards him. Damn! Meng Bo shook his head fiercely, muttering with tears in his eyes, am I going to starve to death here like the little match girl? As soon as he finished speaking, a fragrance suddenly filled the air. It was the fragrance of roast goose. Meng Bo's saliva was 3 feet long, and he closed his eyes in ecstasy, constantly twitching his nose. It's getting more and more fragrant. Don't you want to eat? Hearing the slightly teasing voice in his ears, Meng Bo was stunned, and opened his eyes a little slowly, and saw that a strange young man appeared opposite him at some point. The young man looked at him with a half-smile, holding a roast goose leg in his right hand and gnawing on it, and handed most of the roast goose in front of him with his left hand. But seeing his stunned look, the other party seemed a little disappointed, and took the roast goose back, and sighed calmly, forget it if you don't want to eat it. If you don't eat it, you're a grandson. Meng Bo jumped up quickly, stretched out his hand to grab the roast goose in his hand, opened his mouth as wide as possible, bit off the whole goose butt in one bite, and then chewed it hard. Damn, I used to dislike eating this piece the most, but now I feel. It's fat and greasy, it's so delicious. Lin Chongqing held back the urge to laugh, watching Uncle Long holding the roast goose butt and eating it voraciously, and rolling his eyes from time to time because of the greasy minced meat, and kindly handed over a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, thank you. Meng Bo showed a slightly stiff smile, his favor ability instantly maxed out. He gave a grateful look, took the mineral water and gulped it down, burped for a long time, and then continued to eat, his face shiny and shiny, feeling that this birthday was super happy. Lin Chongqing shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, Mr. Meng Bo, my name is Lin Chongqing, representing a policeman, I want to ask you for a favor. Just say it, I will definitely help if I can. Meng Bo's cheeks bulged, and he patted his chest loudly. This is what happened. We received intelligence that terrorists were planning to hijack this ship. Lin Chongqing told the whole story. There is only one policeman on the ship, and there are many terrorists, and their firepower is fierce. In order to avoid heavy casualties among ordinary people, we need some professionals to help. Mr. Meng Bo is a famous private detective, I think he should be able to help us solve many problems. Since he heard about the terrorists, Meng Bo's speed of eating roast goose slowed down. After all, this was a big deal involving his own life. He thought for a moment and said, it's okay to help, but my main mission on this ship is to send a runaway girl home. I have to protect her first, so as to avoid any accidents that would be difficult to explain. Lin Chongqing knew who he was looking for, but still pretended not to know and said, do you have a photo of that girl? Yes. Meng Bo wiped the oil stains on his hands on his body. Anyway, this outfit is no longer wearable, and he will have to change into new clothes later. He carefully took out his wallet from his underwear pocket, and on the top of the wallet was a photo of a girl. "I will help you find this girl." Lin Chongqing paused, and then continued, "Oh, and your assistant lady." Meng Bo grinned, revealing a mouthful of meat foam, and wanted to pat his shoulder, but when he saw his greasy palm, he chose to give up and begged with a serious face, "Please, I'm tired for 2 days, and my mental state is too bad now. After I have eaten and drunk enough and rested for a while, I will help you build fortifications. I guarantee that even if the other party carries a bomb, I can hold on for a while." Lin Chongqing glanced at the dark cabin and said, "The environment here is too bad. I'll take you to my room. You can have a good rest in there and change into new clothes. I'll help you find Imamura Kiyoko and Ms. Huixiang." Meng Bo said with some embarrassment, "I came here illegally. The first mate is looking for me with a group of crew members. If I'm caught by them, they will definitely lock me up." Lin Chongqing smiled, "It doesn't matter. Just stay with me. They won't catch you." Meng Bo was surprised and said, "Did you deal with those crew members?" Lin Chongqing, "That's not the case." "What should I do?" Meng Bo was depressed. Lin Chongqing was very confident, "I said, just stay with me. I will naturally find a way to keep you away from their eyes." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Meng Bo didn't want to stay in this dark and cold place without food and water. Now he could only choose to trust him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, passed through the watertight door and climbed up the escalator to the upper level. They saw several crew members coming towards them. "Hey!" Meng Bo was a little nervous, lowered his head, and reminded in a low voice, "They are the crew members sent by the first mate to arrest me. Don't talk, follow me." Lin Chongqing whispered and took Meng Bo to the front. A group of crew members who were furious at Meng Bo's tricks seemed not to see the two of them. While cursing how they would deal with Meng Bo after catching him, they passed by the two of them closely, completely ignoring the target that was only 2 centimeters away. Meng Bo felt puzzled, "What's going on? Are they blind? Or did I accidentally disfigure myself?" Lin Chongqing smiled and said nothing. He just used the fluctuations of the small universe to make passers-by subconsciously ignore their existence. As long as Meng Bo didn't jump around in front of people, the crew would ignore his existence. The boy got on board as a dancer in the song and dance troupe and lived in the staff room. Lin Chongqing was different from the boy. He came here suddenly and had no identity on the ship. But Feng Huang made up an identity for him and got the best room on the Fugui Maru. This room has an area of nearly 100 square meters and occupies the best view of the sea. Unfortunately, Meng Bo was already so tired that his brain was tied up. He had no mood to enjoy the sea view. He didn't even bother to wash up. He just took off his dirty clothes, took out a bath towel and wrapped it around his waist, and fell asleep on the sofa. In less than 3 seconds, the thunderous snoring sounded. "I hope this guy doesn't oversleep." Lin Chongqing shook his head, ignored him, closed the door, and walked towards the casino again. Not to make money, but Gundam was in the casino. As soon as he entered the casino, a well-mannered man came up to him and said politely, "Excuse me, sir, this is an ordinary gambling table, and the maximum bet is only 20,000 chips. I suggest you go to the VIP area, where the maximum bet can reach 200,000. Well, it seems that the previous act of winning $80 million with $100 has made the casino put his name on the blacklist. The VIP area is all big gambling tables, gambling on stud and baccarat. In such a place, the winnings mainly fall on the gamblers across the street, and the casino earns water, i.e. commission. To use a long-standing saying, make money by opening a casino, not by gambling. No matter who wins or loses, the casino will make money. Lin Chongqing didn't want to play at the small table, because Jayada was playing baccarat at the big gambling table, and the boy and the big-breasted girl were there. The commotion at the door attracted the boy's attention. Seeing Lin Chongqing looking up, he immediately gave a soft look. "I'll go to that table." Lin Chongqing raised his chin, and the casino manager nodded. The waiter next to him immediately led the way and led him to sit opposite Jayada. Jayada's eyes lit up immediately and turned over the cards in his hand. Dealer 8 points. Player 6 points. Dealer wins. The middle-aged man sitting next to Lin Chongqing threw the cards on the table angrily and groaned, "What bad luck." Since the pretty boy opposite sat down, he has lost 5 or 6 cards in a row, and his heart is definitely very depressed. Jayada turned a blind eye to the resentment of his opponent, but raised his eyebrows slightly at Lin Chongqing and showed a provocative smile. Lin Chongqing shook his head and laughed, then looked up and asked the boy, "Have you changed your chips?" The busty girl twisted her butt, pushed her best friend aside, came over with a bright smile, put a dozen chips in front of him, and said seriously, "If you lose, it's yours, if you win, we'll split it in half, how about that?" Lin Chongqing nodded disapprovingly, "Okay. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28, The Dusty Gundam. Bangor 9. Player 8. Bangor wins. Bangor 8. Player 5. Bangor wins. Bangor 9. Player 7. Bangor wins. After losing more than a dozen times in a row, the busty girl pouted, her eyes full of stars, and she wanted to punch Lin Chongqing twice. Although she had experienced it once, she still had the urge to faint when she encountered it again. Lin Chongqing was always calm and his expression did not change once. The white guy sitting next to him finally couldn't help it. He threw the cards on the table and glared at Gundam and shouted, "It's either 8 or 9. You have a problem." Gundam held a cigarette in his mouth, sneered slightly, and looked at Lin Chongqing, "What about you?" "Me." Lin Chongqing crossed his hands and put them on the table, still smiling slightly, "I just think you should stop when you are satisfied. This guy is not Zhou Xingxing with supernatural powers. He can always win money because he keeps changing cards with tricks." Jayada blew out a smoke ring and sneered, "If you are willing to gamble, you must admit defeat. Otherwise, don't go to the gambling table. You won 8 million with $100. Didn't the casino suspect you had any problems?" After hearing the first 2 sentences, the white ghost was about to get angry, but after hearing the latter few sentences, he sat down in astonishment. The fact that Lin Chongqing used only $100 in chips and won $8 million in a few decks of cards has long been spread throughout the gambling ship. Whether you are in the gambling world or not, you will be curious about such a person. If you are willing to gamble, you must admit defeat. That's what you said. Lin Chongqing glanced at Jayada with a smile, knocked on the table, pushed all the chips up, and said to the dealer, "Buy the player." The white ghost hesitated for a moment, looked at the arrogant grandson opposite, and also pushed out tens of thousands of chips, "I will buy the player too." Then, he pointed at Lin Chongqing and added, "Let this gentleman see the cards. He is a rich man, it's just a few $100,000, and he doesn't care." What annoyed him was that the guy on the other side not only cheated, but also always looked arrogant. Now that there was a master around him, he didn't mind throwing tens of thousands of dollars to play a few more games. If he won, he could laugh at the guy on the other side, and if he lost, he would just ask someone to break his hands. Lin Chongqing didn't care whether he could see the cards or not, but nodded gently, "Thank you. Can't you bear it anymore?" Jayada was very happy and threw in a few chips, "I'm betting on the banker." The banker started to deal the cards. Lin Chongqing picked up 2 cards and turned them over without even looking at them. A 2 of clubs and a 3 of hearts, a total of only 5 points, the chance of losing is very high, after all, the grandson on the other side is always 8 or 9. The white ghost frowned, and the big-breasted girl groaned in frustration. Jayada laughed, and Lin Chongqing didn't touch 8 or 9 points, which made him a little disappointed. He couldn't help but wonder if he was really lucky to win 8 million. However, at this time, you have to look at the cards first. Gundam moved the 2 cards in front of him and opened them bit by bit. A 2 of diamonds and an ace of diamonds. The points were not as good as the opponent's 5 points. But this was obviously not the final result. He put the cards on the table, and when he opened them again, they had become a 2 of diamonds and a 6 of spades. Sorry, it's 8 points again. The voices on the table suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Wow! The busted girl jumped up. Yeah, we won. The white ghost also smiled widely and made a contemptuous gesture towards Gundam. The dealer coughed dryly and announced the result: banker 3 points, player 5 points, player wins. Gundam was stunned and looked down at the cards, a 2 of diamonds and an ace of diamonds. Did I change the cards by mistake? This was his first thought. He clearly changed the ace of diamonds to the 6 of spades. Or, is he playing tricks? Gundam's expression was uncertain. He looked at Lin Chongqing deeply. Threw 2 cards, continue. Lin Chongqing smiled and pushed out the chips that doubled. Buy player. Buy player. The white guy grinned and threw a pile of chips over. This gentleman should look at the cards. Gundam snorted. Buy banker. The banker dealt the cards. Lin Chongqing still didn't look at them, just flipped them open. 2 8s, a total of 6 points. Gundam glanced at Lin Chongqing vigilantly, and opened the cards carefully. A 5 and a 6, a total of only 1 point. Change the cards. Change the 6 of hearts to the 4 of clubs. Gundam put the cards on the table and stared at Lin Chongqing. I'm 9. Boy, are you presbyopic at such a young age? The white ghost laughed loudly. It's clearly 0, how can it be 9? What? Gundam was shocked and looked down, only to see that the 4 of clubs had turned into the 5 of clubs. How could this be possible? The banker has 0 points, and the player has 6 points. The player wins. The dealer announced the result and looked at Gundam with a strange expression. He read the cards wrong twice. Could it be that he was presbyopic at such a young age? Gundam stared at Lin Chongqing and gritted his teeth and said, You did it. If you are willing to gamble, you must admit defeat. Lin Chongqing drank juice and spit out 6 words slowly. The busted girl laughed so hard that her 2 lumps of flesh shook non-stop, and the boy also covered his mouth and chuckled. It was not because he won money, but because the scene was very interesting, and it also made her very curious about how Lin Chongqing did it. In fact, Lin Chongqing did not do much. He just used his powerful mental power to disrupt Gundam's thinking and let him set a trap for himself. Every time he changed the cards, he was wrong, just sending himself to the grave. In other words, if this guy did not cheat by changing the cards, he would have a chance to win by luck alone, but unfortunately he was used to this cheating method. Banker 3 points, player 7 points. Player wins. Banker 6 points, player 9 points. Player wins. Banker 5 points, player 8 points. Player wins. It was like turning the script upside down. He lost more than 20 times in a row. Gundam lost so much that he almost vomited blood. In fact, it didn't matter how much money he lost. What mattered was that his confidence was about to collapse. Looking at the other party's red eyes, Lin Chongqing felt that the time was almost right, so he pushed the chips worth hundreds of thousands of US dollars to the busted girl, and smiled at the people at the gambling table. I've had a lot of fun. And I'll see you again if we're lucky. The gamblers who followed the trend to make money sighed regretfully, but the white ghost laughed and said, Friend, thank you for helping to teach that little cheater a lesson. These chips are given to you as my gratitude. Free money is not to be refused. Lin Chongqing did not refuse, and nodded with his chin to the busted girl who was picking up chips with great interest. Give it to this beautiful lady. Really? Wow, Lin Chongqing, you are so handsome. The busted girl looked at Lin Chongqing in admiration, and was so happy that her eyes narrowed into a line. She scratched a pile of chips into her great bosom, and then ran to exchange money excitedly. This pile of chips is at least hundreds of thousands of US dollars, which is millions of Hong Kong dollars. Although she didn't catch a rich man this time, it was already worth it. Lin Chongqing shook his head and smiled, winking at the boy. Let's go. Okay. The boy glanced at him charmingly, walked forward gracefully, and stretched out his hand to hold his arm. Watching the two figures leave leisurely, Jayada gritted his teeth, got up and followed them, turned a few corners in the winding cabin, and then found that the people were gone. In fact, he didn't know why he followed. The prodigal Jayada was also a proud person. If he lost his face at the gambling table, he would only win it back at the gambling table. He would not do anything tasteless because of a gambling game. He was just too curious and wanted to ask how the man changed his cards. Hello. The voice that suddenly came out of his ear scared the unhappy Jayada, and he turned around and kicked at a high position. Bang! FK. Gundam, who had kicked the iron plate, sat on the ground with his teeth bared and covered his legs. Lin Chongqing turned his head and blinked at the boy. His reaction is so similar to yours. The boy rolled his eyes and didn't want to pay attention to him. Hey! Lin Chongqing shrugged indifferently and smiled at Gundam. Mr. Gundam, let me make it clear first, you got hurt because you asked for it, and you are not a beauty. I will not massage you to heal your wounds. Before he finished speaking, Gundam suddenly shook his wrist, and with a chi-chi sound, 2 playing cards, one flew to his belt, and the other flew to his shirt button. If you embarrass me, I will make you lose your pants. Gundam sneered at the corner of his mouth, and froze there the next second. Chi-chi. He felt his eyes suddenly blurred, and a shadow flew out from Lin Chongqing's hand, and separated from his 2 flying cards. The 2 flying cards instantly turned into flying butterflies, falling to the ground. Then, his whole body was cold. Jayada looked down in horror, and saw that his neat dress had more than a dozen cuts, as if it had been cut by a knife. Look! Lin Chongqing's fingers flicked lightly, as if following the rhythm of the piano in the void, and several playing cards danced happily between his fingers. He smiled and said, your flying cards seem to be a little short of the fire, so don't think about it anymore. In fact, we have something to trouble you. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29. The game begins. After hearing the news brought by Lin Chongqing, Jayada felt his heart pounding. It's not that he is timid. As a famous master in the Asian gambling world, dealing with gangs is commonplace, but terrorists are different. They are a group of perverts who kill without blinking an eye. Anyone who encounters them will feel scalp tingling. However, since he has boarded the pirate ship, it is not so easy to get off the ship intact. The Fugui Maru has already reached the high seas. Unless he can swim back to land, he will definitely face those crazy people. Jayada hesitated for a moment and said, I can help, but I want to know one thing, which is related to my career. Please answer me seriously. What? Lin Chongqing raised his eyebrows. Jayada said seriously, how did you change my cards? The girl on the side also looked at Lin Chongqing curiously. She also wanted to know about this question. Lin Chongqing tilted his head indifferently, looked at them and smiled. It's very simple, I didn't change your cards, I just changed your hypnotic ability, and the cards you changed are the opposite of what you expected. Hypnotic ability. Both of them were stunned. Gundam said a little dissatisfied, impossible. Why is it impossible? Lin Chongqing asked him back. The boy's big eyes flickered and echoed, yes, why is it impossible? Gundam said angrily, I have friends working in the FBI, they sometimes use hypnotic ability, but it is just a very complicated psychological misleading. Even ordinary people with very unstable minds find it difficult to control. How can you have time to use my hypnotic ability? Lin Chongqing sneered, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, just like. He suddenly snapped his fingers, and Gundam, who was half leaning against the wall, changed his face. He was rubbing his ankles with his hands, but they involuntarily fell behind his back and tangled together, like a knot. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out of it, and his muscles were hurt. Gundam's face turned pale, and he said in horror, "What's going on?" Lin Chongqing spread his hands, "Don't worry, I'm just giving you a demonstration. I hypnotic ability you, let you lock yourself, that's all." Gundam was dumbfounded, sweat dripping down, and even the boy subconsciously took a step back. Is this the hypnotic ability technique? You can tie yourself up with a snap of your fingers, which is more powerful than the legendary spells. Well, this is indeed not the hypnotic ability technique. Lin Chongqing just used psychokinesis to tie his hands. Don't believe it. Lin Chongqing spoke lightly, pretending to snap his fingers again, and Gundam hurriedly shouted sweatily, "I believe it. I believe it." Snap. Snapping fingers. Gundam closed his eyes in fear, fearing that something strange would happen again. However, nothing happened. Moreover, his hands were free again. "I'll send you back to rest first, and we'll start the action at night." Lin Chongqing patted him on the shoulder and sent a stream of energy to him. The treatment effect is definitely not as immediate as massage, but it is no problem to speed up the recovery of his foot injury. Okay. In front of the big devil, Gundam could say anything, dare to say anything, and could only agree honestly. Besides, he didn't dare to run around, who knows if he would accidentally run into terrorists. Lin Chongqing sent Gundam to his room, asked him to accompany Meng Bo who was sleeping soundly, and by the way, study the structural diagram stolen by the boy, and at the end, he specifically told the waiter on the ship to send him 10 or 8 decks of playing cards. Gundam's best weapon is flying cards. In the original plot, due to insufficient preparation, he ran out of ammunition and food after killing a few soldiers, and was almost shot into a honeycomb. Now he definitely needs to prepare sufficient ammunition. Next target, Imamura Kyoko. This little girl is not very capable, but she is very good at causing trouble. It is better to appease her as soon as possible and leave her with Meng Bo. Moreover, it seems that the main gathering point of the gang of bandits is next to her. It is a good opportunity to see if there is a chance to eliminate one of them first. By the way, judging from the pictures in my memory, there are at least 40 or 50 bandits. Lin Chongqing can remember the leaders clearly, but he can't distinguish the others at all. In order to avoid those crazy people from jumping off the wall, even if he knew the appearance of their leader, he did not dare to kill people randomly, and could only wait for the right opportunity. How do you know where Imamura Kyoko is? The boy had already known Meng Bo's purpose of sneaking onto the Fuguimaru from Lin Chongqing, but Lin Chongqing seemed to know everyone's movements very well. He went to the engine room to find Meng Bo, went to the casino to find Gundam, and now he was going to find Imamura Kyoko. He took every step very confidently, without a single detour, which made her feel surprised. Lin Chongqing hesitated for a moment, and used the same excuse as before, explaining, "I have a hacker friend. I asked her to control the surveillance equipment on the ship. Although it cannot detect every location, it is not difficult to find the approximate location of a few people. So that's how it is." The boy suddenly realized and couldn't help but sigh, "You are really well prepared. I only brought some weapons on board. Being prepared is better than not being prepared." Lin Chongqing smiled, "Kingza lives in 313. She has never come out since she entered the room. We can just go to her room to find her. After finding her, we can also go to find Huixiang. They live on the same floor." I'll listen to you. The two of them soon arrived at the door of 313. The boy knocked on the door, but Lin Changqing's eyes swept to 312 next to it. He could clearly hear someone inside talking and laughing loudly, talking about how to play with those guests with average wealth. They were going to take all the billionaires to Thailand, and then let the families of those rich people pay the ransom, and all the guests and crew with average wealth would be executed. But before executing those poor guys, let the guys please them. Some people suggested that the gamblers play Russian roulette, and some people suggested that men and women fight each other. When they got excited, they pulled the bolts of the guns and made a clicking sound. Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes. These guys are not real terrorists. They are a group of soldiers who turned into pirates. However, their cruel methods are not much worse than those of real terrorists. No one can be left alive. 313 has not made any movement. The boy frowned and knocked harder. Ah, who is it? A slightly panicked voice came from the room. The boy looked at Lin Chongqing and answered loudly, "Clean up the room, miss." "Wait a minute." The voice in the room became more tense, and after a long while, a voice came, "Come in." The boy shook his head, turned the door handle, pushed the door and walked into the room, and heard a series of collisions in the room. The door opened and pulled the suitcase fell to the ground and pulled the connected cloth strips, the cloth strips pulled the sofas on both sides of the table, the two sofas suddenly closed, and moved the copycat bow on the table. The bowstring broke and ejected a sharp diamond-shaped iron box. The iron box went straight to the boy's waist, but it was a pity that it just flew a few inches and was knocked aside by a force of air. The boy was startled and took out his gun and aimed at it. "What do you want to do?" I. The dark-skinned girl in a white dress was panicked. She suddenly lay down and pulled the carpet, intending to make the two people at the door fall down. However, as soon as she raised a corner, she felt her hand lighten, and the carpet was cut off by the playing card. Without waiting for the little girl to come up with another trick, Lin Chongqing closed the door and shouted, "We are Meng Bo's friends." Kingza paused and looked a little suspicious. You are Meng Bo's friends." Meng Bo was a private detective hired by her father to catch her and take her home. She hid on this cruise ship just to avoid Meng Bo. Unfortunately, she just eavesdropped on the conversation next door and found out that this was actually a pirate ship. A group of terrorists lived next door and were discussing throwing the people on the ship into the sea to feed the fish. She was so nervous that she accidentally made a sound while eavesdropping, which must have been heard by the bad guys next door. Then she heard a knock on the door, and thought that Lin Chongqing and the others were here to kill people, so she made a temporary trap with perfect handwork. Unfortunately, the trap material was so bad that it was dead before it could be used. But it doesn't matter, as long as it's not a bad guy. Meng Bo's friends should protect her, right? Duo. Another knock on the door. The girl's face turned pale, and she gave Lin Chongqing an ugly smile. "Is it your friend outside? Is Meng Bo here?" "No." Lin Chongqing tilted his head and suddenly opened the door. Before the man outside could see what was going on, he reached out and pulled him in, then kicked him to the ground, and a pistol slid to the corner of the wall. Lin Chongqing looked at the boy and said lightly, "These guys have started to take action, and we have to speed up too." The boy nodded with an ugly look. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30 Brutal Killing. The gang of thugs was very arrogant. Even though they knew that there were ears on the other side of the wall, they only sent one of their younger brothers to silence them. The others had their own tasks. This man in a white suit looked quite honest, but he was not an easy person to deal with. He was kicked by Lin Chongqing. Although he didn't use much force, he was still in pain. However, this guy actually held on and rolled to the wall, grabbed the fallen pistol and was about to shoot. However, How could Lin Chongqing give him a chance to shoot? Seeing that he held the pistol, he pointed a finger at him and pierced a bloody hole in his wrist. The pistol fell to the ground again and was immediately picked up by the boy. Imamura Kyoko hid behind the boy like a quail, and asked in surprise, are you really Meng Bo's friends? I guess so. The boy nodded and showed her his ID. In fact, I am a policeman. Madam. Kyoko was overjoyed. I want to report a case. There are terrorists who want to hold people on the ship hostage. This person is a member of the terrorist group. We know. The boy thought for a while and handed her the gangster's pistol. We boarded the ship to track them down. There are quite a few terrorists, and we only have a few people. The support we called for will not arrive in a short time, so we need to save ourselves. Ah! The little girl took the pistol in a daze. She originally thought that all these troubles could be handed over to the police uncle, but unfortunately, reality proved that she thought too much. Lin Chongqing was interrogating, how many people are there? The man in the white suit gritted his teeth, haha, don't try to ask anything from me. Really? Lin Chongqing pulled the corner of his mouth, and his fingertips slashed violently, and 2 fingers fell to the ground. Ah! The man in the white suit screamed in pain, but he was punched in the stomach just before he screamed, and he swallowed the sound. How many of you are there? Lin Chongqing was still smiling, and the hearts of Yazi and Kingza suddenly jumped. FK number UN %, times number UN %, times. The man in the white suit was Malaysian, and he cursed in pain. Lin Chongqing didn't understand a word, but he didn't need to understand. He waved his hand expressionlessly, and his nails were like knives, cutting off 2 more of his fingers. Kingza covered her mouth and rushed into the bathroom. Yazi's face was also very bad. He stepped forward to stop her and said, "Hey, we still have a lot of things to prepare. Don't bother with him. Knock him out. When support arrives, take him back to jail." Why jail? Lin Chongqing was a little surprised and frowned. These guys are all murderers who are unforgivable. They are time bombs. If they are thrown into jail, I don't know when they will explode. It's better to kill them all. Yazi said helplessly, if it's a head-on confrontation, I will shoot him without hesitation, but this kind of torture, Lin Chongqing, I'm a policeman. Okay. Lin Chongqing shook his head. The police should indeed have the ethics of the police, but he is not a policeman. He has no scruples about doing these things. Let this guy wait to go to jail, don't even think about it. Swish! The fingers lightly slashed across and cut the throat of the man in the white suit. The man mumbled a few syllables, and his trachea was blocked by the upwelling blood. Then he rolled his eyes and died. Ah! Kyoko Imamura, who had just walked out of the bathroom, saw this scene and screamed, then covered her mouth and went back. The boy sighed, but didn't say anything. She has her own principles, but she is not a rigid person. Now they can't protect themselves, so there is no need to quarrel over a damn bad guy. The boy asked, what should we do next? Lin Chongqing said lightly, take Kingza to my room, wake up Meng Bo and Jayada, and then arrange a defense plan. I will be responsible for the attack. The boy disagreed, it's too dangerous. It's not dangerous. Lin Chongqing looked at her and smiled slightly, you haven't even seen 1/10 of my ability. In fact, if I wasn't afraid of hurting innocent people, I could deal with those bastards alone. The boy pondered for a while. This guy is indeed always amazing, and asked worriedly, do you promise? I promise. Lin Chongqing nodded. What should we do with Huixiang? Lin Chongqing's eyes flickered and he sighed, it seems that we are a step too late. Huixiang and her cousin went to the party, which is the main attack area of the gangsters. How do you know? The boy widened his eyes slightly. Lin Chongqing clicked the button of his collar, this is a micro-communicator. My friend notified me remotely. The boy nodded half doubtfully, and saw Kingza came out weakly, turning his head away, not daring to look at the corpses under the feet of the two people, and asked with tears in his eyes, "Can we change places?" The boy chuckled, "I'll take you to find Meng Bo now." "Okay." Imamura Kingza agreed repeatedly and ran to the door impatiently. "The bloody smell in this room is too strong. If I stay for a while, I will vomit again. Be careful," the boy warned Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing smiled in response, "Don't worry." Two beauties, one big and one small, carefully crossed the corridor and slipped towards Lin Chongqing's room. The figures of the two disappeared, and Lin Chongqing's expression immediately became indifferent. He waved his hands, and two short knives, one black and one white, appeared in his hands. "This is Shiro Emiya's favorite melee weapon. It's just a bunch of gangsters. There's no need to burn the small universe. 2 treasure swords are enough." Lin Chongqing had just closed the door of room 313 when the door of room 312 suddenly opened by itself. In the spacious room, another man in a white suit walked out. Lin Chongqing remembered this face, but had long forgotten his name. However, he seemed to vaguely remember that this guy was a wanted criminal by more than a dozen countries, and seemed to have participated in several real terrorist organizations. "Oh, I remember." Lin Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth, "Your name is Chen Da'an." A room of gangsters went to perform their own tasks. Chen Da'an was the last one. He originally planned to wait for his companions to come back after silencing them, and then go to perform the task together. Unexpectedly, his companions did not come back, and a strange man stood at the door. Hearing Lin Chongqing calling his name, Chen Da'an wanted to draw his gun without thinking. Unfortunately, he just raised his hand and felt a chill in front of his eyes. A black light flashed in front of his eyes, and then a strong force came to him, causing him to fall back. Seeing the door that had just been opened close again, Chen Da'an was about to get up and chase after him angrily, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his waist. When he leaned over to look, he found that his body was separated. "What time?" Chen Da'an's eyes turned white, and he screamed as he looked at his clearly visible internal organs. The door of the fugui was of good quality, at least the sound insulation was good, and the screams could not be heard outside. Lin Chongqing snorted coldly and said to Feng Huang, "Feng Huang, mark the positions of all the red-clothed bandits." "Okay, sir." Feng Guang's voice sounded in his ears, projecting a cruise ship map. All the people on the ship were marked in red and blue on the map. The target of this team, the cockpit. Only by seizing the cockpit can we fully control the entire ship, and we definitely can't let them succeed. At this time, the big party on the fugui is about to begin. Most of the guests on the ship went to the central hall. There were almost no irrelevant people along the way, which made it easier for the terrorists to act, and also for Lin Chongqing. Walking briskly around several corners, I saw several armed bandits wearing red clothes and red masks. They knocked on the doors of all the guest rooms one by one, as if they were searching for the fish that had escaped the party. Seeing Lin Chongqing appear with 2 short knives, the gang of bandits was obviously stunned, but they quickly reacted and turned their guns to shoot a bunch of bullets. Lin Chongqing didn't even dodge, and bent down, as if sticking to the ground, and in the blink of an eye he passed through the rain of bullets and arrived in the middle of a group of bandits. Then, the 2 knives shook slightly and turned into more than a dozen knife lights. Wherever the knife lights passed, several blood flowers bloomed. Several bandits had no time to groan before their heads were chopped off by the knife lights. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31 Brutal Killing, Part 2. At the end of the quiet and winding corridor, there was a squeak, squeak, squeak sound. The sound was very slight, it was the slight sound caused by the heavy soles stepping on the carpet. Feng Huang dutifully reminded, there are 4 red-clothed bandits at the corner ahead, and their weapons are MP5 submachine guns. Lin Chongqing did not go forward to chop people directly, but leisurely took out a few coins, put them into the electronic vending machine next to him, and took out a bottle of electrolyte drink. At this time, a slight sound of opening the door suddenly sounded in the corridor at the corner. Oops! Lin Chongqing threw away the half-drunk drink, stepped on his feet suddenly, and instantly crossed a distance of more than 20 meters and rushed to the end of the corridor. Almost at the same time when he rushed to the end of the corridor, a fierce gunshot was heard in the corridor. At the moment, after all, it is not yet the 21st century, even on such a luxurious cruise ship, it is impossible to install too many cameras. Especially in the room, it is even more impossible, so Feng Huang did not find that there are still people here. Lin Chongqing watched helplessly as a man and a woman fell to the ground in shock, their clothes stained red with blood. Watching the United States die is quite different from watching compatriots being killed. There is another one. Shoot! 4 submachine guns fired at the same time, sparking a spark in the corridor. I am too kind, I shouldn't let you bastards die so easily. Looking at the 2 innocent people who fell to the ground and died, Lin Chongqing's eyes trembled, and he moved forward in an instant, waving 2 short knives quickly. Chi chi chi! In an instant, dozens of knife lights flashed in the air, cutting open the abdomens of the 6 bandits. Before the 6 bandits understood, a rope swam out like a spirit snake, and suddenly tied them to the wall. The bright red blood flowed down the wall, accumulating into 6 small pools of blood. You like killing people, don't you? Just as the bandits were about to scream, Lin Chongqing's wrist shook, and 6 more cold blades swung out. The next moment, there were several more tongues jumping around on the ground. Lin Chongqing sneered slightly, I won't do it again, you just watch yourself bleed to death. Before he finished speaking, his feet suddenly staggered. As he avoided the original place, a gunshot came from behind. Sir, what are you doing? With an extremely nervous voice, a foreigner in a crew uniform approached cautiously with a pistol that was still smoking. He stared at the dying bandit, and shouted in horror, God, are you a devil? You killed so many people, and in such a cruel way. I am the first mate of the Fugui Maru, please put down your weapon, otherwise I have the right to kill you. Buzz. Lin Chongqing watched his performance indifferently, and when he walked not far in front of him, he suddenly swung his knife back and cut off his hand holding the gun. Ah! The first mate screamed in horror, and blade pierced his body again. As his uniform tore, blood spurted out. You brought these lunatics on board and helped them kill people just to make money. You should experience the pain of dying. Lin Chongqing used the projected spiritual rope to hang this guy next to several bandits. And then used the other party's still clean shirt to wipe the blood on the 2 blades, and then ignored the ghosts' wailing, turned around and walked along the corridor. Walk a little further, jump out of the window, and soon reach the cab. He took the shortcut guided by Phoenix, which must be faster than those bandits who went to control the cab. Phoenix suddenly said, Sir, Miss Yazi, Mr. Menbo and his party have already rushed to the casino hall, ready to find a chance to rescue the people trapped inside. Lin Chongqing frowned, is it dangerous? It's very dangerous. Phoenix explained, except for the gang leader who sneaked into the party, the red-clothed gangsters are divided into 5 teams, guarding the 4 entrances respectively, and another group occupied the commanding heights on the 2nd floor of the casino. Mr. Menbo has a chance to rescue the trapped people, but it is easy to cause heavy casualties. Lin Chongqing was not familiar with the terrain, and did not bother to make a plan. Asked directly, how can I help them? Phoenix said, at present, the bandits are in hiding. If we can eliminate the bandits in the commanding heights and the back door before they act, the hostages' chances of survival will be greatly improved. Lin Chongqing immediately said, show me the way. I will kill the bandits going to the control room first, and then eliminate the hidden bastards. Okay. 15 meters ahead, turn left. 10 meters ahead, the room on the right. Lin Chongqing quickened his pace and soon arrived at the door of a guest room. He kicked the door open and walked into the guest room. Looking at the empty room, he asked in surprise, "Then what?" "Go out through the window." 10, 9, 8. Hearing the countdown from Phoenix, Lin Chongqing was startled at first, and then his eardrums vibrated slightly. A burst of hurried footsteps came from the left rear. "That's just in time," Lin Chongqing sneered. He stood in the dark room, looking at the dark night, his body motionless, like a dead object. 3, 2, 1. 7 red-clothed bandits holding submachine guns, led by a bald man, rushed towards the cab dozens of meters away. Lin Chongqing didn't hesitate at all, suddenly broke through the heavy glass, rushed into the middle of the group, and slashed with 2 short knives like flowing water, leaving 2 beautiful cuts. 7 heads flew up almost at the same time, not knowing whether it was because the activity was too intense or because the mood was too nervous. Their blood spurted out from their cavities like fountains, condensing 7 bloody flowers in the night. The only guy who didn't die was the bald man in the front. He was one of the best mercenaries. He didn't hesitate at all when he heard the sound of glass breaking. He turned around and pulled the trigger. A series of bullets flew out, sparks flew all over the deck. Unfortunately, before he turned around to attack, Lin Chongqing had already moved to his side at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, and then rotated his wrist and cut him from the waist with a knife. "What's going on? Who is it?" "Ghost." The fierce gunfire outside attracted the people in the cab. 2 uniformed cruise ship crew members saw the scene from a distance and were almost scared to death. The headless corpses lying in all directions, the heads rolling on the ground. And a bald man in red clothes who was cut in half. This scene is almost the same as a horror movie. The 2 turned around and were about to run, but before they ran 2 steps, they felt a blur in front of their eyes and there was another person in front of them. "I'm a policeman." Lin Chongqing took the lead and took out an ID and threw it over. He is definitely not a policeman, and the ID is just a small piece of paper. But under the oppression of the tyrannical spiritual force, the other party could only recognize it as a police ID. The deputy captain was frightened and trembled. He hurriedly took the ID. Before he could open it to check, Lin Chongqing quickly said, "We got news that international gangsters might have hijacked the Fortune, so a colleague and I went on board to investigate. Those guys were the robbers who originally planned to control the cabin. The ID is real." The deputy captain opened the ID, took a quick look, and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back at the corpses and saw that everyone was holding a gun. He believed Lin Chongqing's words and asked, "Sir, are there only these few bandits?" Lin Chongqing shook his head. "There are quite a few of them, at least 40 or 50, and their firepower is very fierce. Except for these guys, the others are all in the cabin. Now I'm going to find them. I hope you can protect the cab and call for support as soon as possible. As long as we can hold on until the police arrive, we will win." The deputy captain was not afraid and said immediately, "No problem, we have weapons and we will definitely keep an eye on this place." "Okay." Lin Chongqing nodded and stopped talking nonsense. Following the guidance of Phoenix, he ran at full speed, returned to the cabin from the original route, and rushed through the twisting corridors. When he met innocent passers-by, he guided them to hide in the room. When he met the red-clothed bandits, he rushed over. It was a bloody journey. This group of bandits was only 40 or 50 people in total. He killed several groups before and after, and probably half of them were destroyed. It seems that because too many people have been lost, the leader MacDonald sensed something was wrong. He was no longer in the mood to play tricks with gambling like in the original plot, but immediately launched an attack in advance, surrounding hundreds of guests and crew members in the hall. With these hundreds of hostages in hand, including a dozen billionaires, he was sure to leave safely even if this operation failed. Lin Chongqing looked at the panicked crowd below through the gap in the window, and found Yazi, Huixiang, Menbo, and Jayada in the narrow corner of the hall. Seeing several people whispering, they were obviously looking for a way to retreat. Feng Huang reminded, "Sir, the bandits are installing a time bomb." Lin Chongqing pondered for a moment and asked, "Where is the most perfect retreat route for Menbo and others?" Feng Huang said, "It's behind Miss Yazi. As long as you pass through that door, you can take a shortcut to the cabin. Miss Yazi must know the passage there after reading the structural diagram. However, they need to wait for the right opportunity. Let me create an opportunity for you." Lin Chongqing looked around and finally set his sights on the pillar opposite. "It's you. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 32 Brutal Killing, Part 3. 1, 2, 3, 7 people in total." Lin Chongqing squinted his eyes and counted the red-clad bandits on the second-floor platform. Then, he approached silently, suddenly pounced, and his body brushed through the air, like a hawk swooping down. He pounced behind a bandit, then slashed his throat with a knife, and at the same time, with an extremely fancy move, he swept a whip kick diagonally around. There were only 2 muffled bangs, and the heads of the other 2 bandits exploded, just like a car with a blown tire. "There! Fire!" The bandits were already nervous, and Lin Chongqing's appearance immediately attracted their attention. MacDonald shouted angrily, raised his pistol and fired, and the other bandits dared not neglect it. They turned their guns and fired wildly at the upper floor. Ta-ta-ta-ta! The continuous sound of gunfire echoed in the empty hall, shaking people's eardrums. The glass fragments on the second-floor platform fell like raindrops, hitting the guests below and making them scream and run away. The bandits didn't care about it and just wanted to beat the troublemakers into a hive. Unfortunately, at least 50% of their bullets fell into the air, and the remaining 50% hit the meat shield. The moment Lin Chongqing landed, he caught an unlucky bandit. The bandit originally wanted to resist a little, but was shot into a sieve by hundreds of bullets. Lin Chongqing stepped on the ground without stopping, and slashed with 2 short knives, and people and horses fell wherever he passed. In a few blinks of an eye, many bandits on the platform were swept away. Suddenly, a dull bang came from the hall. RPG. Lin Chongqing's eyes trembled slightly, and he turned sideways and disappeared from the bandit's sight in an instant. Although he wouldn't get a scratch even if he was hit by a rocket, why did he have to resist the missile? Boom! The rocket hit the platform, causing half of the platform to collapse, and a faint smell of barbecue rose in the air. The bandits who were originally a little lucky and were only seriously injured but not dead, all received boxed lunches immediately under the explosion of this rocket. "Haha, this yellow-skinned boy is dead." Kim, who had a ponytail, threw the rocket launcher and laughed excitedly. He was a super fighting fan, proficient in boxing, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Aikido. He usually didn't like to kill people with guns, but preferred to kick his opponents to death with his legs. But after seeing the perverted performance of the guy above, he deeply felt that it was more appropriate to kill this monster with a single shot. Killing such a super master, although he borrowed a rocket launcher, still made him feel satisfied. MacDonald also breathed a sigh of relief, but he would not be completely relieved until he saw the body of the man. He waved to the group of people around him, "Go up and take a look." "Yes." Several bandits nodded in understanding. Just as they were about to climb up the stairs on the right, they suddenly saw a figure flashing on the platform and instantly swept behind a stone pillar. He is not dead yet." Everyone was shocked. Without MacDonald's order, a group of bandits aimed at the stone pillar and pulled the trigger again. The bullets formed a dense rain curtain, hitting the stone pillar and making stone chips fly. The next moment, there was a loud bang. And the middle of the stone pillar suddenly broke, and then it fell towards the position of the bandits like a meteorite. "Oh my God! Ah!" Get out of the way! The gang of bandits turned green. In order to attack the monster above, they all stood in the same area. If they were hit by this several-ton thing, they would be crushed into meat patties. Boom! The broken stone pillar fell from a height of more than 10 meters, and the entire cruise ship could not help but tremble. Screams of terror came one after another, and the large amount of smoke and dust raised covered half of the casino hall. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the boiling smoke and dust, and the two short knives in his hands flew out diagonally, and for a while, there was a loud hissing sound of wind. Only bursts of cutting sounds were heard, and the lucky surviving bandits felt trembling in their hearts, but in the flashing and blurred knife light, they could hardly open their eyes, and could only close their eyes and shoot around. This weird scene lasted for a short time. In a few breaths, dozens of bandits followed their companions and fell into eternal darkness one after another. While the bandits were in a mess, Mengbo and Yazi hurriedly arranged for the guests and crew to retreat. They entered the cabin along the passage. As long as the cabin door was locked, they would not have to worry about the bandits chasing them. The guests left in a hurry, and there were fewer and fewer people in the hall. Looking at the smoke and dust in the hall, Yazi's eyes flickered. Lin Chongqing asked to deal with the brutal bandits alone. She didn't think so at that time, but now. Suddenly, Yazi's face felt cold, as if something was stained on her cheek. She reached out and touched it. It was extremely sticky and had a fishy smell. Yazi looked at her fingers, as red as blood. No, that was blood. Looking up, the smoke and dust gradually fell, and there were corpses everywhere. The faces of those corpses still had an inexplicable look of horror. Many people were covered in blood, and there were traces of knife cuts everywhere. It was unknown how many times they were stabbed to death in that short moment. There were also a lot of corpses, some of which had lost their heads, some had broken arms, or some had lost legs. She also saw two foreigners who were small leaders, one of whom was cut in half, and the other had half of his neck broken. The few drops of blood on her face seemed to come from these two guys. The girl felt cold in her heart, and her body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but clench the gun in her hand, but her hands were shaking violently. She quickly clenched it with both hands, but she still couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. She was not a weak woman. As an elite in the Hong Kong police force, she had shot criminals with her own hands more than once. But compared with the scenes in front of her, even though she was on the same front as Lin Chongqing, the girl still felt cold in her heart, and the cold air rushed up from the solace of her feet to the tip of her heart. Devil! He's a devil! Ah! Just now, because Lin Chongqing was so fast and was in the crowd, these bandits didn't dare to shoot randomly, fearing that they would accidentally hurt their own people. But at this time, they were already panicked by the broken bodies of their companions. So how could they care about the lives of others? The remaining dozen bandits all held guns and fired everywhere. Lin Chongqing didn't want to resist the rockets, nor did he want to be hit by bullets, so he simply grabbed another person as a shield and hid behind to continue to chop people with a knife. A few seconds later, half of the people died. The remaining bandits finally couldn't stand the fear and began to flee in all directions. Some ran downstairs, some ran upstairs, some took the stairs, some took the elevator, and some went through the corridor. For a moment, the whole floor was full of panicked figures. Seeing that all the bandits were fleeing and had no intention of fighting, Lin Chongqing did not need to hide anymore. He threw away the dead shield in his hand and fully unfolded the two short knives. This time, he did not have to worry about bullets, and the killing speed immediately soared several times. This rather luxurious casino hall has become a nightmare that many people cannot get rid of. Not only those bandits, but also the rescued guests. The blood of 40 or 50 people slowly merged into a small river from the trickling stream. The strong bloody smell could be clearly smelled even from a long distance. When all the gunshots finally stopped, Lin Chongqing stopped. "Are you okay?" Meng Bo and others took the guests to the shelter, and only the boy was left here, but people were far away and did not dare to get too close. Lin Chongqing rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "What are you doing? Are you afraid that I will chop you together?" The boy smiled embarrassedly. Lin Chongqing shook his head and changed the subject. "There are more guys here than I thought. Most of them are dead, but there are still many who have escaped. Their leaders MacDonald and Kim are not here. They must have escaped during the chaos. I will go find them." The boy hesitated to speak, and he left the hall without looking back. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33 Street Fighter. Finally it's done. After removing the last bomb, Lin Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief. The huge Fuguimaru cruise ship has many passages, and even if he was there, he couldn't kill all the escaping bandits in a short time. So after killing the nearest few mice, he simply followed Phoenix's instructions to deal with the remote-controlled bombs installed in various parts of the cruise ship to avoid the gang's final desperate move. "Phoenix, how are Yazi and the others?" "Phoenix, Miss Yazi and Mr. Menbo are searching for the remaining bandits on the ship in 2 groups. The rescued people are concentrated in the cabin area. 4 guests were injured by stray bullets during their escape, and 7 guests sprained their feet. Mr. Jayada, Miss Kingsley, and several crew members are taking care of the injured. Overall, it's still calm." "That's good." Lin Chongqing nodded. "But," Phoenix suddenly said, "Mr. Menbo encountered some troubles." "Menbo?" Lin Chongqing was startled. "What happened to him?" "Phoenix, he met 2 leaders of the gangsters, MacDonald and Kim." "Where are they?" Lin Chongqing's eyes lit up. "Video arcade." "Video arcade?" Lin Chongqing looked a little strange. The battle in the arcade can be said to be the most exciting part of the movie. When Uncle Long was escaping from the gangsters, he met Kim in the arcade. Because he was caught by the gangsters and his hands were tied, Uncle Long was beaten to the ground in the fight with Kim, and he smashed an arcade machine in a daze. After being electrified by the wires in the arcade, Uncle Long, who stood up again, had hallucinations. Kim on the opposite side turned into Ken, one of the 2 main characters in the fighting game Street Fighter, and could use all kinds of combat skills of Ken: Hadouken, Rising Dragon Fist, Tornado Kick. One skill after another made him dizzy. In his confusion, Uncle Long touched the button of another arcade machine and chose Honda, the sumo wrestler in Street Fighter. Then Uncle Long himself also possessed Honda's ability. Unfortunately, Honda was obviously no match for Ken and was still beaten back step by step, so Uncle Long chose another character, Chun-Li, the only female character in the first generation of 12-person Street Fighter. In the end, Uncle Long, who turned into a cross-dressing big man, broke Ken's tornado kick with Chun-Li's tornado double flying kick, and Kim was beaten half to death on the spot. Judging from the performance before and after the story, this incredible fight was just a dream of Meng Bo after being electrocuted, but I don't know what the real situation is. Go and see. Lin Chongqing became interested. At this time, the arcade was very lively. Meng Bo became Chun-Li, Kim became Ken, and MacDonald became Guile. It seems that because of Lin Chongqing's intrusion, the plot has changed a little. In this arcade battle, Meng Bo lacked 2 unreliable assistants, and Kim had a MacDonald slave beside him. As a result, Meng Bo's winning rate dropped significantly. Dragon Star Fall. With the momentum of the run-up, Meng Bo, who was a bit effeminate after powering up, put his feet together in the air and kicked Kim's face with the sole of his boot. The head-on impact made Kim fall backwards and broke the metal railing behind him. However, he was obviously not so easy to knock down. 100 cracks kick. As soon as Meng Bo's feet stepped on the floor, he immediately concentrated his strength on his toes, and kicked out a series of leg shadows with incredible speed and strength, like a fallen leaf swept by the autumn wind. covering the fallen Tim underneath. However, before his leg shadow was implemented, MacDonald's slave behind him swung his right arm violently, and a rotating air force spurted out from the edge of his palm, heavily slashing his waist. The ultimate move of the American soldier Guile, the sonic hand knife. Fortunately, Guile's attack was mainly light and changeable, and the sonic hand knife without full power had less destructive power, so it didn't cut Meng Bo in half. Meng Bo, who was hit and fell to his back, where there were a bunch of Street Fighter character sculptures. Chun-Li was good at boxing and kicking, especially leg skills. Many of her moves were related to her legs, which also gave her a balance far beyond that of ordinary people. At the moment, Meng Bo was like Chun-Li possessed. When he was knocked away by the sonic hand knife, he lightly touched the sculpture and turned back like a nimble swallow, and then jumped around in the field without a moment's rest. There was no way, he had to jump. Gilly's sonic hand knife and Ken's wave punch were all chasing him, not giving him a chance to land. Outside the game hall, Lin Chongqing looked at them for a long time, with a strange look on his face. They actually have the power of the game characters. What's going on? In fact, Meng Bo is still Meng Bo, MacDonald is still MacDonald, and Kim is still Kim. There is actually no change in their appearance, but the three of them can use the skills of the game characters to rush around. Even the Qigong waves can rush around. Moreover, their power at the moment is really not weak, even compared to the hatred. Just because they were electrocuted? This power comes too inexplicably, right? Sir, I have tested the environment nearby and roughly estimated the reason for this change. Phoenix was silent for a while, and suddenly said, because of the changes in the indoor circuit, an unstable electrostatic field has been formed inside the game hall. This electrostatic field has affected their brain waves, causing them to lose part of their consciousness and enter a state of being neither asleep nor awake. At the same time, it also allows their cerebral cortex to constantly release bioelectricity, which stimulates the cells around the body, greatly enhancing the strength of the body. However, this time is limited. Once the electrostatic field dissipates, their sleepwalking-like state will disappear. Lin Chongqing thought about the original plot and suddenly realized, no wonder the two guys in the movie just unplugged the power and Uncle Long woke up. Ha, this way of enhancing strength is quite like gods fighting. Gods fighting is to invite gods to possess one's body, which is considered a kind of kung fu. In the late Qing dynasty, the boxer's gods fighting technique was once prosperous and even entered the palace for performance and was rewarded by Empress Dowager Cixi. This kung fu is very magical, but it is actually through self-hypnotic ability, suggesting that they are gods. Because of mental suggestion, all aspects of human ability will be significantly improved, as if possessed by gods. Meng Bo and the other two were affected by the electrostatic force field, which is actually similar to the mental suggestion of gods. They imagined themselves to be characters in the game, and because of the bioelectricity stimulating the cells in their bodies, they have the ability to turn fantasy into reality. Unfortunately, this method of improvement is limited after all. No matter how powerful the mental suggestion is, it cannot turn people into real gods. Moreover, they are not the game characters themselves. The use of ability is relatively mechanical, just constantly soaring skills, like a child waving a big knife, which can be launched but not retracted. For masters, there are many flaws. Crash! The glass of the game hall shattered, and a blue shockwave rushed towards Lin Chongqing, who was pondering. Lin Chongqing's expression did not change, and he did not move until the shockwave came in front of him, then he raised his hand and greeted it with a palm. The shockwave fell into his palm, and he no longer had the motivation to move forward. With a sudden squeeze of his palm, shockwave suddenly dispersed, raising a gust of wind. Looking at the three people fighting fiercely inside, Lin Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth. I've seen the excitement, it's time to end it. Although the battle has only lasted for more than a minute, Meng Bo, who is fighting 1 against 2, has already been exhausted and panting. He looks out of breath. His originally light movements have been delayed a lot. He is about to be taken away by a set of combos. Suddenly, there is a figure in front of him. Before he can react, the figure's right hand stretched out like lightning, just grabbing Kim's right wrist, and then suddenly raised his hand and threw him more than 10 meters away. MacDonald was startled, but his reaction was not slow. He jumped sideways and kicked, and his right leg chopped down like a big axe. Lin Chongqing sneered slightly, shook his body, retreated half a step, and avoided MacDonald's heavy leg in a small space, and then hit a rising dragon. MacDonald felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a series of bone-crushing sounds. MacDonald's 7 orifices were bleeding, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't utter a word, and his body fell down like mud. Kim had just stood up and was shocked by this scene. Then he shouted and ran towards the door. However, just as he ran to the door, he saw a black shadow falling like a cannonball and hitting him heavily. It was MacDonald's body. Looking at the boss who died with his eyes open, Kim was even more terrified. Before he could get up, he suddenly felt cold behind him, and there was a sound of bone crushing. Then his eyes went black and he lost all consciousness. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 34 Return to Hong Kong Island. Sitting on the top deck, looking at the blue sea, Lin Chongqing muttered, "This world should not let me down." The street fighters transformed by Meng Bo and the other 2 were obviously the weakest ones. But even the weakest super soldier is probably stronger than Captain America. The genuine street fighter must be far beyond this level. Just now he learned from Meng Bo that there are real street fighters in this world. Just 3 years ago, the first Street Fighter tournament was held in Tokyo. It was only after that that Street Fighter video games appeared. What? Meng Bo, with a bruised face and nose, did not hear his mumbling clearly, and asked with his mouth open. It seemed that he had touched a painful spot, and he grimaced in pain. Hui Xiang rubbed him distressfully, but found that this guy's eyes were straight. She turned her head and saw the boy coming from a distance, and immediately punched him in the nose with anger. Wow! Meng Bo wailed, and tears flowed out of pain. It's over. The boy tilted his head towards Lin Chongqing, who was sitting alone in the group, as if he hadn't seen it. But after we go back, we still need to write a detailed report. Lin Chongqing shrugged, "Sister, you are the police, I'm not. Then how do you want me to write a self-criticism? Record all your great achievements." The boy rolled his eyes. "Do you believe that Hong Kong Island will refuse entry to a murderer like you?" Lin Chongqing rolled his eyes and bared his teeth and said, "I killed all the gangsters, okay." The boy said in a muffled voice, "But you were too cruel, and many people were scared." Lin Chongqing snorted, "Is it my fault?" The boy was thinking about how to write a report and ignored him. "How do we go back?" Lin Chongqing finally raised his head and looked at the Thunder team who were cleaning up the bodies. These special police were called for support, but unfortunately they arrived too late, and the troubles were basically crushed by him alone. After they arrived, their only job was to sweep the floor. The girl said, "Fuguimaru will be repaired in Neon, we will take a plane back to Hong Kong Island. If you want to rest for 2 days, you can also go shopping in Japan." Okay. Lin Chongqing thought about it and agreed. He opened the world portal, wasting a lot of energy. Neon should have built a nuclear power plant at this time, right? Anyway, there will be nuclear leaks in the future, causing trouble for the whole world, so let's just help them dismantle it now. Okay. The girl opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Chongqing looked at her, "Just say it." The girl was silent for a while, and said softly, "I just want to give you a word. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. If you stare at the abyss for too long, your heart will easily become the abyss. You will be assimilated by the things you fight and fear, and eventually fall into the abyss. This sentence comes from the philosopher Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil. In fact, there is another sentence before it: when fighting monsters, be careful not to become monsters yourself. The book tells a story, which is about an evil dragon that requires the village to sacrifice a virgin every year. Every year, a young hero in the village will fight the dragon to the death, but no one ever returns victorious. When another hero sets out, someone follows him quietly out of curiosity and sees this scene. The hero kills the dragon with a sickle and hammer, then sits on the dragon's corpse, looks at the dragon's cave full of gold and silver treasures, slowly grows scales, a tail, and tentacles, and finally turns into a dragon. Lin Changqing's previous methods were too cruel, and it is no exaggeration to say that he regards human life as worthless. Many guests were not scared by the bandits, but were scared by him. Even though they knew that they survived mostly because of his help, no one dared to approach and say thank you. Even those who were more familiar with him, such as Gundam and Kingzi, subconsciously stayed away from him. There are also those special police officers of the Thunder Group, each of whom is a soldier who has seen blood, but when cleaning the bodies of the bandits, they basically vomit while cleaning. Looking at Lin Changqing's appearance is no different from seeing a ghost. The boy didn't want this warrior who fought against the dragon to eventually degenerate into the next dragon, and the most terrible one, because of his inner expansion and the growth of desire. Will Lin Changqing become a dragon? He himself didn't know, but he shouldn't. Thank you. Lin Changqing smiled at the boy. No matter what he thought in his heart, he still had to accept the kindness of others. I will pay attention and try not to fall into the abyss. The Fugui Maru docked at Tokyo port. Meng Bo and Huixiang took Imamura Kyoko to report. Gundam didn't know where he slipped away after getting off the ship. The big-breasted girl had just made a lot of money and was going to stay in Tokyo for a big purchase. In the end, only Lin Changqing and the boy were left to transfer to Hong Kong Island. Before leaving Neon, Lin Changqing went out for a walk. After some investigation, he found out that Neon had more than one nuclear power plant, but 57. The Fukushima nuclear power plant that leaked in later generations was just a small or medium-sized nuclear power plant. Lin Changqing thought about it and simply cleared it all out. The power reserves of 57 nuclear power plants are comparable to 5 whipcord reactors. Lin Changqing's energy reserves have risen to another level. Amid the alarm that resounded through the sky, Lin Changqing and the boy boarded the plane as if nothing had happened and returned to Hong Kong Island. As soon as he got off the plane, Lin Changqing asked the boy, a local, to help him buy a house. The boy was very surprised. Are you planning to settle down in Hong Kong Island? That's not the case. Lin Changqing smiled. It's just that I won so much money on the ship, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't spend some. The boy rolled his eyes at him, but didn't say anything. As long as it's not a luxury villa, even if you buy a house in the prosperous Central District, it's only a few million Hong Kong dollars. For Lin Changqing, who has a net worth of over 100 million, it's really nothing. Definitely, Lin Changqing is not really that extravagant, but according to his thoughts, it's unknown what kind of enemies he will encounter in the future. No one knows whether the house he lives in will suffer a devastating blow. If it's just rented, once there is a problem with the house, it's too troublesome to argue with the landlord. Anyway, he didn't lack money to spend. So he just bought it directly. So, Lin Changqing enjoyed the treatment of a local tycoon. He followed the boy to find a familiar agency. He just checked the house and decided to pay for it immediately. This house is over 300 square meters, and it also comes with a 200 square meter garden. It is located in the bustling urban area of Hong Kong Island. You can overlook the scenery of Hong Kong. Behind it is the famous Hong Kong Island attraction Victoria Peak, and in the distance is Victoria Harbour. It is considered an upper-middle-class villa. The property rights of the house were obtained on the same day. As for trivial issues such as transfer, all were handed over to the agency to handle, without wasting his time. High consumption brings high efficiency, but the high cost required for high efficiency also makes the boy stunned. Reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 35, Pursuit. The next day, Lin Chongqing ate breakfast and went out leisurely. Just as he was thinking about where to go for a trip, a dark red sports car slowly stopped in front of him. The side glass of the sports car was cut down, revealing the charming face of the girl. At the moment, the girl changed her flaming red lips on the cruise ship. Both her makeup and clothes looked much lighter, but her eyebrows and eyes were still a bit charming. Get in the car. The girl took off her sunglasses and tilted her head towards him. Where are you going? Lin Chongqing opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. How can we let a dangerous person like you wander around? The boy smiled and said teasingly, I brought you to Hong Kong Island, and I must keep an eye on you. Lin Chongqing was speechless. Are you serious? The boy snorted softly, her voice was gentle and charming, and she pursed her red lips and said, Don't worry, when I wrote the report to the higher UPS, I shared the credit with the Thunder team and tried to reduce your presence as much as possible. The police won't treat you as a big enemy. She paused for a moment and continued, but even so, your credit is still outstanding. The police will give you a Good Citizen Award and a considerable bonus. So, this is going to the police station. Lin Chongqing laughed. The boy nodded, Go to the police station first, then I will be your guide and take you to visit Hong Kong Island. Lin Chongqing smiled and said, Madam, you are abusing your power for personal gain, and you are blatantly late and leave early. The boy rolled his eyes and snorted, If it weren't for you, I would still have a vacation and wouldn't have to go to the police station at all. Before he finished speaking, a warning suddenly came from the intercom in the car. Please pay attention, all police officers, the Wanfa Gold Shop on Prince Edward Road has been robbed. The robbers are driving towards Tam Kong Road. The license plate number is LUI 243. Please intercept them if you encounter them. I encountered a robbery on the way to work. It seems that I have to wait a while before taking you to the police station. The boy frowned slightly and turned on the siren. The car rushed forward quickly with the shrill siren. Lin Chongqing shrugged, If you need my help, just ask. The boy glanced at him, When I need it, I will definitely not refuse. Compared with many large cities in the mainland, the traffic conditions in Hong Kong Island are indeed much better. Here, the concept of traffic jam is different from that in the mainland. It usually only means that the traffic volume is heavy and the vehicle can only move slowly, rather than the blocked and motionless in the mainland. If a traffic jam similar to that in the mainland occurs, the Hong Kong government cannot escape the accountability of the citizens. Therefore, except for the rush hour, the roads in Hong Kong Island are basically unobstructed. However, although the morning rush hour has passed, there are still many vehicles on the road. The robbers can ignore the traffic rules and drive their cars in the traffic, but the police dare not do it without scruples. Therefore, the boy quickly found the car driven by the robbers, but it was difficult for the sports car to catch up. Looking at the car running like a mad dog in front, Lin Chongqing touched his nose and said with a smile, It seems that you can only rely on me for help. The boy rolled his eyes in annoyance. She didn't know what he was going to do, but she was inexplicably confident. However, she couldn't help but remind him, Try not to kill anyone. Even if you kill someone, don't make it too bloody, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with. Try your best. Lin Chongqing shrugged his shoulders, and suddenly bent his body, like a cat, and jumped out of the car window, scaring the cars and people behind. Then, he stepped lightly and rushed forward, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. However, he did not chase the robber's car, but rushed diagonally to another road. It was the entrance of a street. Compared with the crowded traffic on the main road, the long street seemed much quieter. If the robber wanted to avoid the pursuit of the police car, he must choose to escape from this auxiliary road. Lin Chongqing stood in the center of this long street, his steps were not erratic, and he gently wiped his hands, and a crescent-shaped sword appeared in his palm. Qinglong crescent-shaped sword. One of the oriental weapons projected by Shiro Emiya, the blade was heavy and extremely sharp. The cold blade touched the ground lightly, emitting a faint light. When the car carrying the robbers rushed over, he suddenly took a step forward, turned the long handle, and the crescent-shaped sword instantly produced a vibrating hum. 3, 2, 1. Cut. The crescent-shaped sword turned into a cold electric current, accurately slashing the center of the car. The car split in half from the middle, bypassed Lin Chongqing's body, and hit the curbs on both sides, making a loud bang. The 3 armed robbers were thrown out of the broken car body, and fell on the street that had just been cleaned with blood on their heads. Judging from the rise and fall of their chests, they were obviously still breathing. Perfect. The boy's car slowly stopped, and he glanced at the scene. His eyelids couldn't help but tremble. He stared at the big knife in his hand and asked in surprise, "Where did you get the guandao?" When he was on the Fugui Maru, his weapon was a pair of short knives. Short knives can be worn close to the body and used at any time, but the big guandao obviously can't. As a swordsman, you must carry a knife with you. Lin Chongqing laughed and turned his wrist, and the Qinglong knife suddenly disappeared. The boy was startled and grabbed him and looked left and right. "Where is the knife?" Lin Chongqing just smiled and said, "When you watch magic, do you also get to the bottom of it like this?" The boy stared at him, "But you are not a magician." Lin Chongqing shrugged, "Who said I am not a magician?" He was calm and composed, and his hands changed continuously, Gan Zhong Moi, Fang Tian Huaji, Qinglong Yanuedao, Spiral Sword, Rainbow Sword, Chaiwan Hound. One after another, weapons of different shapes burst out in his palms and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This. The boy was stunned. After a while, Lin Chongqing stopped the magic trick and said with a smile, "Look, I am a magician." The boy stared at him with a strange look. "You are not a magician, you are a magician." Lin Chongqing smiled and said, "The magician of my school is also a beggar's version of magic." Magician, right? The boy bit his lip and asked expectantly, "Can I learn it?" Lin Chongqing scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "Sorry, you can see that the magicians of my school are special. They need to have innate magic circuits. Ordinary people can't practice it." The boy's eyes dimmed. "Okay." Lin Chongqing looked into her eyes and slowly smiled, "Although I can't teach you magic, if you are willing to be my girlfriend, hehe, I will give you a very suitable gift." The boy raised his lips and stared at him and asked, "Are you going to pursue me?" Lin Chongqing was embarrassed at first, and then he became confident. "Shouldn't an excellent man like me be pursued?" The boy put his hands behind his back, like a proud swan, squinting and smiling. "Are excellent women like me not worthy of your pursuit?" Lin Chongqing couldn't help laughing. "Then we pursue each other." As soon as he finished speaking, the sirens sounded. The police chasing the criminals arrived. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Student Girl Version. The 3 unlucky robbers were carried into the ambulance by the police and sent to the hospital for treatment. The boy took Lin Chongqing to the general administration and received a silk banner and a bonus of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. After completing a bunch of procedures, it was already noon. After leaving the police station, Lin Chongqing threw the silk banner into the car, and then gave the thick stacks of Hong Kong dollars to the boy. "What for?" The boy was holding a pile of banknotes, a little confused. Lin Chongqing was calm. "Pocket money for my girlfriend." The boy's eyes turned, and he smiled and said, "Is that all?" Lin Chongqing said without hesitation, if you are willing, the villa you just bought and the remaining millions of dollars will all be yours." The boy blinked and asked curiously, "You want to give me all your wealth?" Lin Chongqing smiled, "I have no status in this world. You are my girlfriend, and those properties are definitely yours." "No status?" The boy was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lin Chongqing did not explain, but smiled faintly, "You will know later." The boy looked suspicious, but did not ask more questions. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "I just talked about not money, but you promised that if I am willing, you will give me a gift that suits my heart." She can drive a sports car to work, so her family background is naturally good. Although she does not have billions of family assets, she does not need to worry about money. So even if Lin Chongqing gave her all his property, it would not be a gift that suits her heart. Lin Chongqing knew that the girl, who was a police officer, was looking forward to becoming a super soldier, and vowed, "Don't worry, I will definitely give you a great gift." That is, the various cards that can be materialized by the Lord God system are now too broken, and can only be used by himself, otherwise he would definitely not mind spending some energy to materialize a superpower character card for the girl. It doesn't matter if he can't use the power of the Lord God. At most, he will go back to Marvel and go to Tony Stark to exchange the news of Hydra for a female steel battlesuit. The girl wrinkled her cute and pretty little nose and chuckled, "I'm waiting." "Okay." Lin Chongqing stretched out his hand and embraced her slender waist. The girl's face was slightly red, but she didn't refuse. The two drove the sports car, and the boy suddenly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, you are famous, do you know?" "What aspect?" Lin Chongqing was at a loss. The boy took out a newspaper and pointed at the news page and said, "It's definitely about you using a knife to split the robber's car. Today's front page headline." "So that's it?" Lin Chongqing disagreed. "Not only that." The boy shook his head, turned to another page, and said with some concern, "There are also things on the Fugui. There are many people talking, and the more you spread, the more exaggerated it becomes. With your bloody behavior there, you may cause a lot of trouble. There are many saintly be in the world. What they like most is to stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at other people's affairs. With Lin Chongqing's behavior of chopping a group of bandits into minced meat, he will definitely attract a lot of criticism. As long as they are not afraid of the knife in my hand, let them come." Lin Chongqing looked down on him. "He is not a good man. He doesn't have the mind of not talking back when being scolded or beaten. If he really makes him angry, no matter who you are, he will be hacked to death." The boy was startled. "Don't do anything rash." "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." Lin Chongqing waved his hand insincerely. The girl didn't know whether to believe it or not. She glared at him and changed the subject. "A beautiful woman invites you to dinner. Are you interested?" Lin Chongqing looked at her. "Are you talking about yourself?" The girl smiled and said, "I'm not talking about myself, but my cousin. I told her something about you. She is very curious about you, so she asked me to treat you to dinner and meet you. It's up to you." Lin Chongqing stretched and asked indifferently, "By the way, what's your cousin's name?" "The girl, Chen Shahen." Lin Chongqing thought about it and it was a very unfamiliar name. The boy said again, "My cousin will not only treat you to dinner, but also to a concert." Lin Chongqing blinked. "Why do you suddenly think of a concert?" "Because I made an appointment with my cousin to meet there." The boy put on his coat and took out 2 tickets from the drawer. "The tickets are all delivered." Lin Chongqing took the 2 concert tickets, glanced at them, and pointed at the photo of the mixed-race girl on the ticket and asked, "Who is this?" "Huang Chunli, a young pianist, is very popular in Hong Kong Island." The boy narrowed his eyes, looked at his eyes, and said in a teasing tone, "Why? Are you also fascinated?" "Huang Chunli." "Chunli." Lin Chongqing grinned and suddenly laughed, "I just think I have been looking for it everywhere, but it's easy to get it. This young pianist seems to be the only female character in the Street Fighter game Chun-Li. However, he vaguely remembered that Chun-Li in the game was Interpol, and this Chun-Li was a pianist. Could it be Chun-Li before she changed her job? Well, whether it was the person he thought of, he had to see her in person to confirm. The boy asked curiously, "What do you mean? Do you know her? Let's go." Lin Chongqing was very interested. "Let's go to the concert, we'll know if we know each other when we see each other." The boy looked at him suspiciously, wrinkled his nose slightly, and snorted softly, "Meet up with my cousin first, have dinner, and then go to the concert." "No problem." Lin Chongqing agreed very readily. Facts have proved that the boy is indeed his lucky star, and he will always have good luck following her. "Hello, handsome guy." At the entrance of the Western restaurant, a girl who looked 80% similar to the boy, but younger and more immature, shook hands with him excitedly and shouted excitedly, "I am the boy's cousin, you can just call me Ajin. In the morning, I saw you chop the car with a knife, wow, so awesome." Lin Chongqing's mouth twitched, looking at the younger version of Sister Shuhen, and asked carefully, "Do you have a brother?" Sister Shuhen, who was wearing black-framed glasses and looked like a schoolgirl, was stunned. "Do you know my brother?" Zai also asked curiously, "How do you know that Ajin has a brother? I don't think I told you." Lin Chongqing touched his nose. "I seem to have seen a photo of her and her brother, but I don't remember it clearly, so I want to confirm it." "Oh." Ajin did not doubt it, blinked her autumn eyes, and answered happily, "I do have a brother, named Chen Daxiang, who is stupid to death. I am about to graduate from college, and my brother is still in middle school. I wonder if he is the one you know. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37, Two Street Fighters. Chen Daxiang. This name is very unfamiliar, but the other name has a certain degree of fame. In order to be 100% sure, Lin Chongqing thought about it and asked again, "Do you have a photo?" "Yes." In this era, even mobile phones are rare, but there are no mobile phones that can take pictures. Fortunately, Ajin has a family photo with her. Lin Chongqing looked at the short-haired funny man on the small photo and laughed, "I found another one." "What did you find?" Ajin looked around and didn't see any difference in the photo. Lin Chongqing coughed twice, handed the photo back to her, and asked tentatively, "Ajin, has there been any strangers coming in and out of your house recently?" The boy's face became serious. "Is there anyone who wants to do something bad to Ajin's family?" Lin Chongqing pondered for 2 seconds. "Well, yes, and no." The boy frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Lin Chongqing shrugged. "First, we need to see if there are any strangers coming in and out." The boy did not dare to neglect it, and turned his head and said, "Ajin, think about it carefully." "Oh." Ajin didn't understand, thought about it carefully, and said distressedly, "Stranger, does my brother's classmate count?" Lin Chongqing's eyes lit up. He was just testing it, but he didn't expect it to be true. He asked hurriedly, "Is it a very handsome man?" Ajin smiled and said, "I guess so, but he's a bit dull, I don't think he's as handsome as you." Lin Chongqing's mouth twitched, and he continued to ask, "How long has he lived in your house?" Ajin silently calculated, "About 3 days. My brother said that Chamian's family is very poor and has no money to pay for tuition. It's expensive for my mother to hire a Filipino maid. It's better to ask him to help with housework. It can do good things and save money. He's not a thief, right?" Lin Chongqing smiled and said, "No, they are not bad people, but they are not ordinary people." "Well, can you introduce them to me? I have something I want to ask them." 2 fake street fighters were killed before, and now there is another batch. No, it should be 2 batches. Let's talk about the first batch first, that is the pianist girl in the concert, the genuine Chun-Li in Street Fighter, from the movie Street Fighter, Chun-Li biography. Chun-Li's father is a very prestigious diplomat. He was spotted by the leader of a Thai criminal group, Bazin, who led several masters to break into the young Chun-Li's home, kidnapped Chun-Li's father and put him under house arrest, and threatened Chun-Li's safety to work for the gang. When Chun-Li grew up, she learned piano while practicing martial arts with the goal of avenging her father as the driving force of her growth. Later, she became a disciple of the master of Qigong Yuan, and then took revenge on Bazin's underworld kingdom. In this movie, a series of street fighters appeared, in addition to Chun-Li, who is proficient in Hyuxia boxing, boxing master Yuan, and boxing champion Bazin, who dominates Vegas with strength. There are also the United States soldier Charlie Nash, the ambitious Thai boxing king Sagat, and the Spanish noble ninja warrior Baroque. The second batch is Super School Overlord. In 2043, the general of the crime king with Vega ability was arrested, and a week later, the iron-faced judge Yu Taixiang presided over the trial. The general dispatched his underworld minions, Aegean with the Ken ability, Toyota with the Honda ability, and the king of Thailand with the Sagat ability, to go back 50 years to find Yu Taixiang and brainwash him so that he could not conduct the trial. After the government learned about it, it dispatched the Flying Dragon Special Police, Shimian with the Baroque ability, Broomhead with the Gili ability, and Fadzing with the Dalsi ability, to go back to 1993 to protect Judge Yu Taixiang. Ajin's elder brother Chen Daxiang is Yu Taixiang, who was in a slump in his life because his mother had not remarried and had not changed her name. The fun of this movie is that all the super soldiers' abilities are given by a small computer chip. At the end of the plot, facing the brutal general, Shimian and his men took out a few chips and turned Ajin into Chun-Li, Yu Taixiang into a scion, Ajin's mother into another Chun-Li, and her stepfather into the Amazon jungle orc electric wolf Blanca. The strength of these knockoff super soldiers is another matter, but this way of granting abilities is indeed very interesting. Lin Chongqing originally planned to ask Stark to get a battle suit for his son as a Valentine's Day gift after returning to Marvel, but now it seems unnecessary. The super soldier chip is more suitable for his son than the steel battle suit. The legend of Chun-Li tells Lin Chongqing that the characters of Street Fighter really exist in this world. In addition to the characters in the plot, other characters may also exist, such as the real Long, Ken, and Dalsi. There are real street fighters and fake street fighters, and no one knows which one is stronger. Maybe we can try first. Chun-Li. The piano music gradually faded, and the audience burst into applause. The concert was over. Want to go for a midnight snack? Ajan was still in high spirits. The boy looked at Lin Chongqing, but saw that he was looking at the girl on the stage, and couldn't help but said unhappily, "Do you want me to arrange for you to meet her?" Lin Chongqing raised his eyebrows. "No, we will meet soon." Ajin was a little jealous. Is she special? Lin Chongqing's eyes swept around, paused slightly at a few white people, and stood up. "You will know in a while." The boy noticed the change in his expression, and his charming eyes flashed, and he asked curiously, "Did you know Huang Chun-Li before?" "No." Lin Chongqing paused. "As far as I know, she is probably related to an international criminal group." "She is related to a criminal group?" The boy was shocked. "As far as I know, Huang Chun-Li's family is very wealthy, and there is even a small manor in Hong Kong Island." Lin Chongqing said lightly, "If you look up her background, you should know that her family suffered a riot many years ago. During that riot, her father was abducted and has not been seen until now." Yazi frowned. "Killed?" Lin Chongqing shook his head. "Her father is a well-known businessman with deep connections. His connections can open doors in any country. Many people are salivating over his network of relationships. The criminal group that abducted her father is one of them. The head of the Shadero group is named Bazin. They abducted him to Bangkok and threatened Chun-Li's life to make Chun-Li's father surrender. Did you see those foreigners? Yazi and Ajahn followed his gaze and saw several white men in inferior suits walking out with the crowd. Lin Chongqing said, they are the men sent by Bison to monitor Huang Chunli. Occasionally, they take a few photos and bring them back, which can keep Huang Chunli's father quiet for a long time. However, after so many years, his value has almost been exhausted. It is estimated that Bison will soon get rid of them. Zhen was indignant. Sister, Chunli is my idol. You are a policeman, you know they are bad people, why don't you catch them? The boy smiled bitterly, the police need evidence to arrest people, not to mention that they are foreigners. It will be very troublesome to arrest them rashly. So. Lin Chongqing moved his neck, don't arrest people in the name of the police. I will beat these guys up, and then take Chunli to Bangkok to kill all the Bison gang. Zhen's eyes lit up, and the boy was shocked, don't mess around, it's easy to cause international disputes. If there is another way, I don't want to do this. Lin Chongqing sighed, the Shadero criminal group is very large and ruthless. They kill whole families at will. They have very close relations with both the military and the political parties in Thailand. Bison even has his own private armed forces in Bangkok. Anyone or any organization that wants to deal with him will basically be killed by the black and white forces in Bangkok. Interpol has been trying to find evidence of his crimes, but they can't move an inch in Bangkok. You want to rely on official power, that's simply impossible. The boy was even more worried, they are so powerful, what can you do alone? Don't worry. Lin Chongqing smiled, you haven't seen my full strength yet. Those drunkards can't stop me. But. The boy wanted to persuade him again, but Lin Chongqing waved his hand and pointed at the mixed-race girl who was walking on the overpass with his chin, saying, Chun-Li is out, let's go get to know her first. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38 True Chun-Li. Go. Go. Ajahn chased after him excitedly, and the boy had no choice but to follow him. The three of them walked onto the long overpass, and before they got close to Chun-Li, they heard a cry of pain from the front. The white people that Lin Chongqing had just pointed out, as well as several strong black people, were beating up a dark-skinned South Asian. The passers-by avoided them and no one dared to stop them. Hey! Huang Chunli had learned martial arts since she was a child, and was deeply influenced by her father. She liked to do what was right, so she stepped forward to help. When the foreigners saw her appear, they turned around and left in tacit understanding. But they hadn't taken 2 steps when they felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then they flew back along the ground like a bowling ball that was hit, and then bang hit the wall, making them dizzy. Huang Chunli was about to check on the knocked-out South Asian, but was startled by the guys who flew back, and almost kicked them out again. Wow, so awesome! Zhen's eyes sparkled with admiration. The boy glared at her unhappily, took a few steps forward, checked on the unlucky guys, and found that they were just knocked unconscious, so he was relieved. This guy was really willful, and she was really afraid that he would kick these people to death. Lin Chongqing tilted his head, fighting, just catch them and lock them up for a few days. It's hard. The boy said with some embarrassment, they are foreigners, and they didn't commit a big crime. The bureau won't make it too difficult for them because of this. Can you help? He doesn't look well. Looking at the dying South Asian, Huang Chunli was a little flustered. It doesn't matter, he won't die. Lin Chongqing grabbed the South Asian's wrist and injected a ray of small universe energy into it, and his breath immediately calmed down a lot. Zhen squatted beside him and asked curiously, aren't those bad guys on a mission? Why did they beat this guy? Lin Chongqing looked at the spider web tattoo on the South Asian man's palm, his eyes moved to Huang Chunli, and said lightly, because this person is here to protect her. Protect me? Huang Chunli was at a loss. Lin Chongqing looked at her and said, "The Spider Gang is a self-help organization located in the slums of Bangkok. The founder is a good friend of your father. He knew that you were under threat, so he sent some people to protect you. This person is one of them. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the enemy." Huang Chunli's cheek muscles jumped, and her fingers couldn't help but hold Lin Chongqing's arm. Do you know about my father?" "I know something." Lin Chongqing nodded and pointed to the still unconscious South Asian man, "But if you want to find your father, you still need the help of the Spider Gang." He pointed to the foreigners who were kicked unconscious by him. "Maybe you need them too. Just to remind you, those guys are the subordinates of the people who took your father away that year. Their mission here is to monitor you." Huang Chunli didn't care about that, and asked impatiently, "Is my father still alive?" "She should still be alive." Lin Chongqing said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's deal with these guys first." "Okay." Chunli bit her cherry red lower lip lightly. Although she was very worried about her father's safety, knowing that her father was still alive allowed her to barely suppress her anxiety. "My mother and I have an appointment to visit her in the hospital. Can you leave your address? I will find you after visiting my mother. I can't wait to bring her good news." "Okay." Lin Chongqing wrote down his address for her. "Just wait for me here." "Thank you." Chunli turned around to leave, but paused and asked carefully, "May I ask who you are?" Lin Chongqing pushed the boy forward. "She is a policeman." The boy rolled his eyes at him unhappily, took out his police officer ID, and shook it in front of Chunli. "Yes, I am a policeman." "Okay, bye." Chun-Li's mood eased a little, she bowed slightly, turned around and trotted away. Ah Zhen pouted, "Oh, why are you leaving? I want to introduce myself." "Sister, what are we going to do next?" The boy said, "Ah Zhen, you go home first, we have to send these guys to the police station first, it will probably be busy until late." "Hey!" Ah Zhen was a little unhappy, she still wanted to play. Lin Chongqing looked at her and smiled, "Ah Zhen, please tell your guests that I will visit you tomorrow. Are you coming to my house?" Ah Zhen was happy and nodded vigorously, "No problem, I will definitely let the idiot Chimian wait for you at home." Chun-Li walked hurriedly in the quiet street. The neon lights reflected in the sad eyes, adding a touch of hope. "My father has been missing for 10 years and my mother is terminally ill. If my mother dies, her future will be blank." Every time she returned to that luxurious home, she felt exhausted and couldn't help crying secretly. Fortunately, at this juncture, someone brought good news. Her father, who had been missing for many years, was still alive. When her mother heard the news, her spirit, which had been extremely depressed, was revived again. She didn't know if it was a last gasp, but she knew that if her father was not rescued as soon as possible, her mother would die with regrets. Suddenly, Chun-Li felt cold all over. That was murderous aura. Chun-Li's eyes moved slightly, her sight suddenly turned, and her toes touched the ground. In a flash, her slender body moved away like a swan. "Hey!" A figure rushed out of the darkness, and a heavy flying kick set off a gust of wind in front of her eyes. "Who are you?" Looking at the other party's figure like a ninja, Chun-Li looked at the other party seriously. She practiced martial arts since she was a child. When she was 17, in order to find news about her father, she also went to Tokyo to participate in the first street fighter competition. At that time, she met many masters. But this mysterious man who suddenly appeared seemed to be stronger than those masters. The man did not answer her meaning, but turned over at a very fast speed, and swept his leg very quickly, with a whistling wind, straight to her waist. Bang 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 bang! Chun-Li kicked out more than a dozen legs in an instant, desperately resisting the approach of the man's fast legs. Accompanied by the sharp whistling of the wind, the shadows of the two legs stretched in the dim light and finally disappeared in the night. Chun-Li is a woman, with extremely fast speed, but a little less strength, and was finally shaken into the air by a leg. But she did not panic, she turned gracefully in the air, landed steadily with a single leg split, threw the bag hanging on her shoulder to the ground, and posed a fighting starting posture. After this competition just now, her slightly flustered heart has quickly settled down. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39, Testing. The man's eyes curved slightly, as if he was smiling. However, the next second, he blocked his body with his right arm, and his footsteps brushed the ground, rushing over like a galloping horse. So fast. Chun-Li felt her eyes blurred, and the opponent was already close to her. She kicked her legs quickly, shot up, and instantly jumped over the man, kicking him in mid-air. This is her best eagle claw kick. The man raised his arms like a shield, and was kicked several times in a row, but his body did not shake. Seeing that her moves were about to be used up, he suddenly punched out. Chun-Li was prepared. She shouted softly, kicked out lightly, and collided with the opponent's fist. With the help of the opponent's fist, she flew into the air again, and at the same time, she used the force to turn around, and suddenly raised her knees and fell down, like a crane swooping down. Crane foot landed. However, this time the opponent did not confront her head-on, but retreated half a step, avoiding her toes, and when she was about to land, he stretched out his arms forward, wrapped around her slender waist, like a snake, and then dropped his center of gravity to his spine, exerted his whole body, flipped over and threw her to the ground. Chun-Li thought she would be badly beaten, but after landing, she only shook slightly, and there was no expected severe pain at all. She looked at the unknown enemy strangely. Then she saw the other party wipe his face and turned into the person she was eager to see. Mr. Lin. The mixed-race girl was dumbfounded. How could it be you? Lin Chongqing smiled, stretched out his hand and pulled her up. To save your father, you need to go deep into danger, so I want to test your kung fu. Sure enough, as he expected, Chun-Li at the moment was very immature, had not yet accepted Yuan's guidance, had not experienced too many harsh battles, and was not yet the fighting queen in the future. Chun-Li obviously didn't know what she was going to face, and hurriedly asked, "When are we going to rescue my father?" Lin Chongqing said bluntly, "We are facing the strongest criminal group in Asia, Shadero. In addition to many fighting masters, they also have their own private army. With your current kung fu, even if you go, you can only be a drag." Shadero. Chun-Li was stunned. Are they the ones who kidnapped my father? Yes. Lin Chongqing said, the two people you met when you were a child, one is called Bazin and the other is called Sagat, both are leaders of Shadero. If you want to rescue your father safely, you can't rely on official forces, you can only rely on yourself, and you can't do it now. Then, what should I do? Chun-Li was very panicked. She promised her mother to bring her father back, but now. Lin Chongqing thought for a while. Yuan is in Hong Kong Island. You have to find him. He will teach you stronger skills. Who is Yuan? Chun-Li was a little confused. Lin Chongqing said, the leader of the spider gang is also a good friend of your father. He is a fighter and one of the people who knows bison best. Chun-Li was at a loss. How can I find him? I know you have a mysterious scroll. Take the scroll and I will go with you to find it. Lin Chongqing said, pausing, but it will take a few days. There will be a big trouble during this period. I need to deal with it before I go with you to find Yuan. Speaking of Yuan, Lin Chongqing was quite curious. The original Yuan was a rare killer who was said to use assassination fists and was a master of Hyuxia boxing. It is said that his assassination success rate is 100%, and anyone who is targeted by him will never have the possibility of escaping. The ruthless Yuan is called Blood Fighting 100 Battles Yuan Invincible, and is almost a semi-legendary figure. He integrated various boxing techniques of Hyuxia martial arts and created his own martial arts schools called Sangliu and Jiliu. His moves were varied in battle. Chun-Li's special move Xianyuan Shaku, commonly known as whirlwind double flying kicks, was actually taught to Chun-Li by Yuan through Chun-Li's father. In the entire Street Fighter series, Yuan is one of the two supreme masters along with Aki, and can basically kill other characters instantly. However, such a powerful character was reduced by many times in the movie, and was beaten to a pulp by Bison, and finally had to rely on Chun-Li to explode his small universe. Lin Chongqing wanted to accompany Chun-Li to find Yuan, just to see if this guy was really a fake, or if he was always hiding his true colors and intended to use adversity to teach his apprentice. Chun-Li definitely wanted to save her father immediately, but Lin Chongqing said so, and she couldn't object, so she could only ask weakly, "Have you encountered any difficulties? Maybe I can help." Lin Chongqing pondered for 2 seconds, and smiled, "Okay, accompany me to meet a few people tomorrow, very interesting people, you will be interested. I saw Uncle Long's cross-dressing version of Chun-Li before, and later there will be Ajin who uses a computer chip to transform into a coquettish version of Chun-Li. I wonder what this real Chun-Li will think when she sees two fakes." Early in the morning of the next day, Lin Chongqing met Chun-Li and arrived at Ajin's house under the guidance of the boy. Ajin's family environment is very good. In Hong Kong Island, where every inch of land is valuable, she owns a single-family villa of considerable size, which is not something that ordinary families can do. However, compared with the manor of Zhen Chun-Li's family, which is almost like a castle, the difference is more than one level. Ajin was waiting at the door of the villa. When she saw her cousin's car driving in, she immediately greeted her happily. After greeting each other, Lin Chongqing asked directly, "How many Shamian guys are at home?" "Yet." Zhen nodded, pouted, and said indignantly, "If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought that my brother actually hid more than one person at home. And he said he was his classmate. Are their classmates that old?" Lin Chongqing smiled, "Did they tell you their origins?" "No." The girl's expression became even more indignant. "I don't know what kind of hallucinogens they gave my brother, but my brother, who has always been a fool, insisted on protecting them, otherwise I would have asked my mother to kick those guys out of the house. Fortunately you didn't do this, otherwise your family would be in big trouble." Lin Chongqing smiled. Zhen was stunned. "Why? You will know soon." Lin Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth, pushed the three people around him, and immediately blasted them aside. At the same time, he punched out. The punch was surging in the air, turning into a fierce shockwave. Bang! Shockwave collided with the heavy leg, shaking the ground. The man easily fell to the ground and turned around to punch. Lin Chongqing locked his fist with his palms, and at the same time, he turned sideways to use the force and threw it out suddenly. The man's center of gravity was broken, and he was about to fall into a disadvantage. In a hurry, he suddenly wrapped his backhand around Lin Chongqing's arm and pulled his flying body back. After regaining control of his center of gravity, the moment his legs landed on the ground, his right foot blasted out like a heavy artillery, heading straight for Lin Chongqing's lower abdomen. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40 Blackmail. Bang! Lin Chongqing swung his leg sideways and collided with the opponent head-on. This solid collision easily dissipated the opponent's kicking power. At the same time, Lin Chongqing's body rushed forward, slid into the opponent's arms, and used his shoulder as a fist to hit his chest heavily. The attacker was pushed into the air and fell 5 meters away. However, this seemingly heavy hit obviously did not cause much damage. The attacker swayed his body, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "Not bad, not bad, it is incredible for ordinary people to have your strength and skills." Lin Chongqing shook his head, "Don't be too conceited, Don't forget, your strength is just copied, and the target of the copy is a fighter who has undergone hard training. Just with a small chip, an ordinary person can grow into a super soldier who is even better than Captain America in an instant. It is indeed amazing. However, the copied abilities are just copied abilities. They can only imitate the originals forever. Not only is their strength constant at this stage, but they are also sluggish in their use. In this respect, they are not much better than the cross-dressing Chun-Li that Uncle Long accidentally transformed into. Ordinary Dragon Special Police already have this level of combat power. Then, the general who needs 6 or 7 Dragon Special Police to besiege and defeat must have at least the combat power of a Bronze Saint SEIYA. In addition, the existence of Chun-Li proves that this world has real street fighters. So what level of character must Gookie, the supreme boss of the Street Fighter world, be? It certainly cannot reach the gold level, but the silver level should be no problem, right? Broomhead, who combed his hair into a broom shape, asked in surprise, "Who are you? You seem to be familiar with us." Lin Chongqing shrugged, "I know you are the Filong Special Police, who came back from the future to protect someone." Future. Yazi and Chun-Li looked at each other, but Zhen jumped up and asked excitedly, "Are you really aliens?" "That's right. The Filong Special Police can't lie." Broomhead put his hands on his chest and put on a cool look. At the same time, a figure flashed, and Chimian, wearing a purple windbreaker and a mask, and Fadzing, with colorful hair and hands clasped together, jumped out together. "We are the Filong Special Police who came back from 2043. Yet." Zhen's eyes curved into crescents, and she jumped up and down excitedly, "I will inform the TV station. All the newspapers will be on the headlines, and the TV station will come to interview me. Maybe I will have the opportunity to become a star." The three of them were all frowning. "You and your eldest brother are really siblings." No. Nobita ran over breathlessly, pulling his sister's sleeve and begging, "If you tell them, they will be sliced and studied." "It's okay if you don't tell them." Zhen thought about it and felt that it was indeed a bit cruel. "It would be okay to change the reward, then I want a sports car, jewelry, clothes, gold cards." The Filong trio's faces became even darker. If they had so much money, why would they stay at Nobita's house? "Hey!" There was an extra hand in front of Zhen, holding a piece of paper in her hand. "What is this?" The girl took it without knowing why. "Check." Lin Chongqing put the checkbook back into his pocket and said disapprovingly, 2 million Hong Kong dollars, you and your brother can spend whatever you want. Now let's talk business, how about it? 2 million. The two siblings, who had not had much pocket money since childhood, almost popped their eyes out. When their father was alive, their family was naturally very well off, otherwise they would not have such a luxurious villa to live in. Unfortunately, since the death of their father, the mainstay of the family situation has been getting worse day by day. If they don't increase income and cut expenditure, they will be really poor sooner or later. So for them, 2 million Hong Kong dollars is really not a small amount. The Filong trio breathed a sigh of relief, but their vigilance did not disappear. The broomhead clasped his fists. "Thank you, brother, but you haven't told us how you know our identities." Lin Chongqing had already thought of a rhetoric. "I once met 3 people, the leader is called Aegean. Golden Hair King." The Filong trio was surprised. They came here to track Aegean, Toyota, and the King of Thailand. But after traveling through time and space to this period, not only could they not find the target Yu Taixiang to protect, but even Aegean and the other 2 disappeared. Unexpectedly, they heard their information from a mysterious man. "Where are they? Where did you see them?" the 3 asked impatiently. Lin Chongqing chose his words carefully. "I just met them once and overheard their conversation, so I don't know where they are now." The Filong trio sighed depressedly. "But Lin Changqing's tone was quite deep. I learned their identities from their conversation. They guessed that you Filong Special Police would follow, so I knew you existed. Moreover, their conversation also revealed a piece of news. The general's other men have decided to break the prison. Once the general escapes, they will also come to this world and kill Judge Yu Taixiang who angered him. Damn it! The three were dumbfounded. The general was not arrested and imprisoned by the Filong Special Police, but it did not mean that they did not know how terrible the general was. It was not an existence that the three of them could contend with. I can help you deal with the general, and I can help you find Yu Taixiang, but... Seeing that the trio was about to cry out in pain, Lin Chongqing finally revealed his true intentions. What price can you pay? The trio looked at each other, and then the broomhead spoke. What do you want? Lin Chongqing raised his eyebrows. The computer chip that gives you ability. Sure enough. Broomhead was not surprised. The three of them were very poor, and the only thing that could attract helpers was the magical computer chip. However, they didn't care too much. When they accepted this dangerous mission, they were already prepared and prepared several spare chips in advance, just in case they were short of manpower, they could recruit helpers now. Computer chips need to be combined with courage to work. With the outstanding combat ability of the man in front of him, it is obvious that the ability of the chip can be maximized. Here. Shimian handed over a chip without hesitation. Lin Chongqing did not reach out to take it, but asked first, whose ability is in this chip? Shimian rubbed his nose. Blanca. Blanca. The title is Orc of the Amazon Jungle, that is, the blue wolf with the ability to control electricity. Definitely, Blanca is not a real orc, but a mutant. When Blanca was young, on a stormy night, the plane he was riding was struck by lightning over the tropical rainforest and then fell into the Amazon jungle. In this accident, almost all the people on the plane were killed. The only survivor was Blanca. He completely forgot the past, and after years of living in the jungle, his appearance became more and more like a beast, and he also learned the fighting skills of beast from various beasts. This character's ability is indeed not weak, but it is not Lin Changqing's dish. He asked unhappily, do I look like a beast? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 Transformation Chip. Shimian gestured twice and said in embarrassment, but besides Qing Lang, there are only 2 Chunli chips left. Do you want to dress up as a woman? Huang Chunli. Lin Chongqing sighed, snatched the check back from Ah Zhen who was still smiling at the check, and said lightly, it seems that there is no need for us to cooperate. Ah, my money. Ah Zhen covered her face hard, looking like she wanted to cry but had no tears. But fortunately, this girl knew who to blame, and immediately turned her head and glared at the innocent trio, shouting frantically, give me back 2 million, or I will send you to the police station for slices. My money. Nobita also bent forward in frustration, tilted his head and looked at the 3 class enemies, with a face full of resentment and disgust. Shimian's scalp was numb when he was looked at, and he turned his head to look at Broomhead. What should we do? Broomhead scratched his head hard, scratching it into a broken broom, and said helplessly, okay, I understand. There is another Scion chip here, which is the most powerful among the combat chips. Is it okay? Lin Chongqing stuffed the check into Ajin's little hand, and the 2 siblings surrounded him with drooling, and they had no interest in the combat chip. However, Lin Chongqing still did not take the largest chip, but smiled and said, Scion chip, plus 2 Chunli chips. You. The broomhead was a little angry, you are too greedy. Lin Chongqing waved his hand and said seriously, I don't want to cheat you. Anyway, your chips are for others to use. What's wrong with giving them to me? Here, I obviously know a lot more people than you. I can select the most suitable person to accept Chun-Li's ability and maximize our strength. When the general comes to our door, we can better deal with it, right? The three looked at each other for a moment. Although they were still very unhappy, they had to bow their heads under the eaves, and what he said was not unreasonable. If the general really came to kill them, they would definitely have to find someone to inherit the chip's ability if they wanted to strengthen their own combat power, but they never left the house, and how many people did they know in total? Instead of not being able to find the right person, and having to choose to let Ajahn, Dakshang, and their biological mother and stepfather transform into super soldiers, it is better to let the man in front of him find a more suitable person. The broomhead waved his hand unhappily. I hope the person you find is really suitable enough. Lin Chongqing took the 3 chips in his hand with a smile, and said, since we have reached a cooperation intention, now I will give you a very useful news. What? The trio was a little wary, fearing that he would blackmail them again. Lin Chongqing didn't care, and pointed at the mean Dakshang with his chin. He is Yu Taixiang. Ah! The leader of the trio opened his mouth, staring at the BCH squatting there stupidly, and shouted in disbelief, Dakshang is the future judge Yu Taixiang. Dakshang blinked, and finally reacted, pointing to his face, and said with a smile, me? Judge? Wow, ha 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 ha, this joke is too funny. Everyone was silent. Dakshang smacked his lips and looked at Lin Chongqing blankly, isn't it a joke? Timian rubbed his face and asked very seriously, are you sure? Why can't I see that he has the appearance of being a judge in the future? Feidashi chewed an apple and questioned, Dakshang's surname is obviously Chen, okay. Dakshang seemed to have confidence and patted his chest vigorously, that's right, my surname is Chen, how can I be the future judge Yu Taixiang? Lin Chongqing shrugged, but your mother's boyfriend's surname is Yu. They will get married soon, and each generation of the Yu family must be named according to the family tree. When it comes to your generation, it is the word iron, so, you are Yu Taixiang. Dakshang was so scared that cold sweats fell, and he didn't even bother to grab the fragrant check. This sly guy opened his mouth, turned around and ran into the house, shouting in fear, I'll go ask Uncle Yu. Together. The trio did not dare to neglect and hurriedly followed. The boy, who was confused from beginning to end, finally couldn't help but speak, Lin Chongqing, what is going on? Are they, really from the future? Huang Chunli then raised her hand, what does Chunli chip mean? Answer Chunli's question first. Lin Chongqing was in a good mood, looking at Huang Chunli and smiling, Chunli, have you participated in the Street Fighter competition? The girl was surprised, are you the Chunli? She already knew the name of Huang Chunli, but she never thought that this young pianist would be the fighter. Chunli nodded and replied, 3 years ago, I participated in the Street Fighter tournament. 3 years ago, she was only 17 years old and still a middle school student. There are naturally many differences between her appearance at that time and now. Lin Chongqing shook his head slightly, the Street Fighter fighting tournament is exciting. A company has created a world-famous game with your image. In the future, people will use some black technology to simulate the abilities of Street Fighter masters and make this super soldier chip. It only needs to be embedded in people's brains. Even ordinary people can use abilities similar to yours and become super fighting masters. Definitely, this ability is easy to get, but it is likely to be locked in the future and there will be no possibility of improvement, so, boy, this Chunli chip is for you to use. Huang Chunli. Lin Chongqing looked at her and said seriously, Chunli, your future is unlimited. I don't recommend you to use the power of the chip. Huang Chunli curled her lips and was a little unconvinced, then how can you use it? Lin Chongqing shook the Scion chip and smiled, I am very interested in the Scion's chi. Although the Scion in this chip should be fake, it doesn't hurt to feel it with the power of the chip. I believe I will not be locked by this mere chip. How can his future be locked by using the power of this chip without really becoming a Scion? Looking at the small chip in his hand, the boy still had some doubts in his heart, but he only needed to experiment to confirm it, and there was no need to deny it. He just asked curiously, "You asked for 2 Chunli chips. This one was given to me. Who do you want to give the other one to?" Lin Chongqing spread his hands, "Give it to Ajin." Ajin was originally one of the incarnations of Chunli. Although her combat power is definitely far inferior to the real Chunli, it is obviously no problem to fight a general's subordinates alone. Besides, the young version of the boy is his super fan. And he can't deprive fans of benefits at will, right? Well, maybe the girl will give back benefits when she is happy. How do you use this thing? The boy was just curious and asked. Relatively speaking, she is more concerned about whether this chip is really that magical. Lin Chongqing, go ask the original owner. There was a commotion in the villa, and it seemed that the news had been confirmed. Lin Chongqing tilted his head and walked into the living room first. He saw Broomhead, Iron Face, and Fatsing grinning and looking at the back of the sofa in silence. Lin Chongqing, what's wrong? Broomhead pointed at Nobita, who was shivering behind the sofa, and said with a headache, he said he was scared. Iron Face covered his face and said depressedly, I doubt whether Nobita will have a genetic mutation. How did he evolve from a timid and cowardly general idiot to an excellent justice who will be impartial in the future? Fatsing threw the apple core and said calmly, I doubt it. Nobita showed half of his face tremblingly and complained, it's not you who will be turned into idiots, you can definitely say it easily. We will protect you, what are you afraid of? And Iron Face swung the blue wolf chip, as long as the computer chip is transplanted into your brain, you can also become a super soldier, what are you afraid of assassination? They only have this one chip left, and Nobita has no other choice. Nobita scratched his face and asked suspiciously, does it hurt? Haha, why would it hurt? Timian laughed, slapped the chip behind his ear, and clapped his hands, isn't it put in now? Is it that simple? Nobita was stunned, and suddenly a fierce electric light appeared on his body. When the electric current stopped, he had changed from a mean young man to a mean green orc, his whole body was the color of the green grassland. Seeing this scene, Yazi and Ajin's eyes widened. Broomhead turned around and smiled at Lin Chongqing, do you need my help? You need to put it in through the nostrils, which is a bit difficult. Lin Chongqing looked at him expressionlessly, I am hesitating whether to cancel the cooperation. No, no, no. Seeing Ajin's eyes erected again, Broomhead waved his hands and shook his head hurriedly, rushed to Lin Chongqing's side, took the orange file-size chip and squeezed it hard, and the orange chip turned into a very small crystal card, and smiled flatteringly, putting it into the brain through the nostrils is one way, and it can also be done through nanorobots. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42, Unlimited Sword Upgrade. After experiencing the Super Soldier chip in person, Lin Chongqing quickly figured out the mechanism of this thing. In fact, the ability of this transformation chip does not act directly on the body, but first acts on the brain, stimulating the substantial development of the brain, thereby emitting bioelectricity to stimulate cells throughout the body. The principle is the same as Meng Bo's transformation into a cross-dressing boss. Humans have theoretical limits and practical limits, and the gap between the two is very, very large. The reason for this phenomenon is mainly because the human body is too weak and needs a certain degree of self-protection. In other words, most of the abilities of ordinary humans are imprisoned by their own bodies, and the imprisoned area is called the God's Forbidden Zone. Well, it can also be called a genetic lock. As long as you step into the God's Forbidden Zone, you can be called a superhuman. The role of the super soldier chip is to forcibly unlock the abilities bound by the body by strengthening brain waves, and at the same time constantly stimulate cells with biological electric current to ensure that the fragile body will not collapse due to rashly stepping into the God's forbidden zone, so as to reach the theoretical limit of humans in this way. Whether it is the flying dragon special police such as Broomhead and Iron Face, or the villains such as Aegean and King of Thailand, they all have super strength to easily lift heavy objects such as cars, super endurance to withstand small and medium-sized artillery bombardments, and far superior reactions, agility, self-healing abilities, and a certain degree of energy ejection. If they were placed in the Marvel Universe, none of them would be inferior to Iron Man. The Scion chip was originally prepared for Yu Taixiang to save his life. Although it cannot really transform a person into a Scion who can kill everything in a second, it is still a top-quality super soldier chip. The more sophisticated the chip, the stronger the brain waves that are forced to be released, and the stronger the ability it brings. If the middle and lower level super soldier chips can transform ordinary people into trainee fighters, then if the Super Scion chip can be fully activated, it can at least transform a lower level bronze. Unfortunately, the Scion spirit and the microcosm of the Saint SEIYA are compatible, but they cannot be superimposed. Lin Chongqing absorbed the Scion chip, but his strength barely improved. Lin Chongqing didn't care much, he was more interested in whether he could copy this thing. If this thing could be mass-produced, he could form a super team in a minute. Although according to Broomhead, even the lowest level super soldier chip would require countless resources to make, Lin Chongqing still didn't give up. He planned to take out the chip after returning to the Marvel world, and give Phoenix a detailed test, and then see if he could copy it. Now Lin Chongqing has to consider how to strengthen his strength. The top boss in this world is likely to have silver level strength. Lin Chongqing is only an upper bronze, and he can deal with it if he fights for his life. The purpose of his world trip this time was to improve himself. However, he always has to keep a trump card to avoid accidents. The first method Lin Chongqing thought of was to project the holy clothes. Silver holy clothes. Gold holy clothes. Even the strength of the lower-ranked gold saint is 10,000 times stronger than that of the silver saint. And the strength of the top silver saint is no worse than that of the lower-ranked gold saint. As long as he can project a gold cloth, or a higher-ranked silver cloth, he can walk sideways in this world. The sisters who transformed into Chun-Li in the game went to the manor villa of the real Chun-Li, and with the help of the spacious space there, they mastered the various skills of Chun-Li. Lin Chongqing was alone at home and had plenty of time. He sat in the living room and summoned magic power with both hands. Projection, start. Identify the creative concept. Determine the basic framework. Copy the constituent materials. The image of the Gemini gold cloth became richer little by little. However, just when the golden phantom was about to turn from virtual to real, the magic power in Lin Chongqing's hand suddenly burst out from it. Seeing the formed gold cloth turned into magic power again and dissipated, Lin Chongqing couldn't help scratching his head. The quality of the gold cloth is too high? Infinite Blade Works has a copy limit and cannot project artifact-level treasures. The gold armor comes with the seventh sense of the microcosm, and the power of fists and feet can shatter the galaxy. If placed in the Marvel world view, the strength of each gold saint is comparable to the father god like Zeus and Odin, and it is definitely not bad in the Fate world. The battle suits they use are naturally artifact level. Lin Chongqing thought for a moment and gathered his magic power again. This time, he planned to project the Silver Saint cloth. The strength of the Gold Saint SEIYA was beyond the standard, and he hoped that the Silver Saint cloth could be projected. Projection, start. Identify the creative concept. Determine the basic framework. Copy the constituent materials. Imitate the production technology. Bang! The phantom of the saint cloth exploded again. Damn, the Silver Saint cloth can't be projected either. Lin Chongqing was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the Silver Saint cloth couldn't be projected either. Infinite sword making is a very magical magic, but the level is still a bit low. Maybe, this skill can be upgraded. Lin Chongqing thought for a moment and opened the main god system. The amount of energy he has stored now has exceeded 150 points. Anyway, he has no plan to materialize a new character card at the moment, so it is better to allocate some to upgrade the skill level. Upgrade Infinite Sword System, and many desired treasures can be projected without consuming energy. That's it. Lin Chongqing locked his sights on Infinite Sword System and directly ordered, Infinite Sword System upgrade. Infinite Sword System. Level, Bronze. Promotion, Silver. Clatter. After looting dozens of bags of Hulk serum and all the nuclear power plants in Neon, the energy that had just become abundant was deducted by more than half at once. Looking at the energy reserves that were almost cleared, Lin Chongqing was distressed. What made him feel extremely fortunate was that his accumulated assets were just enough to upgrade his skills. The bronze lettering of Infinite Sword System turned into silver. Lin Chongqing rubbed his hands. It should be okay now. Three-dimensional projection. Still starting from the gold armor. Last time, the projection program reached the third step and the magic circuit collapsed. This time, it went all the way to the fifth step. There is progress, but still no success. Lin Chongqing was extremely depressed and complained, "Do I have to upgrade to the gold level to project the gold armor?" After complaining, he changed to project the silver armor. Well, this time the process was smooth. In just half an hour, a large amount of magic power gathered and turned into a silver armor. A crow shining with silver light. Fortunately, the silver armor can be projected. Lin Chongqing glanced at the crow, curled his lips in disdain, and waved his hand to throw it into the mental landscape. In order to ensure the perfect projection, the first silver armor he chose to project was the Crow constellation, which was only silver. Now that it is confirmed that the silver armor can be projected, Lin Chongqing naturally wants to project a constellation that suits his heart. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 43, Silver Cloth. The silver armor favored by Lin Chongqing is naturally the best ones. Orion, Cepheus, Lyra, Altair, and Jupiter. These 5 silver constellations have had warriors comparable to or even surpassing the gold level. Lin Chongqing wants to try to project these 5 top-level silver armors to see if he can awaken the 7th sense. Orion is the lower position of Leo and also controls the power of thunder. Unfortunately, after Lin Chongqing spent a lot of magic power and finally projected it, his microcosm in the middle of the 6th sense was only raised to the limit of the 6th sense. Next, he projected the armors of Cepheus and Lyra, but it did not improve his microcosm. Lin Chongqing can only pin his hopes on the last 2. The Holy Land clearly has 88 armors, including 12 gold armors, 24 silver armors, and 48 bronze armors. Among the 88 armors, there are 4 special armors. These 4 special clothes are all ranked at the silver level, and each of them has a special function. The Magna cloth and the Altar cloth are 2 of the 4 special clothes. Magna is also called the Holy Grail. It is said to be transformed from Athena's artifact. Its special function is to heal and predict the future. As long as clean water is poured into the Holy Grail, the person who drinks it can be revived immediately no matter how seriously injured. Moreover, in the reflection of the shaking water surface, there is a chance to present the picture of the future. The previous Magna Saint SEIYA Shuijing and the contemporary Magna Saint SEIYA Ezan all have gold-level combat power. However, projecting this cloth that has been used by masters only adds new attributes to Lin Chongqing. Magna is considered to be the lower position of Aquarius, controlling the changes of water and ice. Lin Chongqing asked the cloth to be used as a holy grail and poured a glass of water into it. The bottle of ordinary mineral water was soon stained with a touch of gold. The water has turned into holy water. It's a pity that I didn't see the future. Lin Chongqing shook his head regretfully, picked up the Holy Grail, and drank the water in it. Although he was not injured, he had consumed most of his magic power by projecting several silver holy clothes in a row. Holy water can not only heal the body, but also turn into magic to make up for the lack. Only with sufficient magic can Lin Chongqing continue to project. After projecting the giant king's cloth, he still did not awaken the seventh sense, and the luck in his heart before was basically gone. However, he still had to use the altar. The silver holy clothes of the altar were said to be created by the Greek gods to celebrate the defeat of the Titans. The round mirror on its chest contains the holy fire of Olympus. With the power of this holy fire, the saint of the altar can deprive any saint of the right to use the holy clothes, and can also seal powerful opponents through sacrifice. Even a second-level god like the god of death and sleep will find it extremely difficult to escape once sealed by the altar. Because of this extremely special attribute, all the altar saints of all generations are the Pope's assistant priests. Those who possess the altar saint cloth not only represent power, but also have strength that is not inferior to the gold saints. For example, Bai Li of the previous generation and Alex of the original story. Especially Bai Li, his fighting power far exceeds the level of the gold saints, and is even much stronger than Sage, the Pope's younger brother. Opponents of the level of the three giants of the underworld can only be killed in seconds in front of him. Lin Chongqing is looking forward to getting the power of that person from the altar saint cloth. The power that Bai Li possesses is not only the secret of the altar, but also the secret of cancer. The power of the gold secret must be far greater than that of silver and bronze. Identify the creative concept. Imagine the basic framework. Copy the composition material. Imitate the production technology. Empathize the growth experience. Reproduce the accumulated years. Surpass and complete many projects. At the moment, the sword that gathers fantasy is completed. The altar-shaped silver armor slowly takes shape, and a faint flame jumps on the silver mirror of the altar. It is worthy of being the top silver armor. The magic power consumed by projection is several times that of other silver armors. Lin Chongqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he just drank a cup of healing holy water and replenished his own magic power to the full value, otherwise he might not be able to project this armor. Come on, altar! Lin Chongqing burned his microcosm and called for the altar seat armor. Ka! The metal altar suddenly decomposed, turned into countless parts, and wore on his body. Hey! The purple gemstone mirror on the chest of the armor flashed a ray of blazing fire, which flowed all over his body in an instant. Armor repair technique. Psychokinesis, which the Jamil family is born with. Deprivation and sealing of the altar seat. A&D. The secret of cancer. From the most basic corpse gas underworld wave, the advanced version of the corpse gas ghost blue flame, the corpse gas soul burial, the corpse gas Ruyi Linglin, and the super skill that can even crush gods, the corpse gas transformation wave. Corpse gas. Lin Chongqing murmured in his mouth, summoning the corpse gas. The ghost star cluster of Cancer, known as the corpse gas in the east, is the entrance for the souls of the world to ascend to heaven. The Cancer Saint SEIYA builds a space channel connected to the abyss of hell by calling on the corpse gas. The shockwave condensed by the corpse gas can absorb everything around, even light cannot escape, just like a black hole in the universe. And this is the basic secret of Cancer. It's still only the limit of the sixth sense, but the strength has been qualitatively improved. Lin Chongqing stared at the corpse gas on his fingertips, and his heart was extremely excited. The attack of the corpse gas cannot be defended, and even the strongest body will be sent to Huangchuan Biliangzaka if it is touched. Even though Lin Chongqing, who has not yet comprehended the seventh sense, can only use the basic ability of the Cancer secret, it is enough to serve as a trump card at this stage. What are you doing? The boy opened the door and walked into the living room. Seeing Lin Chongqing wearing the silver holy clothes and emitting fire from his fingertips, he looked strange. I am practicing. Lin Chongqing smiled faintly, and the holy clothes on his body moved with a small universe, and suddenly restored to an altar. The boy was startled and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Lin Chongqing answered truthfully, "This is the silver holy clothes." The boy was at a loss. Silver holy clothes? What is that? Well, this world has 7 dragon balls, but no Saint SEIYA. A super battle robe. It is too troublesome to explain the Saint SEIYA. Lin Chongqing did not answer in detail, but just gave a simple answer, and then changed the subject. "How is your practice?" The boy did not continue to ask, but replied with excitement, "Great." She was originally an elite among the police, and she was quite accomplished in close combat. But her previous skills were not qualified for discussion with the extraordinary fighters. After Lin Chongqing implanted Chun-Li chip in her, her combat ability was greatly improved. If she had such combat ability before, she would be confident that she could deal with the gangsters on the Fuguimaru alone. It's definitely not as easy as Lin Chongqing. Very good. Lin Chongqing said with a smile, "You use Chun-Li's power first, and I will find you a stronger power later." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at him and asked, "Hey, I wanted to ask you before, you said you have no identity in this world, could it be that you are also from the future like Shimian and others?" Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, The Boy's Question. Facing the questioning of his beautiful girlfriend, Lin Chongqing touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "Why do you ask that?" "Because you are too mysterious." The boy sat beside him and sighed, "If I hadn't met Shimian and the others, I wouldn't have thought of this, but knowing that future technology can allow people to travel through time." Lin Chongqing took her shoulder and chuckled, "I am indeed not from this planet, but my origin is very different from Shimian and the others." The boy was shocked and said, Are you an alien?" Lin Chongqing shrugged and said, "I am not an alien, I am from outer space." The boy was dumbfounded. Outer space? Aliens are already very scary, what the hell is the outer space? Lin Chongqing explained, "You can think of it as a parallel world, an earthling from another universe." The boy was at a loss. Parallel world? In this year, the theory of parallel universes is not popular. Lin Chongqing said slowly, "All matter in the universe is composed of quanta, and each quantum has different states, so the universe is not just the one you see, but is composed of multiple similar universes. A parallel universe refers to other universes that are separated from a certain universe and exist in parallel with the original universe, which are both similar and different. In these parallel universes, there are also universes that were born under the same conditions as the current universe, and there may be planets that are the same as the planets inhabited by humans or have the same history, and there may be people who are exactly the same as humans. However, in these different universes, the development of things will have different results. For example, dinosaurs that have long been extinct in this universe may still exist in another universe and are being constantly evolving. Technology is more advanced than humans. In general, parallel universes may be in the same space system, but different time systems. Just like two trains running on the same railway line, they may be in the same time system, but different space systems, just like cars running on the upper and lower passages of an overpass at the same time." The girl was still a little confused. She didn't understand anything about different quantum and parallel universes. She only understood a little. "So, you are a parallel universe?" "Earthling." "Yes, I am an earthling from a parallel universe." Lin Chongqing smiled and teased, "You are not going to sell me to the police for slices like Agen, right?" The girl raised her eyebrows slightly and said angrily, "It depends on whether you are obedient or not." Lin Chongqing kneaded her little hand and said with a smile, "Am I not always very obedient in front of you?" The girl's expression relaxed, and she sighed, "Try to be lighter when you take action in the future, and you will be more obedient." "Well, I'll try my best." Lin Chongqing responded disapprovingly. The boy suddenly became a little worried and asked, "You are not from this universe. Will you leave in the future? I am a world traveler and will not stay in a certain world forever." Lin Chongqing gently stroked her hair and said softly, "But you can rest assured that I will come back to visit you every once in a while and accompany you here for a while. As long as you consume enough energy. You can use the power of the Lord God to drag the time ratio of different worlds. So, he has enough time to accompany his girlfriend." The boy gave her a sweet kiss and stopped talking about that topic. Instead, he asked, "Shall we go out for dinner? You decide." Lin Chongqing would naturally not refuse. The two drove out in a sports car and headed straight to the high-level shopping mall a few blocks away. The boy was driving Lin Chongqing, talking and laughing, but he saw Lin Chongqing's expression suddenly become serious, listening attentively, and asked hurriedly, "What happened?" Lin Chongqing nodded, "There is a riot ahead." "Riot?" Before the boy could react, he saw many people running around in panic on the long street from a distance, and said in surprise, "It seems that something really happened. Sit tight." As she said that, she stepped on the accelerator, and the crimson sports car roared suddenly, and the speed suddenly increased by twice. It skillfully weaved in and out of the traffic and soon arrived at the scene of the accident. There was a medium-sized supermarket on the side of the long street. From the glass, you can see a series of lights colliding with each other, causing bursts of fierce explosions. The supermarket has been mostly covered by the smoke. "This is..." The boy opened his mouth wide. Lin Chongqing was very calm. It seems that Broomhead and his men finally met the general's men. It turned out to be them. The boy didn't have time to find a parking space, so he simply stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. "Should we go to help? Your ability has not been fully integrated yet, and your head-on confrontation is a little worse than those guys. You'd better stay outside to help evacuate the crowd. I'll go there by myself." Before the voice fell, he had already taken 2 steps at a time and rushed towards the messy supermarket. As a plot party, I definitely know the details of this plot. Golden Hair King Aegeon sneaked into Nobita's school as a teacher. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Iron Face's paralysis and carelessness, he used the anti-aging poison needle to plot against him, and kidnapped the student girl who was good friends with Broomhead. Broomhead rushed out to save people and started a big battle with Aegeon here. Speaking of which, although Aegeon was a gangster, he was very principled and refused to hurt innocent people. It was also because of this fight that Feilong Special Police and Aegeon shook hands and finally joined forces to defeat the general. Lin Chongqing didn't know what the story would end like if he got involved. Boom! Before Lin Chongqing could get close, 2 forces exploded in the supermarket, just like dozens of C4 bombs exploded at the same time, blowing up the supermarket of a large area. Sand and rocks flew, and the wind was raging. 2 figures rushed out one after the other and landed in the parking lot opposite the supermarket. The Broomhead was ragged and his hair was messy. Although his face was still full of bravery, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot. The blonde handsome guy opposite, wearing a red jacket, did not have a strong murderous look in his eyes, but had a confidence that surpassed everything, and was very cool and unrestrained. Broomhead. The pretty student girl standing on the roadside came over happily. "Are you okay? Don't come over." Broomhead was anxious. Turned his head, pushed the girl aside, and turned around and bumped into the car thrown by the Golden Hair King. Oops! Broomhead's eyebrows knitted, his body suddenly turned, and his legs chopped out like a knife, splitting the car in 2. It seems that the Golden Hair King has been waiting for a long time, and followed closely behind the car. At the same time that the car was split, a punch came down swiftly and fiercely. Broomhead couldn't dodge in time and was hit hard in the chest. His body flew backwards and smashed the car behind him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Golden Hair King did not stop, jumped up, and his legs took advantage of the opportunity to kill, ready to completely solve this flying dragon special police. Suddenly, a figure came from above and punched in the air. Sensing the destructive power of the fist, the pupils of the Golden Hair King shrank rapidly, and he hurriedly put his arms in front of him to block as much as possible. As soon as the fists and arms of the two touched, an unprecedentedly strong mutual repulsion force was immediately generated. The Golden Hair King was in midair and could not use the force, and was immediately blown away. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Fight Again. Ajian turned over several times in the air before he stood firm again. He ignored his surging blood and looked at the strange opponent who suddenly appeared, and said with a slight change of color, "Who are you?" The general had fought with the Filong Special Police for many years. As the general's first general, he was very familiar with the internal structure of the Filong Special Police, but he had never seen such a master. Lin Chongqing did not answer his question, but turned to look at the Broomhead and asked, "Broomhead, are you going to prepare for another fight, or should I do it?" Broomhead pulled his messy hair and shouted angrily, "The Golden Hair King poisoned Shimian. If it's later, there will be no hope. Let's join forces to catch him and force him to hand over the antidote." If it was a normal encounter, he wouldn't mind playing one-on-one, but now the situation is urgent. How can he be in the mood to play gladiatorial combat? If he goes back later, Shimian will be in Beijing. Idiot! The Golden-Haired King sneered, swung his palms, and suddenly exerted force. A bright white comet rushed towards the Broomhead. Lin Chongqing snorted lightly, dodged, and blocked the comet. He pressed forward with one hand and exerted force suddenly. With a muffled bang, the shockwave suddenly became invisible. The Golden-Haired King's face became even uglier, but he did not try to escape. Instead, he suddenly flew into the air and used his hand as a knife to rush out, which was very sharp. By the way, as a person with the ability of Ken, Ajian is much stronger than Kim at the beginning. Lin Chongqing also 407 did not wait for the Broomhead, and jumped out in a straight step, carrying a compelling momentum, killing like a tidal wave. Meteor Fist. The dense sonic punches were like a torrential rain and a strong wind, and each punch was heavier than the other. The Golden-Haired King had no way to avoid it, so he had to hold his fist hard. Bang, bang, bang. Although Lin Chongqing did not go all out, his punches were extremely powerful. However, after hitting him dozens of times, the Golden-Haired King was chopped out. The situation became increasingly dangerous. He knew that he could not stay for long, otherwise he would have no chance to leave if the Broomhead surrounded him. He quickly blocked several times with all his strength, and with the help of the reaction force of his fists, he flew dozens of meters away, ready to sneak into the crowd and escape. Hand over the antidote for rejuvenation. After being hit several times, the Broomhead was already exhausted, but for the sake of his good brother, he had to try his best to catch up. However, in fact, there was no need for the Broomhead to interfere, and Lin Chongqing would not let Ajian leave. When the Broomhead shouted, he had already rushed behind the Golden-Haired King like lightning, and at the same time swung his palm and chopped down fiercely, and sand flew everywhere in an instant. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. A nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man rushed over like a tank. It was Ajian's, Bebje, companion, the King of Thailand. At the same time, the Golden-Haired King's body suddenly paused, his center of mass lowered, his chest leaned forward, and with the help of the rebound of his knee joints, he instantly transformed the body's rolling and muscle power into kinetic energy, and soared into the sky like an angry dragon. Hao Yuzhan! Bang! Bang! Lin Chongqing was first hit by the King of Thailand, and then he was hit by the full-powered rising dragon fist. He was like being hit by a cannonball head-on, his body leaned back, flew dozens of meters away, and fell heavily on the ground, smashing a car and causing it to collapse. Then, the damaged car tank was ignited by sparks, and a raging fire was set off. Lin Chongqing. The broomhead was startled and his steps suddenly stopped. The Tai King had already rushed over with a ferocious smile. "Don't worry, you will see him soon." The golden-haired king did not join the Tai King to besiege the broomhead, but just looked at the burning car with a solemn expression. Although he was very confident in his punch, he did not believe that a person who could annihilate the wave punch would die so easily. Boom! The burning car was in flames, and a blue shockwave blasted out from the flames, instantly suppressing all the flames, and whistling like thunder and thunder towards the golden-haired king. Orion's secret technique, Will-O-Wisp. The golden-haired king was shocked and quickly turned in the air, narrowly avoiding the sharp edge of the shockwave. However, the shockwave that had been avoided suddenly turned, drew a small arc, and hit his back. The impact force was unexpectedly weak, but the golden-haired king felt that his blood and chi had stagnated, as if his whole body was blocked by the piercing cold, and he couldn't help but secretly shout that it was not good. At this moment, a black shadow flashed in the corner of his eyes. The golden-haired king tried to look back, but saw that Lin Chongqing had already appeared above the Tai King's head, and his bent calf was pushed by his knees, stepping heavily on his head. The Tai King's eyes widened, and he could no longer dodge, so he could only tilt his head suddenly. The kick passed through his cheek, and then kicked hard on his shoulder, kicking him back again and again. Without waiting for the Tai King to stand firm again, Lin Chongqing once again bowed his palm and pushed it out from the side. Lushan Chen Glongba. Boom! The blue dragon rushed out like lightning and hit the Tai King's chest. His sternum was broken immediately and blood flowed out of his mouth, leaving a red track in the air. When the Tai King's body fell to the ground, there was no sound anymore. Lin Chongqing turned his head and looked at the dumbfounded broomhead, and said with a sneer, "Aren't you going to ask the Golden Hair King for the antidote? What are you waiting for?" "Oh, right." Broomhead pulled his messy hair, and finally he didn't look like a ghost anymore. He rushed to the Golden Hair King and pointed at his nose. "You hand over the antidote." The Golden Hair King spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and snorted coldly, "Don't even think about it. Hand over the antidote. Kill me if you have the guts, I won't give it to you even if I die. Hand it over. I won't give it to you even if I die." The Golden Hair King was not a guy who was afraid of death. He let Broomhead's fist wave in front of him, but he just bit it and refused to let go. Broomhead had no choice but to kneel down with a thud, crying and saying, "I beg you, Golden Hair King, I know that none of the general's men are afraid of death, but Iron Face is my best friend, I beg you." "Idiot!" Golden Hair King looked disdainful. Before, the two sides had no life and death feud, so it was possible that there was no solution, but now that the King of Thailand was killed, it would be difficult for him to drink again. Lin Chongqing touched his chin, hesitating whether to kill this guy together. Although Golden Hair King was mixed in the underworld, he had never done anything evil. On the contrary, he was almost beaten to death by the general in the plot for helping innocent students. If he killed him like this, he would always feel a little sorry. Golden Hair King refused to listen, and time was getting tighter and tighter. Broomhead had no choice but to turn his head and look at Lin Chongqing. "Hey, do you know medical skills?" Lin Chongqing shrugged. "No need to be so troublesome." He pointed with his hand, and a stream of light flashed. The next moment, the Golden Hair King's eyes became confused. Broomhead was confused. "What are you doing?" Creating an illusion in his mind. Lin Chongqing briefly explained that the Phoenix's magic fist can not only make people have nightmares, but also make people fall into illusions. The Golden Hair King looked around as if he was sleepwalking, and suddenly ran away. "Hey!" Broomhead was startled and raised his hand to stop him, but was stopped by Lin Chongqing. He went to get the antidote. "Just follow behind." Chapter 46, The General Enters. The Golden-Haired King obviously couldn't resist the magic fist, and the antidote for the poison needle was easily obtained. Even if the golden-haired king regained his sanity, he couldn't make a big noise. The three generals under the general's command, Aegeon with the Ken ability, King Tai with the Sagat ability, and Toyota with the Bison ability. They took the time machine back to 1993 and tried to modify the memory of the future Chief Justice Yu Taixing to rescue the general who was about to be tried. Unfortunately, their time machine was rough, so they came one step later than the Flying Dragon Special Police. Aegeon relied on the means of sneak attack to finally deal with the Iron Face, but was chased by the broom and fell into Lin Changqing's hands. Now the golden-haired king was defeated and captured, King Tai was killed by Lin Changqing, and only Toyota was left missing. No one knew where that guy went. The Flying Dragon Special Police used Aegeon as bait, but they didn't catch him out. I think that during the parking lot battle that night, not only the King of Thailand was watching from the crowd, but Toyota should also be watching nearby. Having witnessed Lin Changqing's method of beating Aegeon, the remaining Toyota naturally dared not show up. Now, of the three generals under the general, only Toyota is left. Not to mention facing Lin Changqing, even if he faces three Filong Special Police, he can't make any waves. However, the Filong trio still did not relax. Because the appearance of the Aegeon trio means that the general himself will arrive soon, and that will be the most difficult battle. Lin Changqing is also waiting for the general, wanting to see what level of strength this copy of Vega has. After cutting off the copy of Vega, he will take Chun-Li to face the real Vega. On this day, the boy hurriedly walked to his side and turned on the TV with his hand. Look! The TV was playing real-time pictures, and the camera was full of terrified students, trembling like sheep under the wolf's mouth. Then the camera turned and a man in red military uniform appeared with a slightly ferocious smile on his face. Although his mouth was not open, a deep voice came into the camera, "Yu Taixing, if you don't come, I will kill them all." Lin Changqing curled his lips. This guy finally showed up. The boy asked hurriedly, "Who is he?" Lin Changqing stretched and said lightly, "He is the boss of Aegeon, the general from the future." The boy looked serious. "Sure enough. How should we deal with it?" The boy who got the Chun-Li chip definitely knew how powerful these terrorists from the future were, and that was not something that ordinary police could deal with. Before Lin Changqing answered, the phone at home suddenly rang. The boy took it and listened to it, and handed it to Lin Changqing without surprise. "It's them." The one who was looking for Lin Changqing at this time was definitely the Filong trio. The caller was Broomhead, who asked directly, "Have you watched TV? The people we are waiting for are here, and it's not just the general, there are also some other helpers we have never seen before." Since they confirmed Yu Taixing's identity, they asked him to take a sick leave for a period of time to avoid being caught by the sudden arrival of the general. However, during this period, Fadashi has been lurking in the school to investigate the general's side. The general appeared unexpectedly quickly, and there were many strange people around him. As an old rival for many years, Filong Special Police knew the general's men very well, but except for Toyota, they didn't know anyone else in that group. This was really strange. Lin Changqing pondered for 2 seconds and asked, "Did you see the faces of those people clearly?" The broomhead said in a deep voice, "Fadzing only saw 2 people clearly, one of whom was a middle-aged white man about 1.8 meters tall, and the other was a strong black man like a black bear. They are both very strong. Fortunately, Fadzing ran fast, otherwise he might be trapped there." Lin Changqing had no clue and wanted Feng Huang to use the school's surveillance equipment to check the situation. Unexpectedly, those guys were very alert and had destroyed all the surveillance equipment long ago. He could only ask again. Aegeon didn't recognize them either. "No." The broomhead said, his voice slightly relaxed. "By the way, seeing that the general actually took students hostage, the Golden Hair King planned to turn to the light and help us deal with the general." Lin Changqing was not surprised by this. "Great. Calculate it this way, there are 5 of you and 3 of us, which is more than the general's available manpower. The broomhead smiled bitterly, Nobita is scared to death. Even if he is equipped with a blue wolf chip, he still can't go to the battlefield. Hey, no matter what, we have 8 super soldiers, we can fight anyway, we will go first, you have to hurry. No problem. Lin Chongqing hung up the phone and smiled at the boy, you have trained hard for so long, are you ready for the battle? I've been ready for a long time. The boy snorted and said, I have already called Chun-Li before I went over, she should be here soon. Lin Chongqing smiled, then wait for she's here, we'll set off. Looking at Lin Chongqing with a slightly solemn expression, the boy was a little surprised. No matter what opponent he met, he seemed to be full of confidence. It was rare to see such an expression. He couldn't help asking, is this time difficult? Lin Chongqing turned his head to look at her and smiled faintly, I just suddenly had a feeling. Maybe the opponent we are facing this time will be much stronger than I expected before. But it doesn't matter. There is progress only when there is pressure, and I also have a trump card, so I don't have to worry about capsizing in the gutter. 0. Chun-Li's luxurious manor is not far from Lin Chongqing's villa. Just a few minutes after the boy came back, Chun-Li's car also drove in. Take my car. The boy greeted Chun-Li and got on his own running army. Chun-Li's car must be better than hers, but Chun-Li is definitely not as familiar with the road as she is, so she will naturally be the driver. Squeak. The boy drove Lin Chongqing and Chun-Li to take a shortcut to the school where they were held hostage, but the car had to stop after turning 2 corners from the police station. On the not-so-wide street, a man in ragged clothes, dressed like he was in the Republic of Daxia, was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground with a long broom. Why sweep the street at this time? The boy honked the horn angrily, but the sweeper ignored him and continued to wave the broom slowly, blocking all directions of the car. I really don't understand why this guy likes to play this kind of trick so much. Lin Chongqing shook his head, opened the door and got out of the car. He was more than 10 meters away, and suddenly raised his leg high, and then chopped it down heavily, like a sickle. The leg force turned into a knife force, and with a snort, it chopped straight at the cleaner. Suddenly, the broom in the cleaner's hand shook, and it raised its head like a snake, opened its grey fangs, and was just. The next second, the air shook slightly, and the knife force and the venomous snake became invisible at the same time. 5. Chapter 47, Baroque's Secret Attack. Awesome! Chun-Li's eyes lit up. As a fighting queen who leveled up bit by bit, her eyesight was much better than that of the boy, and she saw through the cleaner's trick at a glance. However, this also made her feel a little strange, because that way of using strength seemed very similar to her Xian Yuan killing kick. Lin Chongqing was not surprised at all that his move was ineffective, and tilted his head to Chun-Li, definitely amazing, he is your father's good friend, the leader of the spider gang, I just don't understand why he came to block our way. The cleaner raised his head, revealing an ordinary face with shiny skin and grey hair, making it difficult to determine his age. He clasped his fists and said with a smile, I'm not trying to block your way, I'm just here to give you a warning. Lin Chongqing, oh. Yuan's expression became solemn, and he said slowly, just a few days ago, the 4 kings of Shadala were invited by a mysterious person to leave Bangkok and come to Hong Kong Island. I took advantage of the emptiness in their gang and rescued Chun-Li's father. Chun-Li's expression changed immediately, and she asked anxiously, my father? Yes. Yuan smiled and nodded at her, like an elder looking at a younger generation, 14 but your father has been imprisoned for more than 10 years. Although he has not suffered much torture, his physical strength has been very weak and it is not suitable for long-distance travel, so I left him in a hidden place in Bangkok to recuperate. When things here are dealt with, you can go to see him. Thank you, thank you. Chun-Li's eyes were full of tears, and she kept expressing her gratitude. Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes and guessed, so, the 2 people seen by Fei Da Da Star, the white one should be Bison, the black one is Sagat, and the 4 heavenly kings. Does that mean Vega and Baroque are here too? Haha, this is really lively. Vega is the supreme leader of Shadero, who has the power to convert negative emotions such as hatred and anger into attack power. It was he who organized the Street Fighter fighting competition, and the power of general came from Vega. Now, the real and fake generals not only did not fight each other when they met, but the real general helped the fake general to become a terrorist. I don't know what price the fake general paid. As for Baroque, he is known as the strongest bullfighter in Spain. He was trained in the Spanish ninja school. He perfectly combined bullfighting and ninjutsu and became the best player in the underground boxing match. Later, he was spotted by Vega and recruited into the Shadero organization. From then on, he became one of the 4 kings of Shadero. This guy is a psychologically twisted pervert. He is a man, but he loves beauty very much. He is extremely narcissistic. He believes that a great warrior must have a beautiful appearance and thinks that he is the most handsome fighter in the world. In order to prevent his face from being injured in battle, he always wears a mask when fighting. Because he is afraid of getting his hands stained with the enemy's blood, he always has a pair of iron claws on his hands. Iron-faced ability is derived from Baroque. I don't know if these 2 people will spend more time arguing or fighting if they meet. Yuan said seriously, the 4 kings of Shadero are all mediocre, especially Vega. Who is more terrifying than you can imagine? Do you still want to go? I think my horror should also be beyond your imagination, so, do you want to go together? Lin Chongqing shrugged. The 4 kings of Shadero appeared, and the strength of the general's side increased several times, but he was not afraid. Yuan sighed, I promised to protect Chun-Li. Lin Chongqing smiled, haha, let's go. Chun-Li hurriedly opened the back door and called to Yuan, Master, please sit here. Yuan was quick to follow suit. The boy started the car again and asked with some concern, the other side has 4 more masters, and we only have 1. Can we hold on? Lin Chongqing curled his lips and smiled, we didn't plan to have an extra Yuan, right? The Yuan in the game is as powerful as the final boss Guki, and even defeated Guki 3 times. He is a super master who can kill the 4 heavenly kings of Shadero in seconds. However, this Yuan is obviously not as domineering as in the game, but not as weak as in the movie. His actual combat ability is definitely much stronger than the 3 Chun-Li, and he is a good helper. The real and fake generals combined, there are only 6 or 7 super soldiers, while there are 10 on our side. Even if the individual abilities are slightly weaker, we can use the method of upper 4 horses against middle 4 horses, middle 4 horses against lower 4 horses to kill the weaker ones on the other side, and then form a group to push the boss. Before the official departure, Yazi had reported to the higher UPS in detail what he knew. Although he concealed the details of the terrorists and the Flying Dragon Special Police alien visitors, there were already super warriors like Street Fighter in this world, and some of them even originally came from official forces, such as Charlie Nash, a lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force, Guile, a U.S. Special Forces soldier, Jamie, a British agent, and even Chun-Li will join Interpol in the future, so the government has long been aware of the terrorist destructive power of such people. After receiving Yazi's notice, the Flying Tigers immediately went out, but they only surrounded the hostage-taking school and did not go in to rescue the hostages. Therefore, when Lin Chongqing and his party arrived, the scene was still calm, and the police also avoided a huge amount of casualties. Seeing the boy get off the car, the commander holding the megaphone came up and saluted, "Hello, Superintendent Li, I am the superintendent of the Central Crime Unit, also the on-site commander Lu Jians." The boy quickly saluted, "Superintendent Lu, is there any movement inside?" "No." Lu Jians shook his head, "It has been very quiet. If it weren't for the strict order from above to wait for you to come, I would have sent someone to break in." "Don't do it," the boy hurriedly said, "there are a few guys in 457 who are very difficult to deal with. It is easy for ordinary police officers to be killed or injured. I will sneak in with a few companions and find an opportunity to rescue the hostages, and. Suddenly, in the dazzling sunlight, a silver light drilled out from the police, like a lightning bolt piercing Lin Changqing's chest. Cold steel claws, cold mask. Lin Changqing raised his head blankly, facing the hideousness under the eyes. This is Baroque. Waste. Baroque's voice was full of contempt and pulled Lil out of Lin Changqing. Ah! Changqing! The angry boy subconsciously pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger at Baroque, but only hit a lot of afterimages. Among all the street fighters, Baroque's speed is unique. How can a pistol hit him? Huang Chunli gritted her teeth and swung a leg shadow, but she couldn't stop him from leaving the village with an elegant step. Just you dare to! Before Baroque's mocking voice fell, he suddenly heard a gust of wind from behind. The next moment, a heavy punch hit his neck fiercely, and he seemed to be hit by a cannonball, flying out and hitting a police car next to him into a dent. Knocked the guy down with a punch, Lin Changqing shook his fist and looked at him disdainfully. You want to plot against me? Who gives you the confidence? Chapter 48. The battle begins. A group of policemen just pulled out their guns, but were shocked to find that the battle seemed to be over. They looked at Lin Changqing, who was in high spirits, and turned their heads to look at the corpse lying on the ground. They saw that the corpse seemed to have melted into water like ice and snow, and then seeped into the ground. The boy had never seen Lin Changqing use ice duplication, but he knew that he had many strange abilities, so he reacted quickly, and asked with concern while breathing a sigh of relief, "Are you okay?" "Nothing." Lin Changqing smiled. Of the 4 kings of Shadero, this guy is the worst one. If we can't even beat him, we can go home today. Chun Li stared at the guy embedded in the inner wall of the police car, with a solemn expression. Who is he? Barraco, known as the strongest bullfighter in Spain, is said to have suffered severe psychological trauma when he witnessed his stepfather killing his mother when he was young, turning him into a psychologically twisted person. Lin Changqing said, turned his head to look at the silent killer, and asked calmly, "I wonder if I'm right." Accompanied by a sharp vibration, Barraco, who seemed to have died, suddenly bounced up, and the iron claws cut through the severely twisted iron sheet in an instant, and then grabbed the back of the head of the nearest policeman without hesitation. Bang! Baroque's speed is outstanding in Street Fighter, and he has many colorful aerial skills, but Chun-Li's aerial skills are not inferior to his, and the speed of her feet bouncing up is faster than his iron claws. The white-bottomed long boots with blue straps, the tips are as sharp as knives to block Baroque's iron claws. Bang! Baroque's attack failed, and he shook his wrist. "Huang Chun-Li? Haha, you are much stronger than I thought." Chun-Li was slightly startled. "Do you know me?" Baroque smiled grimly. "Your father holds your photo every day, it's hard for me not to know you. You are also one of the evil people who tortured my father." Chun-Li's pupils were covered with a layer of disgust. She kicked her legs and soared into the sky, casting a shadow of her legs in the air, so fast that people could not catch its movement. The hurricane brought by the leg force raised a large amount of dust, causing many policemen to close their eyes. Baroque's eyes were as thin and sharp as a razor. The moment Chun-Li approached, he suddenly shot out a steel gun. The claws met Chun-Li's fast legs, and there was a fierce collision in the air. The two separated suddenly. Chun-Li's ribs were covered with blood, and 3 hideous wounds appeared, but Baroque's mask was also slightly dented by the kick, and a clear footprint was imprinted on his chest. Both were injured. Chun-Li panted slightly. "He's too fast." "Haha, beautiful lady, if you have the guts, come in and fight." Baroque grinned, revealing his white teeth, stared at Lin Changqing with a cold look, and flew behind him with the help of Chun-Li's kick. "You want to leave now? Don't mind if I send you off a little longer." Lin Changqing smiled back at him, and held his hands. Synthesis calyx shaped, placed at the waist, and then pushed out violently. Kamehameha! Boom! The azure light wave, like a meteor, hit Baroque's chest and pushed him into the office building. The whole building seemed to be hit by a missile, and a bang raised a cloud of dust. A group of police swallowed their saliva and subconsciously stepped away. When the superiors ordered them to stand by, they were still very unconvinced. Now, they are really grateful for the wise leadership of the superiors. The boy frowned and said, "Is he dead?" Yuan said, "Not dead, but it's almost dead." "Awesome!" With a slightly funny voice, several figures rushed over from a distance. They were the 3 Flying Dragon Special Police, the golden-haired Wang Ajian, the red-clothed Chun-Li, and a timid and thin Qing Lang. Lin Chongqing couldn't help but smile when he saw it. "Nobita, I thought you wouldn't show up this time." Nobita grinned, revealing an expression of wanting to cry but not being able to. "I really don't want to come, but..." Before he could finish, the broomhead next to him interrupted with a smile, "But he was despised by his sister and went crazy, and his childhood sweetheart is also in there, so he had no choice but to come." Chun-Li in red, with her hands on her hips, was very proud. "This Chun-Li is naturally Azhen." Lin Chongqing said puzzledly, "Aren't you afraid that he will be left here? Those guys in there are more powerful than you can imagine. Even if Nobita gets the super ability, I don't think he can be of much help." Nobita opened his eyes wide, a little unconvinced. I can't help you fight, but it's okay to help save the hostages, right?" "Okay." Lin Chongqing shrugged, "Leave the fighting to us, and the task of saving the hostages to you and Azhen. Boy, Chun-Li, you also help take care of it." Although Azhen has also received training, she is obviously worse than Boy and Chun-Li. But if the 3 Chun-Lis join hands, even a general can be touched. Yazi nodded, "I understand." "Then everyone, let's go." Yazi and Chun-Li are relatively weak. If they encounter the genuine Vega, they may kneel on the spot, so they simply act together, and bring a burdened Qing Lang with them, sneaking in from the southeast corner of Shenjiaqiang School, while the Filong Special Police Trio, Ajian, and Yuan sneak in from the northeast corner. As for Lin Chongqing, he chose to confront head-on. Jumping in from the tall school gate, Lin Chongqing ran straight to the office building that was half collapsed, ready to give Baroque, who still had a few breaths left, a knife. In the billowing smoke and dust, the broken fragments of the rainbow fighter suit were everywhere. Baroque was lying on the broken stairs, bleeding under his body, and seemed to have no sound. Lin Chongqing pulled the corner of his mouth, and suddenly heard a loud noise. As the wall next to him collapsed, a black man like a black bear punched him with a straight punch. Although it was just the simplest straight punch, it was surprisingly powerful and fast. Bang! Lin Chongqing twisted his arms and blocked the black man's fist. At this moment, Baroque, who seemed to be dead, shouted loudly, and the whole person bounced up like a venomous snake, rolled his body quickly, and instantly cut into Lin Chongqing's back, and suddenly swung out a claw shadow all over the sky and rushed straight to his back. "You are really lucky." Lin Chongqing curled his lips, paused his right foot, and his retreating body suddenly stagnated. The power of his arms burst out instantly, throwing the black man out violently, and at the same time slightly turned sideways, facing Baroque's claws. And kicked a heavy kick. Young lion bombing. In a flash, the leg shadow turned into a roaring lion. Baroque's heavy claw shadows were kicked to pieces as soon as they touched Lin Chongqing's lion shadow. Baroque was so frightened that he had no time to react. He was kicked in the head. His tough iron mask was shattered immediately, and his whole face was sunken. He turned into a cannonball, rolled in the air and flew out, knocking down the wall on the other side. This time, he was really silent. He was hit by Lin Chongqing's punches and kicks, plus a bronze secret technique, and died. His vitality was already very tenacious. The battle is not over yet. Ha! The black man thrown out by Lin Chongqing stood up like an angry black bear, and his arms, which were thicker than the thighs of ordinary people, closed and blasted out a golden qigong wave. Sagat's secret technique, Tiger Wave. Lin Chongqing staggered his feet and avoided 3 feet in an instant. Sagat ran 2 steps and pounced in front of Lin Chongqing. He raised his right knee violently, with a flame-like brilliance, and hit Lin Chongqing's lower abdomen. Li's, this is a secret technique that is as powerful as the Assassination Gate Rising Dragon Fist, Tiger Rising Dragon Break. This low knee hard collision, the knee is like an iron hammer, the strong wind breaks the air, the vibration is humming, and the flying dust is dispersed. Faced with this fierce secret technique, Lin Chongqing's face did not change at all. He slightly bent his body, clasped his hands together like a hammer, and hit hard, hitting Sagat hard on the iron knee. Boom! The 2 men's muscles and bones fought against each other, as if beating a war drum. Huge amounts of sound waves swept across, making the dilapidated office building more broken. However, Sagat's strength was obviously weaker. He was hit by Lin Chongqing's punch, and his body couldn't help shaking, and his feet staggered back. Lin Chongqing did not stop, but flew up and fought back, kneeling Sagat in the chest. Sagat's bones cracked and he flew backwards, spitting blood. At this moment, Lin Chongqing's face suddenly changed, and he stepped back, but he was still a step late. A figure burning with flames emerged from the sand and dust like an electric drill and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. General? Or Vega? Chapter 49, Killing Vega. In the boiling lavender flames, Lin Chongqing's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already more than 10 meters away. The figure in the flames solidified and turned into a tall soldier. Strong body, scarlet military uniform, black cloak. He was not standing on the ground, but floating in the air. Vega, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of Shaluo. He is not only one of the most outstanding fighters in the world, but also a super ability with mental power. He glanced at the dead Baroque, with no other emotions in his eyes, but just sneered and ordered, "Sagat, go and kill the other invaders." Sagat glared at Lin Chongqing, spat with bloody spit, grinned with a cruel smile, turned around and strode out of the dilapidated office building. Vega looked Lin Chongqing up and down, with a meaningful smile on his face. "Kid, you are very good, are you interested in entering Shadero? You will replace that waste and become one of the 4 kings of Shadero. Shadero has always adhered to the rule of the strong go up, the weak go down. If you do well enough, it is not impossible to let Bison and Sagat make way for you. What about you?" Lin Chongqing stared at him calmly. "Will you also make way?" Vega smiled grimly and clenched his fists. The clenched fists made the black gloves make a sound, and a heavy buzzing sound rang in the air. "If you are stronger than me, I will also make way for you." "What a pity." Lin Chongqing stared at him and shook his head slightly, saying in a disdainful tone, "I am not as boring as you, dreaming of ruling the world all day long. That's right, the purpose of Shadero's establishment is not a mere gang, but the ambition to dominate the world." The reason why Vega held the Street Fighter contest was to recruit masters for his army. This guy's initial goal of ruling the world was to assassinate the most important leaders in the world. In order to achieve this goal, he needed the best fighters in the world, and he was going to use his hypnotic ability to control these fighters to carry out the assassination plan. It must be said that it was a very boring ideal and a very brainless plan. Lin Chongqing's blunt words obviously made Vega angry. "Then, you go to hell." Vega's body disappeared before he finished speaking, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Lin Chongqing, and a purple flame uppercut hit him in the jaw. Lin Chongqing was hit and flew back more than 10 meters. Before he could land on the ground, Vega turned into a fire dragon again, passing through with a flashing red flame, and hit him hard in the chest again, and Lin Chongqing, who was about to fall, flew into the air again. Then, Vega quickly turned behind Lin Chongqing, easily used joint skills to hold his limbs, and then twisted his waist quickly and threw him to the ground. Lin Changqing's falling speed suddenly increased several times, and he landed on the ground with a bang, sliding a deep mark on the ground, and knocking down several walls in a row. Vega sneered, "Boy, have you changed your mind?" "Awesome." Lin Changqing lifted the rubble on his body and wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, but his face was still relaxed. "You are much better than that copycat. Why did you help him kidnap students?" The general who came back from the future has already met the Flying Dragon Trio and the golden-haired King Aegean, and started a fierce collision. From the perception of the small universe, that guy is at most an upper bronze, and the one in front of him has already stepped into the silver. Even the lower silver is 1 or 2 times higher than the upper bronze. Vega's expression became more and more fanatical. "The conflict between them has nothing to do with me, I just want to transform into a chip. That idiot promised to give me the manufacturing technology of the chip. With these molded products, the scientists of Shadero will soon be able to mass-produce them. Then I can form a super soldier army and sweep the whole world." Sure enough. Lin Changqing waved his hand and summoned the Phoenix Cloth. Although Phoenix is only an upper bronze, the strength of this upper bronze is no less than that of an ordinary silver fighter. Seeing the strange battle suit that suddenly appeared, Dong's face darkened. "General Vega, if you want to realize your unattainable dream, you have to pass this level today first." Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile appeared on his lips, and stepped forward as if teleporting, and the heavy elbow like an axe fell on his head. Swish! Vega reacted quickly and dodged the elbow in an instant, but the military cap on his head was blown away by the hurricane that passed close to his ear, leaving a thin scar on his cheek. Just being brushed by the elbow had such power. If it was hit head-on, the consequences can be imagined. "Boy, don't be so arrogant." Vega's whole body was tense, his fists gathered flames, and he turned over and punched. Lin Changqing leaned back and dodged the fist while pressing his arms on the ground. His right leg hooked back and his left leg shot out like an arrow, attacking the opponent's 2 vital points respectively. Vega was a little flustered for a while. If it weren't for his super ability being equally weird, he would have been knocked down by a combo. Boom! Vega's fire fist and Lin Changqing's fire fist kept colliding, causing large groups of sparks to splash, making the entire office building seem to be covered by smoke. On the other side, the Dragon Trio, Bika, and the golden-haired king faced the copycat general. This time, there were no Scions and Chun-Li from the original plot to help, but there was a more powerful Yuan. The group of people worked together to beat the general to death. However, this future general is a liquid metal robot. In addition to the power of Vega, the most important feature is that it is invincible. No matter how much injury he suffers, he can recover in an instant. Yuan and his group constantly beat him up, but they just can't beat him to death. They are exhausted and panting. The 3 versions of Chun-Li, led by the wretched little submissive version of Qing Lang, found the imprisoned students in the basement of the school. However, just when they were about to rescue the students, the future underworld version of Toyota appeared, and was beaten into a pig's head by the 3 Chun-Lis. Then, Bison and Sagat appeared. These 2 are different from the future parallel imports. Both of them are extraordinary fighters who have experienced hundreds of battles. Even if it was Chun-Li 3 and the wretched Qing Lang, 4 against 2, they were beaten to the point of being helpless and extremely embarrassed. Tisk. It seems that your friends are in trouble. Vega and Lin Changqing fought from the bottom of the building to the top, playing the role of a demolition team all the way, and the whole building was riddled with holes. Vega was already a little overwhelmed and was hesitating whether to avoid the sharp edge first, but after seeing the situation on the battlefield, he suppressed the tension and anxiety in his heart, opened his fists like bear paws, ignited a raging flame in his hands with anger, and glared at Lin Changqing opposite him, looking confident. Lin Changqing glanced around and pursed his lips. "As long as we get rid of you, we will win in the end." "Really?" Vega cracked his mouth and smiled grimly. "You and I are just evenly matched." I can't beat you, and you can't beat me either. We can only stalemate, but once my men deal with your friends, that's when you will be beaten into a pulp. You think too much. Lin Chongqing snorted coldly and lowered his body slightly. The blazing microcosm turned into a phoenix that spread its wings and was about to fly. Phoenix wings soaring in the sky. The incomparably gorgeous phoenix light made Vega's eyes narrow slightly. The next moment, there was a sharp attack faster than the sound of cutting through the air, passing over Vega's chest in a beautiful arc. Swish! Vega was extremely experienced in combat, and he took a few steps back while squinting. Originally, he thought he had avoided the attack by a hair's breadth, but the bright red diagonal line he saw when his vision recovered made him know that there was something wrong with his perception. In a blink of an eye, a large amount of blood spurted out diagonally. How could it be so fast? Vega stretched out his hand to press his chest, and suddenly his abdomen hurt again, and he was hit into the air by a heavy blow. When he was in the air, he looked down and saw that the opponent was no longer surrounded by a fire phoenix, but a mighty blue dragon. Lushan Chenglongba. The small universe burning to the silver layer, the driven Chenglongba, like a Halley's comet, with a tail thicker than a human waist, hit Vega with unstoppable momentum, and then took his body straight into the sky. The sky seemed to be pierced, the clouds were torn to pieces, and Vega's body turned into dust in the surging light waves of the explosion. Lin Chongqing looked up for a long time and sighed softly. It seems that this battle is not so difficult. Suddenly, Yin laughed wildly. There are really masters here. Boy, take my move. Destroy Hadoken. Chapter 50, Crazy Akuma. The protagonists of Street Fighter are Ryu and Ken, who are brothers and both are descendants of the Assassination Fist. Hadouken and Shoryuken are the core secrets of the Assassination Fist, while the Destroy Hadouken is the upgraded version of the Hadouken. However, the power between the two is very different. Destroy Hadouken, Destroy Shoryuken, Instant Prison Kill. These are top-level skills that can only be used after understanding the forbidden secret Killing Intention Wave. However, anyone who understands the Killing Intention Wave will become a madman who only knows how to kill. There is only one madman who can appear now, Ryu and Ken's uncle, Guki, who is known as the Ultimate Fist and the God of Thought and Destruction. When he was young, Guki and his brother Goken practiced together under the guidance of their master Hungtitsu. At that time, Guki had already revealed his extraordinary talents and his almost unprincipled pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. He was obsessed with the cruel art of killing in the Assassination Fist fighting style, and Guki had no way to deal with such a crazy brother. Because he didn't want his disciples to fall into the Shura path, Hongtai hid the method of practicing Killing Intention Waves, but it was eventually found by Guki. Then, driven by the desire for slaughter caused by the Killing Intention Waves, Guki killed his mentor Hongtai himself, and killed his brother Goken in front of Long and Ken more than 10 years later. After that, Guki looked for the strongest fighters in the world to duel, constantly challenging his own limits. Compared with the crazy and powerful Guki, Vega, who regarded the world as his own, was actually a kid who could be killed at will. When the fire meteor that was no weaker than the silver secret fell, Lin Changqing's heart rang the name of the #1 boss of Street Fighter. The only thing that made him a little entangled was what stage of Guki this was. At different times, Guki had different levels of power. If he only mastered the Killing Intention Wave, it would be fine. If it was in the later period, Guki who seized the god power, his strength would definitely be no less than that of the upper silver. Boom! The fire meteor hit Lin Changqing's feet, and a small mushroom cloud rose up, and the half-destroyed office building instantly turned into a pile of rubble. A large amount of dust and smoke covered the sky, and both sides who were originally fighting stopped and looked at the mushroom cloud in horror and speechlessness. Seeing Lin Chongqing falling from the sky in a mess, whether it was the Filong trio or the boys, they all hurried over. The mop-headed man was still catching his breath when he asked in surprise, "Lin Chongqing, what's going on?" Lin Chongqing smiled bitterly, "Vega is dead, but, it seems that someone more ruthless has come. Yuan looked very serious. This is a wave punch from the Assassination Fist School, but, can the wave punch explode to such a powerful force? Is it that person? It is indeed Guki who has come. Lin Chongqing interrupted his fluke mentality. Are you going to take action against him? Yuan's mouth twitched. If I could deal with Guki, I would have smashed that perverted machine general long ago. Lin Chongqing curled his lips. The big guy who could originally compete with Guki was actually weakened to this virtue. Qinglang was trembling with fear. How about, let's run away? Lin Chongqing sighed. Don't worry, as long as you don't take the initiative, he probably won't bother to kill you, his target is me. The incident of him slashing a car with a knife a few days ago made a lot of noise. It turned out that he not only attracted Zhen, a fan, and led to the plot of Super School Overlord, but also attracted the attention of this monster who enjoys fighting. That's good. Qinglang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. The boys were not as shameless as him. They worriedly said, "Can you deal with that monster?" Before he finished speaking, a laugh came from the flying smoke. With this low and dark voice, a real monster stepped out. He was only about 1.8 meters tall, but his bulging muscles were more exaggerated than Sagat and Bison. He was surrounded by a dirty and dark aura, making it almost difficult to see his appearance. The most eye-catching thing was his short hair that exuded a light blue glow, and his eyes that exhaled red light. This is indeed a real monster. Almost everyone took a breath of cold air. Lin Chongqing was a little regretful, because although this was not the god Guki who had comprehended the power of God, it was just the crazy Guki who had cultivated the killing intention to the limit. At this time, Guki had comprehended the killing intention for many years. Because he had been practicing in the volcano for many years, his body had broken through the flesh and surpassed the limit of the human body. Although it was also very difficult to deal with, it was still much weaker than the peak state of God and man. I estimate. It seems to be upper silver. But it is a little short of the limit silver. We will help you. The Filong trio stood up very loyally, and the Chunli trio naturally needless to say. No need. Lin Chongqing took a long breath. You should take down Bazin and others as soon as possible, and leave this monster to me. Although they really need help, with their bronze-level strength, they will be killed instantly. It would be more convenient for him to be alone. Besides, it's not like he doesn't have a trump card. Aki grinned with a terrifying smile. Have you finished your last words? I can't bear it anymore. 0. The materialized murderous intent flowed slowly, making people feel creepy even from a distance. Ah, wait a minute. Lin Chongqing stretched out his hand, took out the golden sword of victory, shook his neck, and said to himself, with an A-level treasure, maybe I don't need to change the silver armor to deal with it. The sword flashed. Buzz. The teaching building next to it was cut in half, and fell to the ground with a rumble, turning into a miserable ruin. Lin Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. With the phoenix armor and an A-level treasure, it's like a game to cut through skyscrapers and have a good fight with Guki. Ha ha ha, not bad. Not bad. Finally there is a qualified opponent. Kill. Guki saw the fighting spirit in Lin Chongqing's eyes, laughed wildly, pressed his arms on the ground, and the dark murderous intent turned into shockwave, like a huge wave. Lin Chongqing's eyes seemed to have walked into 2 magic fires, making his eyes burn. When he swung the sword, it was like a drizzle, cruel and beautiful. When the sword fell, everyone felt a chill. The chill went from the toes to the heart. And then from the heart to the soul, making people tremble and drizzle involuntarily. Kill gods when you meet gods, kill Buddhas when you meet Buddhas. One sword can break all laws, and the world and the universe can all be broken. Kill.